A young woman rushes over, cheerfully apologizing for being late and blaming the traffic. Her boyfriend isn't buying it, teasing her about oversleeping and late-night snacks, which earns him a swift chop. She pouts, demanding to know if that's any way to talk to his girlfriend, but he just grumbles back. The playful tension breaks, and they both burst into laughter. All is forgiven as they walk on, their hands clasped together. It was supposed to be just another peaceful Saturday afternoon, but as she leaned in close, a monstrous shadow with a wicked scythe fell over them both. In a flash of brutal violence, her world went dark, her face frozen in a silent scream. Someone is yelling at her to snap out of it, to wake up from this nightmare. But all she can do is scream, trapped in the memory of monsters invading a place that was meant to be safe. The memory ends in a deafening silence, her face spattered with blood. It was an invasion that shook the very foundations of their world. Without warning, the skies rained fire and monsters, and humanity's final screams echoed through the streets. Science, knowledge, none of it mattered. Even the world's strongest protectors, the awakened, had fallen. And from the shadows, a single command was given to end it all, pushing mankind to the brink of extinction. But just as the curtain was about to fall, a fist of defiance shatters the silence. A lone man smirks, thinking it's a little too early to be calling it quits. He is Kang Shin-hyuk, and he's not alone. He is one of the Nine Road, humanity's last hope. His eyes narrow, filled with a cold rage at the state the world has been reduced to, and with a chilling calm, he asks the ones responsible if they're truly prepared for what comes next. And so, the Nine Road answered with fire and steel, a storm of absolute power against the apocalypse. The final beast falls with a dying shriek, leaving Kang Shin-hyuk gasping for air, but standing victorious. By the time dawn broke over the Titan's corpse, they had done the impossible. They had saved the world. With the fighting done, there was only one thing left to do. It was time to party. For the first time in years, humanity's saviors could let go, drinking and celebrating their hard-won future. Their laughter echoed across the ruins of a city they had bled for, a bittersweet symphony of survival. Finally, it was over. No more fighting, no more death, just the hero's return and a well-earned rest. He could almost taste it, a peaceful retirement, far from all the chaos. But as he drifts off, his sleep is broken by a persistent, annoying noise. He's violently shaken awake, not by adoring fans, but by two grunts telling him to get back to work. Still reeling, he wonders where he is, but the grunt just yanks him along, telling him not to make the boss angry. He demands to know what happened to his comrades, the legendary Nine Road, but the man looks at him like he's crazy. And then the final blow, the worker yells out a name he doesn't recognize, Kang Shin-hwa. All around them, the grim reality of this place sets in. Menial laborers carve up monster corpses. A man barks orders, telling them to hurry up and transfer the monster byproducts. Shin-hyuk's mind is a complete blank. None of this makes any sense. He sees a long line of porters, hauling heavy sacks of monster parts like pack mules. Another foreman screams at them to move faster if they ever want to see their pay. Looking out at the vast, bloody worksite, a sickening feeling washes over him. This scene is disgustingly familiar. He's Kang Shin-hwa, the 5-6-year-old EX-rank hero who saved the world, so what in the hell is happening? Or at least, that's what he thought this was all about. But a single drop of purple liquid splatters onto his head, jolting him from his thoughts. He looks up just in time to see a massive monster's maw, with a foreman screaming at a worker inside to watch out for poison. The sheer absurdity of it all makes him furious. He was just about to celebrate his victory, and now he's back in this hell. And before he can even process the memory, a hard smack connects with the back of his head. A lump instantly forms as he stumbles forward, wondering which bastard had the nerve to hit him this time. He turns to see a face that sends a chill down his spine, a man he recognizes as Boss Kim. His mind reels in disbelief. That rude, abusive porter? He's supposed to have died 25 years ago. But the ghost of his past grabs him by the collar, screaming at him for being disrespectful, while Shin-hyuk can only let out a terrified shriek. Suddenly, the clatter of a falling phone shatters the illusion, bringing the nightmare to an abrupt end. Picking up the ancient-looking device, his mind struggles to catch up. This is an old smartphone model. Boss Kim looks down at him, confused why this kid seems to know his name. Ignoring the man's suspicion, Shin-hyuk asks the one question that could explain everything. What year is it? The foreman actually looks a little sorry for him, bluntly stating that it's 2020. The number echoes in his head, a cold sweat breaking out as the math clicks. He's 32 years in the past. He desperately calls up his status window, and his heart sinks. F-rank, porter, just as he remembered. As the sun sets, a voice rings out, announcing that the day's grueling work is finally over. Around him, the other porters light up cigarettes, the day's exhaustion etched on their faces. Shin-hyuk stretches his aching body. He'd forgotten how much this kind of manual labor hurt. Boss Kim hands him his pay, reminding him not to be late for tomorrow's job, sealing this nightmare as reality. He absent-mindedly asks about Sindorim Station, remembering it was destroyed by a monster named Agostranon. Boss Kim just calls him an idiot, reminding him it's a perfectly safe white zone, forcing Shin-hyuk to play it cool. But his memories are crystal clear. That station gets obliterated in 2030 by the rampaging Magos. He tries to dismiss it as jumbled memories as he waits for the train, forcing himself to accept this new reality. But as he steps aboard, a chilling thought stops him. Wait, wasn't someone else supposed to be the regressor? His mind flashes back to Nicholas Hagen, the enigmatic leader of the Nine Road, the man who claimed to be the true regressor and, ironically, was his greatest comrade in that past life. The train's intercom rattles on about danger zones, but Shin-hyuk is spiraling. If Nicholas is the regressor, then what is he? A silent scream builds inside him. He never wanted to come back to this hellish past. He's shoved into the packed train, a stark reminder of the suffocating life he's been dragged back into. He steps out onto the platform, a place littered with trash and the ghosts of broken dreams. This is the Red Zone, a dangerous area that always fills him with a sense of dread. His attention is suddenly drawn to a thug screaming at a helpless old man. The brute kicks the beggar aside, telling him to stop blocking the path. But Shin-hyuk, unable to ignore it, walks over and offers the old man a hand. The man thanks him, asking if he lives nearby, and Shin-hyuk helps him to his feet. Leaning on his shoulder, the old man offers some chilling advice for surviving this place. You shouldn't be so kind to strangers. As a poison needle pricks Shin-hyuk's neck. A paralytic poison courses through him, and his body seizes up, completely helpless. He silently curses himself, of course. At this point in the past, he had no poison immunity. A rookie mistake. He groggily comes to, chained to a chair, his mind a complete blank. Who did this? A hulking brute steps forward, flanked by his lackeys. The face clicks. Ah, Park Do-won. The D-rank thug smirks, reminding him of a loan where the interest has now multiplied 10 times over. Shin-hyuk scoffs, calling it nonsense, but his defiance only seems to amuse the loan shark. Do-won grabs him by the collar, whispering a threat about the deadly gap between an F-rank and a D-rank. For his disrespect, he delivers what he calls a light hit, a punch that cracks with raw power. Shin-hyuk's body jolts, the wind knocked clean out of him as he slumps forward. Do-won and his crew just laugh. Did he actually die from a single tap? Pathetic. But inside, Shin-hyuk remembers this time his pathetic 20S, an F-rank punching bag for thugs like these. Back then, he didn't know his true talent, but now, he focuses his mind, circulating mana throughout his body. The goons are shocked. Not only is he alive, but that blue glow is unmistakable mana manipulation. Do-won just cackles, mocking the pathetic F-rank for trying to act like a real awakened. But his laughter quickly fades, as the mana aura around Shin-hyuk refuses to die down. With a sudden burst of energy, the chains holding him shatter, sending the lackeys flying. Shin-hyuk rises, feeling the power in his young body once more. This isn't a disaster, it's a second chance. He cracks his knuckles, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he faces them down. Enraged, Do-won screams that an F-rank's power could never hope to scratch a D-rank's defense. But Shin-hyuk isn't just using raw power. He's concentrating his mana, raising its temperature to the breaking point. He knows this thug's weakness. A simple mind can't comprehend a technique that turns mana into a sharp, superheated blade. He unleashes his attack, the Fist of Explosion, and the world erupts in a blast of blue light. The superheated mana tears through his defenses, leaving the D-ranker gasping in shock and pain. He's sent flying backwards, a human cannonball crashing straight through the concrete wall. When the dust settles, there's nothing but a gaping hole and shattered rubble. Pinned and broken, Do-won can only stare in disbelief as he's told their rank difference means nothing. He stammers, asking what kind of monster Shin-hyuk is, who just smirks and says he borrowed experience from the future. With a grin, Shin-hyuk prepares to make the bully pay for all his past crimes. After the one-sided beatdown, he helps himself to the thug's surprisingly thick wallet. Treating himself to a burger, he figures all this cash was extorted from guys like him anyway. He takes a satisfying bite, his first taste of freedom in this new timeline. And as he chews, a thought strikes him. This whole situation is an incredible opportunity. He thinks back on his past life, admitting it was never about saving humanity. His goal was simpler: wrap things up with Nicholas and live out his days in luxury. But after 32 long years, even as a top-tier awakened, he'd grown stagnant and bored. This time, he's ditching the grand catastrophe and focusing purely on using his knowledge to make a fortune. He pumps a fist in the air, vowing to retire in style in his 20s, not his 50s. But first things first, he needs to raise his rank, because that's where the real money is. The awakened world is a cruel pyramid, with F ranks at the bottom and EX at the very top. Some lucky bastards like Nicholas start as A ranks, while he was stuck as a bottom feeder. He recalls his grueling journey, the decades of near-death battles it took to climb from F all the way to EX. And with the certainty of someone who's done the impossible, he declares it's time to awaken his true talent. His mind flashes back to a time before the regression, when he was just a desperate F rank. He'd foolishly snuck into a dungeon for quick cash, and now he was lost and terrified. Just as he worried about an ambush, his worst fear was realized in a blur of motion. A horde of skeletal monsters swarmed him, their bone-chilling shrieks echoing in the dark. Beaten down and hopeless, he wondered if this was it to die as a bottom-of-the-barrel F rank. With a final surge of defiance, he manages to shatter one of the creatures attacking him, but the effort leaves him completely spent, gasping for air on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a mysterious man with long blonde hair appears, grabbing his chin. The stranger tells him he's lucky they met, and that he should come with him. He then drops a bombshell. Shin Hyuk has the potential to become an SSS rank, maybe even stronger. The man introduces himself as Nicholas Hagen, an EX rank awakened and a regressor from the future. Before Shin Hyuk can even process the words, Nicholas grabs him and starts dragging him away. With a powerful leap, he yanks the bewildered F rank into the air, soaring effortlessly over the city. He explains that Shin Hyuk's true talent isn't for weapons or magic, but something far more unique. It's a transformation-type talent, a power he has dubbed modification. Shin Hyuk listens, stunned, as Nicholas elaborates on his unique mana circuit. With it, he can transform his own body at will, enhancing its very form and qualities. He may be human, but his body has the potential to completely transcend human limitations. Back in the safety of his room, the weight of that revelation sinks in, and he immediately gets to work. Focusing his will, he begins his first physical modification, turning his own organs into superior mana reservoirs. He recalls what Nicholas told him. His unique talent, modification, can strengthen his very body. Grateful for this second chance at life, he decides to go all in, starting with his heart and lungs. With a wild grin, he pushes his mana, beginning the reconstruction of his mana circuits. But the process is anything but smooth. At EX rank, circulating mana is meant to be easy, but this is different. An unbearable agony surges through him, a pain so intense he feels like he's about to pass out. But he grits his teeth after enduring over 30 years of brutal battlefields. This is nothing. The chaotic energy begins to stabilize, coalescing around him in a steady, powerful blue hum. A calm focus settles over him as the transformation takes root. His eyes flare with a brilliant azure light, a sign of his newfound power. With a confident smirk, he feels it settle. The first modification is complete, and the benefits are immediate. His mana recovery rate is now at least 5 times faster than any normal awakened. His body has also been optimized, one arm for transformation and defense, the other for pure mana emission. He can clearly feel the energy flowing through his modified organs, his mana capacity now 5 times larger. In an instant, he's achieved what would have taken a normal person 10 years of training. For a moment, he thinks about modifying his entire body at once, but wisely decides to take it slow. He can't resist a little test though, channeling the power into a physical strength enhancement. The feeling is incredible. A thrilling rush of pure, unadulterated power that makes him laugh out loud. Riding this high, he decides to go right into the next modification without a second thought. But just as he's caught up in the moment, his body abruptly seizes up. He crashes to the floor, a painful reminder that a body fresh out of F rank can't handle that kind of mana overload without consequences. He jolts awake with a sharp gasp, the world snapping back into focus. His first instinct is pure panic, frantically checking his pockets and his body. He lets out a sigh of relief, realizing it was just an old habit from the lawless red zone. But that brief overload was just a power nap. His mana has recovered, and the modification is a success. Feeling bold, he decides to push his luck, aiming for 3 more physical mods in one go. He gathers his focus, channeling the mana flow directly toward his eyes. The power surges through his optic nerves, a strange and intense sensation. With a grimace of triumph, he unlocks a new sight, one that can perceive invisible mana and nullify illusions. But he's not done yet. Next, he moves on to modifying his tongue. A strange choice, but one that grants him a terrifying new ability, to create healing or toxic saliva at will. And for his final modification, he reinforces his teeth, a simple but powerful enhancement. To test out his new bite, he spots a thick, solid metal pipe nearby. He grips it firmly, a perfect test subject for his newfound power. With a surge of energy, he sinks his teeth into the cold steel. A sickening crunch echoes as the pipe shatters like a cracker. With a wicked grin and a mouthful of scrap, he feels ready to begin the second act of his life. The next morning, his alarm rings, but he wakes up feeling surprisingly refreshed. He stretches, shocked to find his old chronic aches and pains have completely vanished. His body feels light, energetic, a youthful vigor he had long since forgotten. As he gets ready, he recalls today as important, the support job at Cinderum Engineering College. Dungeon porter wages? With his new body, he realizes petty cash is the last thing on his mind. He quickly gets dressed, a new fire in his eyes. This isn't just another job. This is the grand debut of his second life. He arrives at the K-848 dungeon entrance, a familiar, almost nostalgic smile on his face. He knows what's really inside, the immature form of the rampaging Magos, a monster that would one day threaten the world. Strolling past the other porters, he muses that this is a great chance to test his abilities, but his true purpose here is something else entirely. He calmly waits, recalling from his past life that this particular raid is about to be cancelled. A staff member approaches the restless group, clipboard in hand, and right on cue, she announces the raid is off due to irregular energy waveforms, stunning the workers. As Boss Kim and the others erupt in fury over their lost pay, Shin Hyuk simply smirks. It's confirmed. Everything is going according to plan. Just then, the raid leader himself, a C-rank awakened named So Jung-hyun, confirms the bad news to the grumbling workers. He tells his own team to stand down. It's a decision from the association, and there's nothing they can do. Frustrated, he accepts the situation with a grimace. As he announces they'll be returning the dungeon license, a calm voice suddenly cuts him off. It's Shin Hyuk, stepping forward with a bright smile, asking if he could use the license since there's still time left on it. The entire raid party freezes, and the captain slowly turns to face him. He's taken aback, wondering who this nobody is to speak out of turn. Then he spots Shin Hyuk's ID card and lets out a condescending sigh. Just another F-rank porter. He's seen it before, reckless, low-rankers trying to get rich quick by looting an empty dungeon. The captain smirks, lecturing his men that a D-rank dungeon requires 4 D ranks. A basic fact this kid is clearly too dumb to know. He continues his lecture, warning that the dimensional energy is unstable, making the dungeon even deadlier. The captain's eyes narrow in fury, taking the kid's request as a personal insult. Did he think they looked foolish? But Shin Hyuk just plays dumb with a smile, saying he was just curious about how dungeons work. He even laughs it off, admitting it's a bit much for a mere porter to try where a full raid team failed. So Jung-hyun's face hardens. Fine. Let the kid have his death wish. The mysterious death of a newbie porter is nothing new. Shin Hyuk's unassuming smile stays plastered on his face, playing the part perfectly. It then breaks into a wide, genuine grin as he thanks the captain for the opportunity. The rest of the raid team just scoffs, telling him not to wet his pants in there. With their blessing, Shin Hyuk turns his back on them all, tossing aside his porter helmet as he heads inside. Only the young staffer seems worried, calling out a weak warning that he's walking into danger. Outside, Boss Kim pulls Park Do-won aside, questioning why he acted so recklessly today. But the thought is fleeting, as he quickly breaks out drinks and jerky, declaring a party for the crew. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, a lonely silence hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the celebration. The workers are already getting rowdy, drinking and laughing, completely oblivious to the danger next door. One of So Jung-hyun's men drunkenly asks what if Shin Hyuk actually finds a rare treasure and strikes it rich. The captain just smirks, stating with absolute certainty that it will never happen. The monsters will swarm him instantly. His teammates' face falls, the cruel reality of what they just allowed finally sinking in. And Jung-hyun was right. Shin Hyuk is immediately met by a monster known as a windblade mantis. Its scythe-like arms are already a blur, unleashing a flurry of attacks the moment he steps foot inside. And it's not just one. A whole pack of these vicious, cruel creatures emerges from the darkness, ready to tear him apart. Outside, one of the hunters explains just how deadly these D-rank monsters are, capable of taking a head clean off. But for an F-rank porter, this is apparently just another Tuesday, as Shin Hyuk shatters a mantis's arm with a single block. The monster can only let out a pathetic shriek as it's thrown back, utterly broken. As expected, another one immediately tries to ambush him from behind. He knows their patterns perfectly. They always attack from blind spots once a companion falls. A quick, brutal elbow strike to the face is all it takes to neutralize the second attacker. Shin Hyuk grins, activating his strength enhancement. To him, their movements are just too slow. With a single, crushing blow, He smashes the monster's head straight into the cavern floor. He pauses for a moment, wondering if these were really supposed to be D rank, because this is just easy. A wide smile spreads across his face. It feels amazing to finally move freely again after so long. He drives his fist straight into another monster's jaw, a little smile playing on his lips. He's fought this type countless times before. He knows their patterns, their habits, and their weakness to heat. A wild laugh escapes him. They call this a D-rank dungeon? To him, a max-level D rank, this is a playground. His eyes flare with intense energy as he prepares to unleash his true power. A massive column of fire erupts, instantly incinerating the swarm of monsters in a single, devastating blast. He stands over a field of smoldering corpses, letting out a relaxed sigh. He wonders if that was even enough for a warm-up. But from the deeper shadows of the cave, a new threat emerges, a horde of snarling goblins. With a piercing battle cry, the entire pack rushes forward, a wave of green-skinned fury. One particularly eager goblin leaps into the air, aiming to take him down. But its attack is stopped dead as Shin Hyuk's hand clamps down effortlessly over its entire face. With a cocky grin, he introduces the goblin to his finishing move, the explosive fist. The creature's skull groans under the immense pressure of his grip. He muses that while his body can only handle the second stage, for this small fry, the first is overkill. Blue energy crackles around his fist as he unleashes the technique, and the goblin explodes on impact. He stands alone, calculating his true strength, officially D rank, but with his skills, he's easily a C or even B. A flicker of concern crosses his face as he recalls his past life. This dungeon's anomaly is a harbinger. This is the nest of the Mago, the future beast responsible for the Sindorum Great Catastrophe. And he knows exactly why the authorities never detected it for 10 long years. He calmly picks up a simple stone from the cavern floor, a plan forming in his mind. Activating his clairvoyance, he prepares to hunt the ticking time bomb hidden deep within the dungeon. With his enhanced sight, he grins, spotting the strong barrier exactly where he predicted it would be. He tosses a stone, confirming his theory, as it ripples against an invisible wall, a hidden double space. This is it. The reason the authorities never saw the Mago's growth, a secret undetectable by normal means. He gathers his mana, raw blue energy crackling violently around his hands. With a surge of power, he grips the edges of the dimensional tear. Gritting his teeth, he unleashes his strength, forcing the hidden entrance open. He steps through into the eerie darkness of the secret nest. But as he takes in his surroundings, a sudden, powerful presence makes him stop cold. From the depths of the cavern, a hulking form begins to stir. A monstrous, multi-eyed beast rises, letting out a terrifying roar that shakes the very air. But Kang Shin-hyuk isn't fazed, a wild grin spreading across his face as he challenges the Mago's underling. The beast responds with a guttural roar, its eyes flaring with primal fury. In an instant, it lunges forward, a blur of red muscle and claw aimed right at him. Shin-hyuk dodges just in time, the beast's fist shattering the cavern floor where he once stood. He catches the follow-up strike, gritting his teeth at the sheer weight behind it. If he hadn't powered up, this would have been dangerous. The Mago beast pours even more energy into its attack, trying to crush him. But Shin-hyuk meets force with force, activating steel reinforcement and throwing the creature's arm back. The monster shows surprising agility, leaping back to create distance as Shin-hyuk realizes it has real battle sense. A tense standoff follows, the two combatants sizing each other up after their initial clash. With a sigh, Shin-hyuk drops his stance, deciding it's time to stop wasting mana and end this little warm-up. With a feral grin, he practically dares the creature to come at him. The Mago beast responds with a deafening, furious roar that echoes through the cavern. It launches into a spinning charge, a blur of red fur and rage, but Shin-hyuk easily sidesteps. Alright, time for a different approach. He activates his modified salivary glands, creating a potent poison. With a puff of his cheeks, he unleashes a concentrated stream of purple venom. The toxic fluid strikes the beast right in the face, stopping it dead in its tracks. It stumbles in confusion as the poison floods its system, glowing ominously beneath its skin. Shin-hyuk watches with a smug look, asking if the beast finds his highly toxic body fluid thrilling. He lands lightly as the powerful monster begins to seize up, weakened from the inside. Its armor is tough, sure, but that won't matter when he destroys it from within. The Mago beast convulses as the poison ravages its system, but this is just the beginning. Shin-hyuk activates his own modification, morphing his arm into a blade and injecting it with high-temperature mana. With a ferocious roar, he brings the superheated edge down for the final strike. It slices cleanly through the monster's torso, a single, decisive blow. The creature's massive body clatters to the ground, finally silenced. Standing in the dissipating dust, Shin Hyuk admits to himself that a C+ rank monster was certainly tough. He's just glad he had his new modifications ready. He was too low on mana for another explosive fist. But as the monster fades, his eyes catch a glint of something left behind. He bends down, his curiosity piqued by what survived the battle. It's a rare item, an artifact, the C-rank invisible ring. A very nice piece of loot indeed. He also recalls the mad bear's heart he consumed earlier, a costly buff he knew he couldn't afford to skip. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, So Jung-hyun is busy spinning his tale to the association officials. But their debriefing is cut short when a mana detection device picks up a surviving lifeform inside. The team leader, Yoon Byul, can't believe the reading it's supposedly the porter, Kang Shin-hwa. She puzzles over how an F-rank survived for over an hour in a dungeon that's now been reclassified as C-rank. So Jung-hyun scoffs, suggesting the expensive equipment must be malfunctioning. It's the only logical answer. Yoon Byul glares back, her expression cold. There's no malfunction. The device is working perfectly. The data is clear, yet the situation is impossible. She's left wondering what on earth is going on in there. Logically, his chances of survival are zero, so she resolves to investigate and recover his remains. She demands her personal artifact, deciding to enter the dungeon alone to find the truth for herself. She smirks, reminding them of her specialty in stealth and ambush. A simple exploration is nothing to her. But before she can take a step, a violent tremor rocks the entire area, throwing her team into chaos. Yoon Byul instantly recognizes the vibration. It's the creation of a dimensional exit, meaning the boss is dead. Impossible. Just then, a figure emerges from the gate, battered but standing tall. It's Kang Shin-hyuk. The entire association team stares, their jaws on the floor, utterly failing to comprehend how the F-rank porter is alive. The story rewinds to a few minutes earlier, with Shin-hyuk gagging as he consumes a mad bear's heart. Despite the disgusting taste, he forces it down, securing a temporary threefold increase in his strength. Blue energy crackles around his body as the power-up takes hold. He's now fully prepared for what's next. He stands before a massive crystal deep within the dungeon, the seal containing this place's true boss. As his hand touches the crystal, a familiar draconic beast begins to stir from its slumber within. The beast towers over him, and with a familiar calm, Shin-hyuk names it Magos. The dragon is taken aback, scoffing at how a mere human knows its language, yet it has no memory of such an insignificant creature. Of course it doesn't remember. The current it is just a juvenile, a shadow of the monster that once laid waste to his world. A flash of memory or prophecy hits Shin-hyuk, fire, destruction, and screams echoing through a ruined city. He sees a familiar face, a comrade named Shin-hwa, crying out in terror before being vaporized by the dragon's attack. The trauma feels so fresh, a memory he thought he'd finally buried deep within himself. He tells the beast that he owes it a debt, one forged in the fires of 2030, for all the precious comrades it slaughtered. Magos just cackles, finding the human's ramblings about the future absolutely hilarious. It mockingly reveals its own plans after its final evolution in about 10 years. It will indeed slaughter all the vermin on the surface. But Shin-hyuk cuts it off with a sharp grin, declaring that he's here to pass judgment for its future sins, and it will accept its punishment. Furious, the juvenile dragon roars, daring the human to try something. It lunges forward with a claw swipe, but Shin-hyuk effortlessly dodges the clumsy attack. The beast whips its massive tail around, a blur of green muscle and rage. But Shin-hyuk is already gone, moving so fast the dragon can barely track him. He channels his power, activating the first chapter of his explosive fist technique. A concussive blast of energy slams directly into the dragon's face. Shin-hyuk scoffs, mocking the monster's pathetic strength. How could it ever hope to destroy humanity like this? Goaded beyond reason, Magos promises to turn this arrogant insect to dust. Golden light erupts from its maw as it begins gathering energy for its breath attack. Shin-hyuk recognizes the pattern instantly. This is the one attack he absolutely cannot afford to take head-on. The dragon unleashes a torrent of energy, but Shin-hyuk is already a blur, leaping clear of the devastation. He timed it perfectly, using the dust cloud from the impact as his cover. Before the monster can even react, he's inside its guard, landing a solid blow to its jaw. He plants himself firmly on its head. This is the exact opening he was waiting for. With a swift movement, he vaults over the dragon's head, leaving it completely bewildered. He lands squarely on its back, right in the creature's one major blind spot. Shin-hyuk smirks, knowing its claws and breath can't reach him here. The next step is simple. Destroy the weak point on its nape with a little physical modification. With a savage chomp, he sinks his newly enhanced teeth right into the dragon's neck armor. A loud crack echoes as its scales begin to shatter, the beast stunned by this absurdly effective attack. He spits out the shattered scales, his eyes already locked on the next phase of his plan. The third step, use a debuff. Physical modification. Poisonous saliva floods the dragon's system. And for the finale, he'll pierce its heart with his piercing all form. But the dragon roars in defiance, somehow shaking off the paralyzing poison. It twists its massive head around, jaws snapping shut, vowing to crush this pest on its back. Shin-hyuk holds on tight, his expression unyielding. No, he thinks, you're my prey. He unleashes his true attack. Physical modification, piercing spear form. With a surge of power, he feels his arm break through and reach the creature's heart. For his fallen comrades, and for his own new beginning, he pours everything into one final push. The attack bursts clean through the dragon's chest in a brilliant flash of light. With a final, sickening crunch, the dragon's heart is obliterated. Standing on the massive corpse, he wonders, did he just prevent the entire Cinderim catastrophe? He shrugs it off. For now, it's time to enjoy the spoils of a hard-fought victory. From the beast's remains, he pulls out a top-grade dimensional stone, a truly unexpected prize. These stones are pure, interdimensional mana, ranked from lowest to highest grade. They're essential for crafting powerful gear, and he can't believe a B-rank boss dropped one this good. But there's another treasure, a unique item known as the Steel Flower. These flowers are exceedingly rare consumables that grant permanent, awakened-level abilities. Shin-hyuk smirks, avenging his past life's grudges and filling his current life's pockets. He munches on the flower, knowing its steel-hardening ability is a bit inefficient, but perfect for his plans. His true ace in the hole has always been his unique talent, the ability of transformation. Physical modification is his specialty, and his body now crackles with a new, raw power. This makes him one of the rarest of the rare, a dual awakener. Boss Kim can barely process what he's seeing, stammering about how Shin-hyuk could hide such strength. With a cocky smile, Shin-hyuk declares that his days as an F-rank weakling are officially over. He's now a D-rank. Meanwhile, So Jung-hyun is in a full-blown panic, realizing he has no grounds to revoke the license. His entire scheme crumbles as he desperately tries to call out to the man who just outplayed him. Shin-hyuk internally agrees with the sentiment. He knows a solo clear should have required at least a B rank. He admits to himself it was a reckless gamble, and that a D rank body alone would have been crushed. But what they don't know is that he had an unfair advantage: 30 years of future experience. With a smirk, Shin-hyuk tells them they wouldn't understand even if he explained, and offers them a small token. He holds out a shimmering purple gem, a compensation for the day's operation getting ruined. The porter's eyes go wide as they realize it's a dimensional stone, enough to cover all their wages for a month, and Shin-hyuk just winks and walks away. As he leaves, it finally sinks in. He's gained strength and wealth he couldn't have imagined even in his past life. But his moment of triumph is cut short when a hand suddenly reaches for his shoulder from behind. His body reacts before his mind can even process it, sharply swatting the hand away. He spins around, senses on high alert, demanding to know who's there. A woman in a suit stumbles back, apologizing for startling him. But she's internally reeling, how could a D rank possibly have sensed her? A stealth type awakened. Shin-hyuk brushes it off as an old habit, a constant need to be wary of his surroundings, though he feels a strange sense of familiarity. Then it clicks, and his eyes widen slightly as he finally recognizes her. She introduces herself as Yoon Biol, and Shin-hyuk's mind flashes back. This is a future SSS ranker he knew from his past life. He plays it completely cool, laughing off her suspicion about his sudden jump from F rank. He confirms the rumors are true, but claims he's too busy to talk, smoothly handing her a contact number instead. On the crumpled paper is his alias, Kang Shinhwa, of the Dungeon Supply Team. With a parting shot not to sneak up on him again, he turns and leaves her standing there. Yoon Biol is left speechless, this mysterious D-ranker having completely controlled the entire encounter. She immediately gets on the phone, reporting that the news from this raid is bigger than anyone imagined. Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk knew he couldn't stay in the dangerous red zone with his loot, so had already sold some stones for a fortune. And just like that, the next day finds him on a balcony in the safe white zone, finally able to breathe. But even with this new life, he knows it's nothing compared to the peak he's aiming to surpass. He thinks about the future, realizing he has a young body and decades of time to build a new life. But to maximize his gains, he needs to recall the major events of this era. It's 2020, 32 years in the past. As if on cue, a news report grabs his attention, detailing the worsening condition of Jin Bomi. Her father, the powerful chairman Jin Sung-tae of Yanghwa Group, appears on screen, speaking not as a businessman, but as a father. He makes a desperate public plea, begging for any awakened capable of curing his daughter's mysterious curse. The girl is being kept at the exclusive Manhwa Group medical facility, a symbol of their immense wealth. Inside, Jin Bomi lies in her hospital bed, watching her own father promise a fortune for her cure. Suddenly, a voice at the door breaks the silence, announcing that visitors have arrived. It's the SS-Rank Master of the Manhwa Guild, Seo Ye-hee, and the S-Rank Vice Master, Yoon Tae-ho. A genuine smile lights up Bomi's face as she happily greets her powerful friends. A staffer tries to block their path, warning them that the curse is unknown and could be contagious. But Seo Ye-hee isn't having it, giving a calm but firm smile that says they're going in no matter what. The staff member, outranked and outwilled, has no choice but to concede. Yoon Tae-ho looks on with concern, but Bomi greets them with a bright, if slightly forced, smile. She tells them not to make such sad faces, insisting that she'll get better in no time. She even flexes, reminding them she's a strong A-rank awakened, even with her mana out of whack. Tae-ho immediately backs her up, hyping her as the undisputed ace of their raid team. Ye-hee joins the teasing, pinching Bomi's cheeks and complimenting how pretty she is even without makeup. Tae-ho agrees enthusiastically, calling her a natural celebrity among the raid members. But he crosses a line, joking that Bomi isn't like Ye-hee, who's always late for raids and gets a swift chop to the head for his trouble. Bomi keeps her smile plastered on, gently asking for privacy so she can change. Ye-hee and Tae-ho immediately play along, using an upcoming raid as their own excuse to leave. With bright waves and promises to return, they say their goodbyes. The heavy hospital room door clicks shut behind them, and the moment she's alone, her brave facade shatters into a violent, blood-soaked coughing fit. Outside, her friends stand in grim silence, having heard it all. Her name is a heavy whisper on Ye-hee's lips. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Manhwa Guild, a new visitor arrives. A man walks with purpose across the guild's emblem on the lobby floor. It's Kang Shin-hyuk, looking cool and confident as he steps forward. The receptionist recognizes his name, asking if he's the healer they were expecting. Shin-hyuk calmly admits he doesn't have a license, but states with absolute certainty that he can cure Jin Bomi. The bold claim snaps a purple-haired man out of his professional calm, who grabs Shin-hyuk, demanding to know if he's serious. This is Jung-hoon, an A-rank awakened, and Shin-hyuk's mind clicks. He knows this man by reputation. He remembers him from his past life as the Machine, a skilled and fiercely loyal fighter for the Manhwa Guild. Jung-hoon explains his desperation, having seen too many frauds, before begging Shin-hyuk to perform a miracle. And Shin-hyuk knows this isn't just talk. In the original timeline, Bomi's death turned this man into a ruthless killer of fake healers. Just then, Bomi's father arrives, also pleading for help, and Shin-hyuk simply agrees to start the treatment immediately. They enter the hospital room, where Jin Bomi looks up from her bed, surprised by her visitors. She greets them with a weak smile, asking if he's the Kang Shin-hwa she's heard about. But he cuts straight to the point, noting her mana flow is dangerously unstable, and she can only agree it's terrible. Shin-hyuk calmly explains that what she has isn't a medical illness at all. He already knows her full story. Jin Bomi, the A-rank daughter of the head of the Manhwa Group, she was a core member of the nation's third-ranked guild, fighting alongside its strongest members. More than that, she was a beloved national idol, adored for her vibrant personality. But during a large-scale raid, she was hit by a vicious and unknown type of attack. That single moment led to this mysterious illness, one that, in his past life, ultimately killed her. He suddenly reminded of a conversation with Nicholas Hagen, the other man who claimed to be a regressor. Nicholas had laughed about the butterfly effect, but Shin-hyuk had just brushed it off as nonsense. But the man warned him that one major event could create a turning point, changing the future he knew. Looking at Bomi, who simply wishes she could go on adventures again, he feels the true weight of that risk. He makes his decision. Saving this one girl won't create a major turning point in history. Watched by her anxious father and bodyguard, he gently helps the frail A-ranker sit up for her treatment. This condition, considered an incurable disease in this era, was actually a mana circulation disorder. It's a terrifying ailment where an awaken's own immense power, unable to flow, becomes a deadly poison. But Shin-hyuk knows the truth. What she brought back from the dungeon wasn't a disease, but a curse. To demonstrate the cure, he turns to her bodyguard, Jung-hoon, and asks for his hand. The moment their hands clasp, pure mana floods into the A-ranker, who reels in shock at this emission-type ability. Shin-hyuk grins, holding up a bottle and explaining he'll treat her with a special potion mixed with his saliva. Her father and Jung-hoon are absolutely horrified. What kind of bizarre, ridiculous treatment method is this? But Bomi, having been deceived so many times before, simply smiles, willing to try anything to keep hope alive. With a heavy dose of skepticism, Jin Bomi stares at the simple water bottle in her hands. But with nothing left to lose, she drinks, and instantly, her eyes fly open in shock. She can feel it, an unbelievably pure mana surging through her, cleansing her corrupted mana lines. She finishes the entire bottle, a profound silence filling the room as the energy settles. Tears stream down her face as a single, miraculous thought hits her. The constant, agonizing pain is gone. Shin Hyuk just smiles, casually declaring the treatment complete. Bomi looks down at her hands, no longer gnarled and useless, but perfectly healthy. Overcome with joy, she leaps from her wheelchair and tackles him in a hug, calling out the name Kang Shinhwa. She sobs into his shoulder, thanking him again and again for freeing her from the terror she'd been living in. At that exact moment, her father and Jung-hoon burst in, absolutely stunned and overjoyed to see her standing on her own 2 feet. The room explodes into a chaotic pile of overwhelming joy and relief. The news of the miracle spreads like a shockwave through the entire Manhwa Guild building. Guildmaster Seo Yehi and Vice Master Yoon Taeho can hardly believe the announcement. A warm smile spreads across Yehi's face, thinking only of her friend's recovery. Then it clicks, she connects the name Kang Shinhwa to the rumored F-rank who soloed a C-rank dungeon. Taeho thinks it's impossible, but Yehi calmly reminds him they're witnessing a miracle. She realizes this mysterious healer is an irregular who will spark a guild recruitment war. Wasting no time, they both rush off to see Bomi with their own eyes. They're greeted by a beaming Bomi, surrounded by her equally overjoyed friends. Her father, Jin Sungtae, raises a glass, a look of profound satisfaction on his face. Chairman Jin Sungtae approaches our hero, offering him a celebratory drink and a chance to talk. Shin Hyuk remembers their earlier deal. The chairman was so overjoyed he offered a priceless B-rank dungeon. But thanks to his future knowledge, Shin Hyuk asked for a seemingly worthless E-rank dungeon instead. A long-term investment. With the pleasantries out of the way, Sungtae gets straight to the point. The Manhwa Guild wants him. Shin Hyuk is impressed. It's rare for a guild leader to make such a direct recruitment pitch himself. He knows Manhwa is the third-ranked guild in the nation, just behind the powerhouses Hongyeon and Cheongyeon. And unlike the other two, Manhwa has a reputation for clean operations, free of shady rumors. With a knowing smirk, he calmly accepts their offer. As expected from a major guild, the news of Jin Bomi's miraculous recovery spreads like wildfire. Now, walking the streets, he can't escape the whispers about the mysterious healer who turned down a full-time contract. And as he walks, a couple of guys nearby do a double-take. He looks exactly like the photo from the news. But Shin Hyuk pays them no mind, searching the back alleys for a specific workshop he knows from the future. He finally finds the place, stepping into a dimly lit, forgotten corner of the city. Inside, a delivery man is dropping off a crate of vodka, grumbling about the old drunk who lives there. He's shocked to see a visitor, wondering who would possibly come looking for this washed-up eccentric. Shin Hyuk directly addresses the old man by his full name, Hwang Sok, Cheol, the master suit craftsman. He then describes a theoretical suit design the craftsman had only ever imagined, leaving the old man speechless. Suk Cheol scoffs, dismissing the idea as impossible for an amateur, claiming the materials alone would cost 3 pure-dimensional stones. He holds up 3 fingers mockingly, only for Shin Hyuk to casually place 3 massive, flawless purple gems on the table. The old craftsman's eyes go wide in disbelief. These aren't just pure, they're top grade. Shin Hyuk leans in, stating that good equipment is the key to survival, a lesson he's learned the hard way. He asks if a month would be enough time, but the master craftsman just scoffs, his eyes gleaming with renewed purpose. A month? Half a day is plenty. And true to his word, exactly 12 hours later, Hwang Sok Cheol presents him with the finished suit. Shin Hyuk is genuinely impressed. He knew the old man was a legend in the future, but to have this level of skill so early on, it's unbelievable. He begins to suit up, feeling the custom-fit gear mold to his body, designed for perfect mana circulation and durability. The final piece clicks into place. This wasn't a purchase, it was an investment in his own survival, and the chance to test his new investment came far sooner than expected, all thanks to the influence of the Manhwa Guild. He stands before a C-rank dungeon, an opportunity they arranged for him to raid solo. They must think he's absolutely insane. But just as he's about to enter, a cheerful voice calls his name. It's Jin Bomi, running up to him in her own battle gear. She's here to support her lifesaver on his official debut, blushing as she announces her arrival to a slightly bewildered Shin Hyuk. Before they can even properly greet each other, her security detail appears, led by a man named James. He formally asks Shin Hyuk to look after their young lady, while his companion grumbles about where this scrawny kid came from. But Shin Hyuk gently turns Bomi down, stating his firm intention to raid the dungeon alone today. She's flustered, trying to explain that a C-rank dungeon is far too dangerous for a newly minted D-rank. He just grins, flashing a peace sign and making an outrageous promise. He'll clear it perfectly in 2 hours flat. Not giving her a chance to argue, he grabs a stunned Bomi and makes a dead sprint for the entrance. He launches himself into the dungeon's darkness, leaving her absolutely shocked at his incredible speed. James calmly takes the opportunity to explain that a dungeon of this rank normally requires a full party of C-rank hunters. His point is proven by the scene inside, a veritable army of skeletal monsters waiting in the gloom. These beings from other worlds, he notes, are fundamentally stronger and far more skilled in combat than their rank suggests. And unlike simple-minded beasts, these monsters are skilled warriors. They use tactics, traps, and even strange powers that mimic awakened abilities. James finishes his grim assessment, noting that this is an uncharted dungeon. Even he, an A rank, couldn't clear it in 2 hours. But just then, Bomi snaps her fingers, a playful glint in her eye as she asks if they should get going. She reassures a confused James, explaining there was no way they'd send Shin Hyuk in alone. His reckless solo request was only approved because she, an A rank, was supposed to be his support before he bolted. With a dazzling pose, she declares that the Manhwa Guild never abandons its own. She prepares to enter the dungeon, telling James she'll buff him so they can catch up. Meanwhile, deep inside, Shin Hyuk admits to himself that he went alone to test his gear and keep all the loot. But he suddenly stops, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he realizes just how far he's already gone. His eyes widen in realization. He knows exactly what kind of monster resides in this dungeon. And right on cue, a grotesque skeletal creature bursts from the ground with a horrifying shriek. It immediately launches a volley of sharp projectiles, but Shin Hyuk is already moving. He lands, only to find himself surrounded by a whole swarm of them, the C-rank bone spiders. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaps forward, delivering a crushing kick to the nearest one's head. He fluidly uses its body as a springboard, vaulting over another spider's scything attack. Its axe-like limb smashes the ground where he just stood, the impact shaking the cavern. The entire pack descends on him, a whirlwind of sharpened bone and furious hisses. But to Shin Hyuk, their frantic assault is just a blur, far too slow to even touch him. He vanishes from their sight, leaving the spiders to slash at empty air, utterly confused by his speed. Then, from the shadows, a different kind of creature bursts forth, sinking its teeth into his arm. He flinches, surprised not by the pain, but by their sudden appearance. More of these smaller, larval monsters swarm him, their numbers overwhelming. He twists away, realizing this must be the coordinated colony attack he'd been anticipating. He knows bone spiders are named for their tough hides, nearly impervious to physical attacks. But his analysis reveals these are just E-rank larvae, a much weaker variant. Even so, the sheer number of them is ridiculous, a chittering tide of bone and teeth. Individually, they're weak, but grouped up like this, they become a serious threat. This is exactly why parties usually bring a mage for wide-area bombardment. But a feral grin spreads across Shin Hyuk's face. He's never been a common case. Instead of a roar of aggression, the monsters let out a shriek of pure terror. Shin Hyuk wades into the swarm, casually shattering their hides with simple strikes. He realizes this is the perfect chance to test his new suit, deciding to push his speed to the limit. Their so-called tough carapaces might as well be made of glass before his fists. In the blink of an eye, the swarm is cleared, revealing a much larger bone spider, and it's completely stunned. His suit hums with power as he addresses the creature, knowing it's used this very tactic to overwhelm countless others. But it never expected someone to dive in solo, did it? His confident smirk says it all. The time for defense is over. His eyes blaze as he declares it's his turn to attack. Mana coils around his fist as he explodes forward, closing the distance instantly. And with a thunderous crack, his punch connects, sending a shockwave through the monster's entire body. The beast shrieks as Shin Hyuk shatters its scythe-like legs with a powerful kick. He vaults off the collapsing limbs, a battle cry ripping from his throat as he soars through the air. The bone spider can only watch in horror as its entire body begins to fracture and implode. With a final, triumphant smirk, Shin Hyuk prepares to deliver the finishing blow. But he stops, a memory surfacing of this dungeon's dark history. The bone spider was feared. Yes, but another monster claimed the most lives. A silent killer that struck from the shadows. Suddenly, a glowing blue arrow whistles through the air and slams into the ground near him. From the darkness emerges a B+ rank skeleton archer, its empty sockets fixed on its target. This isn't just a physical attack. The arrow is imbued with a skill known as the Bow of Fear. His eyes widen in alarm as he feels it reacting with his own mana, a terrifying skill called Mana Burn. The deadly energy of mana combustion surges through Shin Hyuk's body. It's a vicious skill, designed to inflict agony, as if one's very blood is boiling. The skeletons cackle, eagerly anticipating the screams of their helpless victim. But their demonic pleasure twists into pure confusion because he's not screaming at all. In fact, he seems entirely unfazed, surrounded by their now useless arrows. He smirks, revealing that this is a special skill he's manifested, a gift from an old foe. With a flash of light, he activates his full-body steel transformation. He knows this form devours his mana, so he has to end this fight, and fast. Channeling his power, he unleashes the first chapter of his explosive fist. He closes the distance in an instant, his punch cracking right through the skeleton's ribs. Not content with a simple punch, he follows up with a double palm strike, blasting the remaining skeletons into dust. Meanwhile, two figures finally arrive at the dungeon entrance, hopping down into the cavern. Jinbomi is immediately on edge, realizing this gate is far larger than they anticipated and wondering where Xinhua could have gone. Her companion, Zippo, suddenly freezes, his eyes wide behind his shades. They've stumbled upon the aftermath, a literal graveyard of bone spiders and skeletons left in Xinhua's wake. Zippo is stunned by the display of power, but Bomi isn't celebrating. She thinks this is dangerous. A terrible thought crosses her mind. If he's truly unlucky, he might have drifted straight into the boss room. And the boss of this particular dungeon is a uniquely dangerous creature. Elsewhere, Xinhyok hears a strange noise, turning his head in curiosity. He stands before a glowing skeletal figure, having found that exact boss she was worried about. Xinhyok peeks from cover, a smirk on his face. He's found the sentinel of the boss, Kale. What a stroke of luck. Kale, also known as Elusive Kale, is the boss of this dungeon, notoriously hard to find due to its hidden lair. The key to finding him is this very sentinel, the only creature that can come and go from the boss room. He activates his eye enhancement, planning to mark the sentinel with his mana and track it back to its master. The skeletal archer pauses, a hint of confusion in its empty sockets as it senses something amiss. But it's far too late, as a mana-charged fist descends with a crunch, obliterating its skull in an instant. Xinhyok stands over the shattered bones, dryly noting that its reward was a taste of his explosive fist. His eyes are drawn to an ominous, glowing crack in the cavern wall, the hidden entrance to Kale's room. He remembers his past life, the bitter regret he felt when he learned of Kale's defeat and its incredible artifact. But this time is different. He clenches his fist, electric energy crackling around him. This time, the title and the treasure will be his. Stepping into the hidden chamber, he finds himself in a cavern of pure shadow, where a lone, tattered figure awaits. The air itself seems to distort as strange. Crimson eyes begin to tear open the fabric of space around it. He's finally face to face with the hidden boss, Elusive Kale, meeting its gaze with a confident smirk. One of the disembodied eyes blinks open with an unnatural swiftness, materializing directly above his head, poised to unleash its power. A searing beam of energy erupts, forcing Xinhyok to leap back as the ground explodes beneath him. Suddenly, he's weaving through a storm of attacks as clones of the boss pour out from every portal. He grits his teeth, finally understanding Kale's true power is manipulating space to summon these copies. But how can he find the real body when he's completely swamped by the relentless onslaught? The clones synchronize, unleashing a devastating combined blast that engulfs him completely. Within the smoke, Elusive Kale gloats, certain that its true body is perfectly hidden. But emerging from the blast without a scratch, Xinhyok just smirks at the monster's little speech. He activates his eye enhancement, raw power surging as his vision pierces through the illusion. In a blur, he's already moved, pointing directly at one specific clone, shocking it completely. With a crazed grin, he reveals the monster's fatal flaw. He can see the flow of mana. Not wasting a moment, he uses physical modification, transforming his arm into a razor-sharp sword. He unleashes a devastating whirlwind of slashes, tearing through the entire clone army. The skeletal copies crumble into dust and bone, their forms dissolving into nothing. With the boss seemingly defeated, his mind turns to his real objective, the artifact. But just as he lets his guard down, a bony hand clamps onto his face. The real fight isn't over. The skeletal boss laughs, thanking him for unlocking its true potential as its shattered body begins to regenerate. From the sidelines, Zippo and his companion can only stare in disbelief. The blonde woman cries out his name, her voice filled with sudden panic. With a surge of dark energy, the bony fragments violently reassemble. Its form knits back together, stronger and more menacing than before. Now fully reformed, it casually bats aside Xinhyok's desperate strike with a clang. He realizes with dawning horror this is the start of the boss's second phase. The monster mocks him, asking if he really thought he had won so easily. And with a single crushing blow, It sends Shin Hyuk staggering backward, completely overwhelmed. The monster reflects internally, admitting that humans are surprisingly strong. Their cleverness and persistence were always an issue. It remembers a time when a certain human fighter saw right through its techniques. Even its so-called invincible clone ability was unraveled, and that human wore such a smug, confident smile while doing it. But that smile didn't last long. Just minutes later, it twisted into a pathetic look of sheer terror. Then came the change, its own awakening. It could no longer create clones, but its body was reborn with overwhelming strength and speed. It clenches its fist, convinced that its victory was always assured through sheer, overwhelming power. The monster hears a satisfying crackle, a sound it loves until a flicker of confusion hits. Shin Hyuk asks if it's strange that instead of his head breaking, the monster's own hand is crumbling to pieces. The skeletal creature recoils in disbelief, its arm completely shattered from the impact. A powerful blue aura begins to surge from Shin Hyuk's legs, before erupting around his entire body as he finally lets loose. He unleashes a devastating blow that sends the monster flying back with a sickening crunch. Standing over the defeated creature, he brings up its official B+ rank. He's just a D rank, he says with a grin, but with the steel flower he might as well be an AA. Shin Hyuk mocks the creature's disbelief, practically reading its mind. The monster can only lie there, wondering how a mere D rank suddenly became so powerful, so predictable. With a wicked grin, he offers to answer that burning question. The secret to his power? He chalks it up to good old experience and seniority. Hearing this, the skeletal monster can only grit its teeth in pure, unadulterated rage. But Shin Hyuk feels his own power beginning to crack. His steel transformation is reaching its limit. He's on a timer now, vowing to crush this thing before his body gives out. Just as he prepares to strike, a familiar voice cries out his name from high above. His battle focus is shattered, as he's forced to catch his falling companion. Unfortunately, her landing is less than graceful, smashing him into the ground as she frantically apologizes. Shin Hyuk tries to play it cool, muttering that he was fine, right up until a moment ago. But her panicked scream snaps him back to reality. The skeletal monster is back on its feet, looming right behind them. Just as it prepares to strike, his companion takes charge, conjuring a massive sphere of golden energy. She leaps in front of Shin Hyuk, vowing to protect him as Zippo gawks at her incredible mana output. With fierce determination, she announces she's hitting the monster with her maximum firepower. Before anyone can even process what's happening, the skeletal monster begins to crack and crumble. In a flash of light, the once terrifying boss is completely obliterated, shattering into a pile of bones. She and Zippo can only stare at the remains, shocked by the sheer, overwhelming power she just unleashed. Shin Hyuk just gives her a sly grin, as if this was all part of his master plan. She can only stare back, completely dumbfounded by what just happened. Elsewhere, Zippo frantically reports to his father that the raid was cleared in just 1 hour. Shin Hyuk simply turns to leave, his feet glowing with a strange purple energy. His blonde companion watches him go, explaining on the phone how their support team was utterly useless. She can't take her eyes off him, a blush creeping across her face as he walks away. With newfound admiration, she gushes that he's the incredible talent their guild desperately needs. But Shin Hyuk couldn't care less, already thinking about the real reason for his success. Alone at last, he pulls out a shimmering necklace, the unique artifact, Kale's Chaos. This A-grade artifact was the entire reason he risked tackling the dungeon alone. With a single command, he opens a rift into its infinite alternate dimension. He grins, testing its power by effortlessly summoning the massive corpse of the Bone Dragon. An unlimited inventory, he thinks to himself. The foundation for perfect solo play is now complete. He recalls how another Awakens stole this prize in his past life, but this time, he proudly claims it as his own. Finally, making it back to his apartment, the exhaustion from the insane series of battles finally hits him. He stumbles inside, reminded that even with his future knowledge, his current D-rank body is being pushed to its absolute limit. His eyes land on an old, dusty photograph from his days as a simple porter. But he shakes off the nostalgia, a determined smirk on his face. This is a rare opportunity, and he needs to focus on getting stronger. His eyes fall on the old photograph, and he wonders why it's just lying around. He sighs, setting it down on the table. He's just too drained for nostalgia right now. Needing a moment to himself, he grabs a cold drink from the fridge. But as he takes a sip, a bitter thought crosses his mind, just his luck. Suddenly, his senses scream, revealing a vision of 4 intruders waiting for him outside. He realizes with a jolt that they weren't just passing by, they were waiting for his return. His mind instantly connects the dots, and one name comes to mind. Is Park Do-won behind this? All his exhaustion turns into pure frustration as he crushes the can in his fist. The ruined metal clatters to the floor as his mana flares to life, ready for another battle. Lurking in the shadows, a hunter reflects on the nature of power in the world of the awakened. Meet Lee Chol-soo, a C-rank who believes rank is a lie. He knows that mana total is just a number, a resource waiting to be used. But if you can take out the user before they can even act, that number becomes meaningless. Ambush, poison, trickery, he calls it combat proficiency, the true measure of a predator. He sent plenty of cocky high-rankers to their graves, finding it far more profitable than fighting monsters. And this new target, Kang Shin-hyuk, doesn't even look that strong. He scoffs at the reward Park Do-won offered. With a sinister grin, he wonders which part of the boy he should carve out first. But as the crushed can hits the ground, Shin-hyuk explodes with mana, a feint to draw him out. Before the assassin can even process it, a hand is clamped over his mouth. He realizes with dawning horror that he was the one being hunted all along. Dark energy crackles around Shin-hyuk's arm as he tells the assassin there's one thing he truly hates. The so-called expert hunter can only sweat in pure agony, his world crumbling around him. Elsewhere, a sudden scream catches the ear of a C-rank awakened named Yoon Byul. It's the sound of a hand being crushed with brutal, overwhelming force. She turns to see another woman casually pinning a D-rank thug, wondering why people can't just leave her alone. The thug's brother screams in rage, charging forward to land a heavy punch. But she catches his fist with one hand, looking utterly bored by the attempt. The man's eyes widen in disbelief, as his full-force attack is stopped cold. A pulse of energy from her palm sends a shock through him. He realizes she's an emission type. Ah, a fatal miscalculation. He grins, thinking if she's an emission type, he can just overpower her with brute force. But brute force? Oh, she has plenty of that too, effortlessly hoisting the massive thug clean over her head. She brings him crashing down, shattering the very pavement beneath him with a single, contemptuous slam. His brother can only scream at her not to get cocky, but she just lands lightly, not a single hair out of place. He thinks he sees an opening, a chance to land a decisive blow while she's distracted. With a roar, he throws a punch with everything he has, aiming to end this right now. But she's already moved, weaving between both of them and mocking their pathetic speed. A brilliant flash of golden energy erupts, blasting the two D-rank thugs off their feet. She casually inspects her fingers, electricity still crackling around them, and asks if the feeling is electrifying enough for them. On the ground, paralyzed by the attack, the thug's eyes widen in sheer terror. He recognizes it. This is Lightning Bullet, the power of the SS ranker. Namina. She smiles, almost flattered by the recognition, as golden power gathers in her palm, ready to give him a real demonstration. But instead of finishing him, she pivots and sends a street lamp flying with a devastating kick. From the sidelines, her subordinate Yoon Byul sighs, noting her boss's battle-hungry nature is as strong as ever. Suddenly, that very same lamppost comes crashing down, right on top of her. Namina yells a warning, but Yoon Byul is already a blur of motion, launching herself skyward. She lands with perfect grace atop another pole, completely unfazed by the sudden test. A smug grin spreads across Namina's face. Her subordinate's mobility skills are clearly top-notch. With the warm-up over, they walk through a quiet neighborhood, confirming they've arrived at their destination. Namina asks about their target, Kang Shin-hwa, and the strange, short-term contract he signed. She lights a cigarette, musing that everything about this man is a complete mystery. He cured an incurable patient and soloed a dungeon as a mere F-rank, and Yoon Byul can see her boss is getting very, very interested. She smirks, admitting to herself that while she's on the fast track, this Kang Shin-hwa is in a league of his own. A super rookie with his kind of potential is a prize her organization must secure, even if it requires a bold move. Yet, his reported feats are so absurdly unrealistic that she's still plagued by a sliver of doubt. Tossing her cigarette, she resolves that there's only one way to be sure. She has to see his power for herself. But just as she makes up her mind, a sudden violent crash echoes through the alleyway, catching both women off guard. They look down to see a man's body has been slammed into the ground right at their feet with incredible force. The broken figure groans, managing to curse Kang Shin-hwa's name as his consciousness fades. Namina and Yoon Byul peer over the edge, absolutely stunned by this bizarre delivery. Yoon Byul immediately recognizes the crumpled form. It's Lee Chol-soo, the notorious C-rank boss of the Black Hunter Guild. A flicker of excitement crosses Namina's face as she peeks around the corner, sensing an opportunity. She can hardly believe her eyes, asking if the guy over there is really Kang Shin-hwa or if he's just filming a movie. Yoon Byul, just as stunned, confirms that yes, that's their guy, leaving Namina at a loss for words. They watch as he masterfully combines a strength enhancement talent with his explosive fist, an emission-type skill. He's not just powerful, but also incredibly agile, effortlessly dropping another thug with a devastating blow. And then she sees a metallic sheen on his skin as he blocks a strike, a different kind of power altogether. A wide, excited grin spreads across Namina's face as she realizes this isn't an innate ability. She's certain now. This kid is an unbelievable super rookie, the real deal she's been looking for. With the fight over, she calmly steps forward, asking him to confirm if he is indeed Kang Xinhua. He affirms his identity, but his eyes are sharp, recognizing the KSA insignia and wondering what they're doing here. Namina cuts right to the chase, introducing herself as the director of the KSA's Seoul branch, here to scout him. She offers him a spot in the KSA, promising a signing bonus beyond anything a normal rookie could dream of. He smirks, amused by her direct approach, while internally acknowledging the weight of the offer. The KSA, the nation's elite guild, scouting a mere D rank is an unprecedented move. He imagines how his past self, or any ordinary awakened, would be moved to tears by such a life-changing proposal. Namina sweetens the deal even further, promising to fulfill any special conditions he might have. But Kang Shin-hyuk politely declines. He has no interest in being tied down to any organization. Having returned home, he lets out a heavy sigh, the day's events finally catching up to him. He collapses onto the floor, completely drained from the constant fighting and unexpected encounters. Lying there, he reflects on how the Great Cataclysm empowered humans but also amplified their malice. He knows his future actions will draw even more attention, and he needs to get strong and rich enough to handle it all. He needs to consider all types of enemies, especially pesky ranged fighters like Namina, who love to chip away from a distance. What if he had to face an awakened, who could completely control the battlefield from afar? Just running a quick simulation in his head is exhausting. His close-quarters style has a glaring weakness. He needs a countermeasure, and then, a memory from his past life sparks an idea. The magic ball. It was a simple artifact, a sphere that could be controlled by infusing it with mana. Most considered it a failure because infusing external objects with mana was incredibly inefficient. In his past life, it was nothing more than a children's toy, a forgotten piece of junk. But Shin-hyuk is different. His physical modification allows him to store mana directly in his organs. He's a walking battery with a super regeneration rate that puts mana potions to shame. His total mana pool might be small, but with that recovery speed, this forgotten toy could become a terrifying weapon. He knows exactly where to find it. Red Zone, Abandoned Mine #78. Without a moment's hesitation, he channels raw power into his legs, activating strength enhancement. His muscles coil, crackling with blue energy, ready to unleash explosive speed. And then he's gone, a silent blur leaping across the moonlit rooftops of the city. Arriving deep inside the desolate mine, he scans his surroundings. The mana signature should be close. There, a faint pulse. He reaches out, his own mana lashing out to unearth the source from the rubble. With a wicked grin, he pulls his prize from the ground, the unassuming golden sphere from his memories. The appraisal confirms it. The magic ball, a powerful A-grade artifact that even possesses its own consciousness. A sentient weapon? This is even better than he remembered. He decides they should try syncing up right away. He begins to practice, tossing the ball, feeling its weight and response as the first bond forms. As he channels his energy, the magic ball hums to life, a conduit for his mana. With a powerful roar, he hurls the sphere forward, commanding it to sync with his will. The result is a deafening explosion that rips through the cavern wall with ease. He smirks, thoroughly impressed with the A-grade artifact's destructive potential. But his satisfaction is cut short by a voice from the shadows, mocking the little rat who snuck in. His eyes snap towards the source, finding a pale, menacing figure perched over a pile of corpses. The man, Jang Seong-yong, an A+ rank awakened, demands to know who dares enter Black Cross territory. Shin-hyuk's heart drops. He recognizes this face from his past life as a top executive of the criminal guild. This isn't just some thug. This is a genuine psychopath who kills for sport, and he's staring right at him. Despite the danger, Shin-hyuk puts on a brave face, taunting the killer about how far his guild must have fallen. Jang Seong-yong responds by contemptuously crushing the skull of a corpse beneath his heel. He looms over the broken body, his aura radiating pure, unadulterated menace. Shin-hyuk watches silently, his expression hardening as he gauges the killer's intent. The A+ ranker boasts that many who've insulted Black Cross have met their end at his hands, and Shin-hyuk will be no different. Realizing talk is over, Shin-hyuk braces himself, preparing to activate his steel hardening. But before he can even finish, a fist slams into his face with impossible speed. He's sent staggering back, completely shocked the man was too fast, impossibly so. Then he remembers a crucial detail from his past life. Jang Seong, Yong's unique talent is vampire. The killer is on him again in an instant, his hand blurring into a deadly chop aimed at his neck. Shin Hyuk just barely manages to get his arm up, parrying the strike away at the last second. Jang Seong doesn't let up, lunging low to the ground like a predator. Shin Hyuk is forced back, barely weathering a storm of lightning-fast blows. He realizes this isn't martial arts. It's the raw, feral style of a beast. Knowing he needs more power, Shin Hyuk activates his strength enhancement. He manages to block, but the vampire's acrobatic techniques, born from pure speed, are relentless. It's an overwhelming flurry, the signature vampire fighting technique filling his vision. Jang Seong smirks, enjoying the hunt until his arm is suddenly caught mid-strike. He can't believe it. The kid actually managed to keep up with him, but Shin Hyuk just grins, his eyes finally adjusted, reminding the killer he has 30 years more experience. Then, with perfect timing, he unleashes the explosive fist, a blast of power straight into the vampire's gut. But instead of folding, the vampire sinks his fangs deep into Shin Hyuk's arm with a savage crunch. The sheer force of the counter sends our hero flying, leaving the A+ ranker momentarily stunned. Before Shin Hyuk can even recover, Jang Seong follows up with a devastating sweep, slamming him into the ground and leaving him coughing inside a freshly made crater. With a fanged sneer, the vampire gloats that this is the true difference in their power. His face twists into a terrifying, predatory grin, relishing the one-sided beatdown. Lying helpless, Shin Hyuk admits it. This A+ ranker is strong, and he's still far from his past life's peak. The vampire effortlessly lifts him by the collar, a low, cruel chuckle rumbling in his chest. He leans in close, hissing that Shin Hyuk will make for an absolutely excellent meal. But just as he's about to bite down, reveling in the kill, a sudden sense of unease stops him cold. A cold dread washes over the vampire. Something's not right, this isn't normal blood. Before he can pull back, Shin Hyuk's hand shoots up, grabbing him by the face. With a vicious grin, he unleashes his hidden ace, toxification, a poison that targets the entire bloodstream. The vampire convulses, pure agony seizing his body as the venom spreads like wildfire. Shin Hyuk leans in, a grim challenge in his eyes, wondering aloud which of them will fall first. Jang Seong can only let out a silent, furious scream, his body betraying him. He reaches for his last resort, an A-grade artifact called the Rakkus bracelet, meant to purge any ailment. But in a flash, Shin Hyuk rips it right off his wrist, admiring his brand new prize. Just then, the vampire's backup arrives, shouting a warning to their boss. Shin Hyuk simply dangles the life-saving bracelet, goading them, asking if this is what they want him to use. With a cheeky grin, Shin Hyuk activates the stolen artifact, eager to see what it can do. The vampire's subordinates lock eyes, realizing this is the man who single-handedly defeated their boss. They waste no time, one transforming his arm into a monstrous claw, while the other prepares a lethal hell bullet. The red-haired vampire lunges forward with a furious roar, claws poised to shred him to pieces. But his blue-haired partner hesitates, confused by Shin Hyuk's casual, almost lazy throwing stance. He scoffs, confident that his blood bullet is far faster than whatever pebble our boy is about to toss. As the beast closes in, Shin Hyuk sidesteps the attack with almost insulting ease. The bracelet pulses with power, its mana supply now fully charged and ready to be unleashed. A golden beam of energy shoots from his hand, intercepting the red projectile mid-flight. The resulting blast not only cancels the hell bullet but slams directly into the charging vampire, sending him flying. The blue-haired vampire can only stare in disbelief as the golden orb ricochets, striking him squarely in the chest. Shin Hyuk casually catches the returning projectile, which chirps happily, proud of their perfect teamwork. News of this humiliation reaches the Black Cross group, where they learn a D ranker somehow defeated their A+ rank vampire. Their S rank powerhouse, Jong Man Chun, scoffs at the news, dismissing it as a fluke and demanding to be sent out. But the group's calm S+ rank tactician, Lee Chang-woo, tells him to stand down. Man-chun can only grit his teeth, knowing the rank difference between A+ and D is far too great for luck to explain. Chang-woo reasons that Shin Hyuk must have an antidote for the poison affecting their comrade, making him a priority target. And so, the group's leader, the SS-Rank Ju Cheon-ho, issues a chilling command: subdue him and take the antidote. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the storm brewing, Shin Hyuk finishes a training session at home. His mana is fully replenished. The test run was a success, and now it's time to plan his next move. He takes a sip from his phone. Wait, phone? Thinking to himself that this is going to be an interesting show. Over at the Manhwa Guild headquarters, a sudden showcase has everyone buzzing. Murmurs fill the hall. They can't believe a D ranker is behind all this fuss. Even the S+ rank guildmaster, Seo Ye-hee, and the S rank vice master, Yoon Tae-ho, are here to witness it. Tae-ho notes that if this is just empty bravado, Shin-hyuk will be ruining his own reputation. And as he takes the stage, she wonders just what kind of story he's planning to tell them. A woman in the front row cuts straight to the chase, asking what this showcase is all about. With a confident smirk, Shin-hyuk announces he's here to introduce a new item, a mana potion he personally created. The entire room goes silent, the executive staring in disbelief. A mana potion? Is he joking? The woman scoffs, explaining they already have the best potions that recover 50% mana, with secure production lines. With a confident smirk, Shin-hyuk corrects her there's been a slight misunderstanding. His potion doesn't restore 50% mana, it guarantees a full 100% recovery. The entire room is stunned silent. Vice Master Tae-ho can't believe his ears. The blonde woman laughs, calling it impossible based on current science. And Shin-hyuk agrees of course it would be, for any natural ingredient. He reveals this potion is made using his body's super regeneration, a power that shouldn't exist in this era. He gestures to the bottle, daring anyone in the room to try it out for themselves. The blonde woman accepts the challenge, and they all move to a training room to see if he's bluffing. To drain her reserves, she unleashes a dazzling and powerful attack. Flower style, Kalpa Flame. A massive explosion of fire erupts, completely emptying her mana and setting the stage for the real test. With a final cry, she unleashes her ultimate technique, engulfing the room in a fiery vortex. Shin-hyuk watches, amused by Bomi's flashy style, while his silver-haired companion observes coolly. She notes that a sorcerer's mindset shapes their magic, giving Bomi's spells a certain girlish aspect. Totally drained, Bomi stumbles, confirming her mana is completely empty, and she's ready for the test. Without hesitation, she downs the mysterious potion as the entire group watches, holding their breath. For a moment, there's only silence as her teammates cautiously ask her how she feels. Suddenly, her energy returns in a brilliant flash. She feels amazing, not even a little tired. In the observation room, a technician shouts in disbelief. The equipment readings concur with her recovery. Her teammates are speechless, realizing the main reason hunters die is mana depletion. This potion is literally worth a life. And with a confident smirk, Shin-hyuk finally gives his miracle potion its name, Elixir. The silver-haired woman's eyes widen. Elixir, this is a game-changer her guild absolutely must secure first. The chairman of the Manhwa Guild steps forward with a predatory grin, acknowledging he's impressed and ready to talk numbers. And just like that, a deal is struck. 2 billion for the first bottle, and an exclusive contract for half of all future production. The news spreads like wildfire, and soon the name, Kang Shin-hyuk, is on the lips of every major player in the awakened world. But the man himself is blissfully unaware, waking up from the best sleep he's had in ages. He checks his phone to find a message from the Manhwa Guild, scheduling him for a raid at the K-1004 dungeon. Wait, K-1004? A sly smile creeps across his face as he remembers something crucial from his past life. That dungeon contains the ingredients for the stimulus potion, an enhancement item that won't even exist for years. It was a revolutionary concoction that allowed Awakened to push past their limits, gaining more loot and experience. And K-1004 is also the only place to find the Flower of Transcendence, an ingredient that enhances the mind itself. A flower that enhances the mind, sharpening memory and computational ability to a razor's edge. These dimensional flowers are a total gamble, blooming randomly from monsters altered by dimensional energy. Some grant incredible skills, while others are less helpful. He has a very distinct memory of his friend Shinhwa forcing him to test one. That time, he got lucky with a flower of abundance, but this time, he's not leaving anything to chance. He knows the K-1004 dungeon is rated A+, but its boss is on another level entirely a monstrous SS-Rank threat. Even with their strongest member, the S+ ranker Seo Ye-hee, the Manhwa Guild could suffer heavy losses if they rush in. A quick search confirms his suspicions. Just as expected, the dungeon remains unconquered. It's his for the taking. He grins, his 5-6-year-old cunning perfectly suited to this new life. He won't miss a single opportunity. But then, a more serious thought surfaces. What about Nicholas Hagen, the mastermind who prepared for the great catastrophe? If he regressed, is it possible that his greatest adversary from the future is already here, moving in the shadows? A quick search for the name Nicholas Hagen yields far too many results. He sighs, rubbing his eyes. Honestly, if Nicholas were here, he could just hand off the world-saving duties and retire. But there's no need to rush. It's only been a week, and with 32 years until the real catastrophe, his old rival will show up eventually. For now, there's a much more pressing matter at hand. He needs money. Suddenly, he's hit with the memory of an outrageous contract that Nicholas once forced on him, a contract delivered with a sinister grin, practically twisting his arm into signing away his future. But instead of anger, a brilliant, greedy idea sparks in his mind. He's going to be rich. Hell put Nicholas' own exploitative methods to work, starting with some clever real estate investments. His first stop is a place he knows all too well, the desolate ruins near GJ Station. This is the instant death fog zone, a creeping miasma that dissolves any living thing it touches. Shin Hyuk knows this area is currently just an uninhabitable, worthless dark city. But with his future knowledge, he sees not ruins, but a gold mine he's determined to acquire. He leaps across the rooftops, quickly scouting for any buildings that are still structurally sound. As he surveys his future assets, a commotion down below suddenly catches his attention. On the cracked streets, two thugs are mercilessly beating down a lone, silver-haired individual. The victim pleads with them, insisting they've already handed over everything they had. But the thugs just sneer, explaining that it's much cleaner to let the fog handle the body. When the victim calls them demons, the goon just laughs, taking it as a compliment. Before another blow can land, Shin Hyuk appears in a flash, slamming both thugs with a palm strike. The attackers are sent flying, their smug grins replaced with utter shock and pain. He sighs, arms crossed. It looks like Hez stumbled onto a crime scene, and he just can't walk away from this. The thugs recover, screaming for his death as they charge forward with their blades drawn. But their attack is clumsy, and Shin Hyuk sidesteps with almost insulting ease. He grabs both of their heads, slamming them together with a sickening crunch that ends the fight instantly. Just then, he notices the deadly fog beginning to expand, a grim reminder that time is short. He turns to the dazed victim, telling them with a smirk to hold on tight. Before they can even process what's happening, he scoops them up and leaps away from the encroaching danger. Once they're safe, he points to their arm, revealing a dark mark they've been hit with a paralyzing poison. He chides them, noting how embarrassing it is for an awakened to be caught so easily until a name clicks in his mind. A memory flashes back to a man named Choi Ji-hyuk, a former colleague known as Father Choi, a rare kind soul in their world. The year is 2030, and the city of Sindorim is a war zone overrun by monsters. In the chaos, Choi Ji-hyuk shoves a young Shin Hyuk forward, telling him to run with the child, Shinhwa. He insists that Hell hold off the beasts, but Shin Hyuk knows it's a suicide mission. Choi doesn't hesitate, turning to face the horde alone, buying them precious seconds. He screams at them one last time to get the girl to safety and go. A younger, weaker Shin Hyuk struggles to escape, fighting off a monster while protecting the child. He glances back, panting, his face a mask of desperation and anguish. He can only watch in horror as Father Choi is engulfed, his final scream echoing in the ruins. Back in the present, a bittersweet smile crosses Shin Hyuk's face at the memory. The moment is broken as Choi Ji-hyuk panics, realizing the poison is finally kicking in. Holding the dazed man, Shin Hyuk muses that this power is a gift to save those he loves from their fated deaths. His mind flashes back to a warning from Nicholas Hagen, and about regression inflection points, moments where his actions could completely rewrite the future he knows. Snapping back to the present, he puts on a bright smile, asking Choi Ji-hyuk if he's hurt. Flustered, Choi promises to repay this Kang Shinhwa, completely getting his name wrong. Later, as the sun sets, a train rattles along the tracks. Inside, Choi gazes out the window, unable to get the name Kang Shinhwa out of his head. He recalls Shin Hyuk's humble request for repayment, just a single bottle of soju. A warm, uncharacteristic smile spreads across his face as he thinks about the strange young man. The next day, arriving at Dungeon K-1004, he's surprised to see Mr. Shinhwa himself, working among the porters. The Yanghua Guild raid party is stacked with elites, a pair of A ranks, an S rank, and even the S+ rank Seo Yehi, and then there's D rank Kang Shin Hua. One of the A rankers, Jin Bomi, cheerfully welcomes him, noting that this is his very first official battle as a guild contractor. She assures him not to worry, the dungeon rank is high, but they just want to see how he works in a team, not for him to be the main damage dealer. Shin Hyuk just listens with a calm, knowing smile. He's heard this kind of talk before. Jin Bomi then turns to the porters he arrived with, telling them to stay in the rear for now. But Shin Hyuk cuts her off, activating a skill and declaring that they won't be needing any porters for this run. With a confident snap of his fingers, he tells the baffled A-ranker that there's absolutely no need to worry about loot. A sudden manifestation of power leaves Jin Bomi and the porters completely speechless. He reveals a glowing orb swirling with dark energy, explaining it's an alternate space artifact for all-purpose storage. Jin Bomi can only stare, dumbfounded. She'd only heard rumors that such impossible items even existed. Even the S-rank and A-rank hunters are floored, recognizing the artifact as an unbelievably rare treasure. Seo Yehi just laughs, wondering how he keeps pulling out these impossible items, and concludes the porters just got a paid day off. Shin-Hyuk just gives a sly smile, reminding them that this is a dangerous dungeon, after all. The porters, of course, absolutely erupt in cheers, thanking him for the easy payday. As they enter, Shin-Hyuk notices the team is being overprotective, which reminds him of the Manhwa Guild's culture. He finds it amusing but decides it's probably time to ease their concerns and show them what he can really do. Meanwhile, Jin Bomi is feeling great about her spellcasting and turns to impress Shin-Hyuk, only to find he's completely vanished. In that same instant, a monstrous boar charges from the shadows, catching both her and Seo Yehi by surprise. But before it can land a hit, a massive, blue divine beast materializes to intercept the attack, shielding her from harm. Jin Bomi is left completely speechless, her own tiny fire elemental looking utterly pathetic in comparison. And just like that, Shin-Hyuk reappears, casually dragging a dead monster by the scruff of its neck. Jin Bomi's jaw hits the floor. She recognizes it as an A+ rank adult and can't believe he sawed it. He just gives a smug little smile, enjoying how much they underestimated him, as Seo Yehi examines the strange wounds. She asks about his special martial art, but he just plays it cool, leaving Jin Bomi completely speechless. In his mind, he recalls the technique, Explosive Fist, a martial art with 10 chapters, of which he can currently use 5. We see a glimpse of its power. Chapter 1, Explosion, a single devastating blow. Back in the present, another beast charges, but Shin-Hyuk is unfazed, his mana still at a comfortable 70%. The monster bellows, enraged and ready to tear him apart, but Shin-Hyuk simply braces himself, mana crackling around his fists as he prepares to counter. He spots the weak point under its shell and unleashes Chapter 3, Madness, ending the threat with a confident smirk. Then, with a surge of power, he unleashes his true awakening, sending beasts flying. This is the ultimate technique he has access to, Explosive Fist, Chapter 5, Fist of Lightning Quake. The attack consumes everything he has, leaving him with 0 mana but a satisfied smirk. He stands over the last monster's corpse as his new party stares, utterly speechless. Of course, he didn't do it all alone. The raid was a showcase of perfect A-rank teamwork. Yoon Tae-ho directs the flow of battle, creating an opening and calling for Jung-hoon. The A-ranker roars, channeling his own fighting technique, a pale imitation of Shin-Hyuk's explosive fist. He drills down with a vicious screw punch, shattering the monster's tough hide. With the last of the creatures defeated, the dungeon raid is officially over. Jin Bomi checks the time, absolutely beaming they cleared it in half the usual time, all thanks to their new porter. But Shin-Hyuk is confused, asking what she means by cleared. He points towards the ominous gate, reminding them the boss monster, Bazat, is still waiting. Jin Bomi just laughs nervously, explaining that Bazat is an unkillable SS-rank monster. With a sly grin, Shin-Hyuk asks what they'd do if he knew a way to make it possible. The entire raid party freezes, their piercing gazes locking onto the D-rank porter. He knows it sounds insane. Bazat is the very monster that the legendary Manhwa Guild failed to defeat. But Seo Yehi and Yoon Tae-ho exchange a look. They're starting to think this man is full of surprises. Taking him seriously, she asks if he can truly do it, and what his conditions would be. He states his terms simply. Since it's a first clear, a special flower might drop, and he wants it. A flower. Seo Yehi ponders his strange request, realizing it must be an incredibly rare item. Jin Bomi lays out the logic. From a business standpoint, securing a raid route is far more valuable than anything. But Yoon Tae-ho voices the party's concern. What if the flower doesn't drop? Is he okay getting nothing? Shin-Hyuk just laughs, dismissing their worries with absolute certainty. Of course, it's fine, he knows what's coming. Beaming, Jin Bomi reframes the deal to fit their guild's policy. It's not a special condition, just fair distribution. With the terms settled, Shin-Hyuk takes charge, telling the party to recover their mana for the final fight. As the A-rankers pop open their potions, Jin Bomi turns to ask Shin-Hyuk what he'll be doing. A brilliant blue aura flares around him as he activates his own mana regeneration skill. He coolly informs them he'll be fully recovered in about 10 minutes, no potions needed. Jin Bomi and Seo Yehi are stunned. Each ability he shows is more unbelievable than the last. He's a true irregular. With everyone ready, he begins the briefing as they step forward into the darkness where the boss awaits. As they prepare, Seo Yehi sternly reminds Yoon Tae-ho to stick to the plan, calling him out for being an attention seeker. Jin Bo-mi can't help but laugh, reminding him of that one raid where he got a new skill and completely forgot the strategy. Shin Hyuk watches their lighthearted bickering, impressed that even now, their morale is unshaken, the mark of a truly elite guild. But the playful mood vanishes as Seo Yehi's gaze sharpens, focusing on the task ahead. She glances at Shin Hyuk, whose calm is almost unnerving. The entire raid hinges on him, yet he shows no fear. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupts as the SS-Rank boss, Bazat, appears, and the party charges into the fray. Seo Yehi takes a deep breath, steeling herself to face the monster that has defeated their guild's strongest teams. While modern enhancement suits offer incredible defense against most threats, Bazat is the exception, a creature whose raw destructive power renders armor useless, making any hit a fatal one. It's a terrifying reality. Shin Hyuk recalls from his past life the memory of being utterly crushed under its heel. And so the battle begins, with Bazat unleashing a cataclysmic strike that Shin Hyuk dodges with almost insulting ease. The others can only watch in disbelief. It's not that the monster is slow, but that Shin Hyuk seems to be moving in a different reality. It's all going according to his plan. Bazat's greatest strength is also its biggest flaw. Predictable, wide-area attacks. Jin Bo-mi is stunned, realizing he's practically reading the future, while Seo Yehi sees his earlier confidence was completely justified. But he's walking a razor's edge, constantly dancing in its line of sight to keep its attention focused solely on him. This perfect distraction creates the opening, allowing Jung-hoon and Yoon Tae-ho to rush in with a flurry of coordinated strikes. Seo Yehi seizes the moment, directing her divine beast to attack its flank, marveling at their flawless teamwork. With the monster completely occupied, Jin Bo-mi quickly downs a mana potion, preparing for her own part. Golden energy crackles in her hands as she begins to weave a massive spell, the Chaos Magic Formation. Seo Yehi realizes that thanks to Shin Hyuk's tanking, their main damage dealer is free to unleash her full power. Golden spikes burst from the ground, but Shin Hyuk weaves through them effortlessly. The entire area is now trapped within the magic formation, a grin spreading across his face. He instantly recognizes it not an attack, but a support-type debuff that's already slowing Bazat's movements. But the monster lets out a furious roar, ignoring everyone else to target the caster, Jin Bo-mi. The team panics. Seo Yehi desperately orders her divine beast to defend, but it's too far away. In a flash, Shin Hyuk activates Strength Enhancement, intercepting the deadly blow meant for his teammate. He gives a confident thumbs up, as Jin Bo-mi sighs in relief, telling him she knew he'd come through. He tells her not to worry about defense. To break this thing's tough hide, they need coordinated offense. Powering up his own mana regeneration, he tells her he believes in her, so just focus on the attack. Her eyes fill with determination. She will trust him completely and unleash everything she has. Jin Bo-mi unleashes her Chaos Magic Formation, trapping the beast in a cage of golden energy. With the boss perfectly restrained, Shin Hyuk pours all his power into a single, decisive, explosive fist. The impact is catastrophic, a blinding flash of blue energy that consumes the entire cavern. As the light fades, Bazat shatters into a million pieces, leaving the team completely speechless. Amidst the shimmering loot, Shin Hyuk plucks a rare item drop, a single, glowing flower. Without a second thought, he pops the flower of transcendence into his mouth and starts chewing. The effect is instantaneous. A sharp pain lances through his skull as new information floods his mind. His vision flickers, and suddenly he's seeing way too much information about his teammate. He immediately starts apologizing, flustered that he accidentally saw her height and weight. But Jin Bo-mi just stands there, utterly clueless as to what he's freaking out about. Meanwhile, a guild executive worries, wondering if he made the right call, leaving things to Seo Yehi. He paces back and forth, anxious about the timing they should be facing the boss right now. Just as he considers sending reinforcements, a notification buzzes on his phone. His eyes go wide in disbelief. The dungeon status. All. Clear. A wave of relief washes over him. That kid, Kang Shin Hyuk, is truly beyond all imagination. Back at the dungeon, the victorious team emerges to meet the waiting cleanup crew. Shin Hyuk activates Kale's chaos, and a massive shadow beast forms from the monster corpses. He casually tells the stunned porters to just handle the cleanup, their jaws practically on the floor. Knowing the grueling work they were spared, Shin Hyuk smirks, remembering his own porter days. Later, back in his room, he feels his body has recovered enough. It's time for the next modification. He focuses his power inward, beginning a radical modification of his entire digestive system. The recent dungeon battle flashes through his mind, a brutal reminder that he nearly died. He's done being vulnerable. The only path forward is to gain overwhelming, untouchable power. But the process is pure agony, a searing pain that doubles him over. He collapses in relief, as the system confirms the modification was successful, even bumping his rank to D+. Now, for a little test. His eyes land on the perfect object, a metal chopstick. Without a hint of hesitation, he pops the stainless steel into his mouth. He chews it up and swallows it down, savoring the unique flavor. And just like that, a new ability unlocks. He can now transform his arm into steel. A smirk spreads across his face as his arm morphs into a glowing, razor-sharp blade. He chuckles, thinking a flashy arm blade probably isn't something hell use often. Time for more experiments. He grabs some medillo meat, and the system confirms a high compatibility. A new skill activates, Tough Skin, hardening his arm with a scaly blue hide. Now this is useful. He notices even his teeth have gotten stronger. This ingestion ability is a game changer, but he needs more mana to rank up. An idea strikes him: the crystal boar. He remembers that Boss Monster had an amazing mana storage ability, even if its loot was worthless. A quick search confirms the dungeon is perfect for a solo raid, but there's a catch: it's owned by the KSA. The very thought brings back annoying memories of Xinhua trying to recruit him. Just then, his phone rings, and on the other end, a surprised Jin Bomi answers the call. Shin Hyuk is stunned, wondering what on earth she could want from him this late at night. He cuts right to the chase, asking if she'd act as his party for a dungeon license. She wants to know why, and he explains his need for freedom from the KSA's influence. This is a heavy request, though. Acting as his guarantor is a serious commitment she needs to consider. With the call finished, he collapses into bed, exhausted from the non-stop life of a regressor. His mana is low, and he desperately needs to rest up for tomorrow's plans. He's just about to drift off when a faint click breaks the silence of the night. Hanging upside down outside his window, a man with glowing red eyes has found his target. And this is no small-time goon. A pop-up identifies him as Park Sang-hyun, an A-rank awakened. But the assassin's perfect ambush is ruined in an instant. Shin Hyuk's eyes are wide open. The A-ranker pauses, surprised. This rookie's instincts are far sharper than he expected. Shin Hyuk was waiting. A surprise attack? How utterly amateurish. The assassin lands gracefully, smugly sensing the mana signature of his prey through the walls. He slips through the curtains, weapon in hand, taunting the sleeping figure he assumes is there. With a crazed laugh, he lunges, striking at the bed, mocking what he thinks is an obvious trap. But his blade only hits a coat hanger. He freezes. The mana he was tracking it was a decoy? Before he can react, a massive impact slams into his back as Shin Hyuk appears from the shadows. The self-proclaimed expert goes down hard, crashing onto the floor in a heap. Shin Hyuk casually dangles an invisibility bracelet, calling the A-ranker an amateur for falling for such a basic feint. Grabbing the assassin, he warns him not to judge by rank, and the man's bravado instantly shatters into a plea for mercy. Yet even as he surrenders, his hand subtly tightens on the hilt of his blade. With a desperate twist, the assassin unleashes his hidden technique, a palm flip meant to turn the tables. He cackles madly, revealing his true plan: his blade is a custom tool designed to rip and tear. But the tearing sound he expects is met with a metallic screech as Shin Hyuk activates his steel transformation. The assassin's triumphant grin collapses into pure disbelief as his ultimate weapon grinds harmlessly against hardened skin. Shin Hyuk grabs his face without a word and smashes him into the floorboards with contemptuous ease. Dazed and broken, the A-ranker can only stammer at the impossible strength he just witnessed. Shin Hyuk coldly tells him to stop acting out. He lifts the man's head, informing him he's still conscious enough to answer one simple question. Who sent him? The name Ju Chon-ho is thrown out, and the assassin's pained silence is all the confirmation needed. Just as he suspected, the mastermind is a top 3 wanted criminal with a massive bounty on his head. Shin Hyuk correctly deduces the assassin isn't part of the Black Cross group, but just a hired gun. The A-ranker flinches, his cover completely blown. With a glowing fist ready, Shin Hyuk mockingly asks where his pride has gone, threatening to finish him. Terrified, the man screams out his employer's name. Dark Forest, a notorious network of criminal guilds. Using the assassin's phone, Shin Hyuk smugly orders him to contact Ju Cheon-ho directly. The call connects, and Shin Hyuk immediately lays into the guildmaster, calling him a coward. Ju Cheon-ho ignores the taunts, demanding an antidote for someone named Seong. But Shin Hyuk just laughs, tossing out an insane price of 1 trillion won per bottle. Enraged, Ju Cheon-ho reminds him who he's talking to, expecting some fear. Shin Hyuk, however, is completely unimpressed, mocking the powerful guildmaster for his cowardly methods. On the other end of the line, Ju Cheon-ho recognizes his opponent's name, filing it away for a future clash. The guildmaster roars empty threats into the phone, but Shin Hyuk just smiles, casually telling him he's hanging up. With a click, the call is over, and he dismisses the rant as nothing more than annoying noise. But a sudden clank from the balcony reveals the assassin, Park Sang-hyun, trying to make a stealthy escape. A wicked grin spreads across Shin Hyuk's face as he watches the man he's not done with him yet. Before he can have his fun, his phone rings again, a panicked woman's voice screaming his name. News of the assassination attempt is already spreading like wildfire through the awakened community. He tries to calm the crying woman down, teasing her that she sounds like a broken hamster, and assures her he's fine. She insists he needs a more secure home, and surprisingly, he agrees that it's time to consider moving. She then changes the subject, informing him his special license was conditionally approved, but there's a catch: a sparring test. A sparring match. He mulls it over, finding the procedure unusually troublesome. He quickly reassures Bomi on the other end, telling her she has absolutely nothing to apologize for. With the call finished, he gets up for a good stretch. He supposes standing out was bound to cause problems, but decides not to waste energy worrying about it. His mind wanders to Nicholas Hagen, the other regressor, a man obsessed with calculations and inflection points. A sudden buzz from his phone snaps him out of it. He groans, thinking it's the KSA calling already, but the caller ID shows a goofy drawing. Oh, it's his father. Later, he arrives at Sinchon Station, a district completely taken over by the banners of the Hongyeon Guild. Alongside the silver-haired kid he saved, he marvels at the flashy display, admitting he never saw this in his past life. The bright lights prove too much for his companion, who flinches back, overwhelmed by the spectacle. The silver-haired kid tries to play it off, blaming the sunlight, but Shin Hyuk sees right through the excuse. He knows the truth. The boy, Choi Ji-hyuk, is a priest with a vampire's constitution, a truly tragic fate. The scene shifts, as Shin Hyuk warmly recalls the phone call, getting ready to meet his father. Soon, they're sitting together, sharing a meal and pouring some soju. Shin Hyuk smiles, thinking that these simple moments are the true happiness a regressor can find. His father, however, has been keeping up with the news, asking about all the rumors swirling around his son. He brings up Shin Hyuk joining the Manhwa Guild and even treating the chairman's daughter. Then he leans in, asking about the most unbelievable rumor of all, the mythical elixir. With a confident wink, Shin Hyuk confirms it. It's still under wraps, but yes, it was all him. His father is left speechless as Shin Hyuk explains that the official announcement will shake the entire world. His father then starts to lament his own slow progress, stuck at a measly E+ rank with no signs of a breakthrough. Shin Hyuk just chuckles, revealing that he himself is only a D+ rank, having just recently climbed out of F rank. The news hits his father like a truck. A mere D rank is behind all those incredible, world-shaking events. Their conversation drifts as they spot some members of the prestigious Hongyeon Guild nearby, living a life of privilege. His father can't help but sigh, admitting he's envious and wishes he could belong to a guild like that. That one moment of vulnerability, that flicker of desire. It's all the opening Shin Hyuk needs, a sly grin spreading across his face as he confirms his father is unaffiliated. He flashes back to his past life, remembering how he and the old man were a perfect team, a legendary duo cut short by fate. He knows the man's potential, and right now, he needs to build his own power base, his own independent force. Leaning forward with a bright, confident smile, Shin Hyuk decides to make his move, offering a proposal. But just as he's about to make his offer, a clumsy thug bumps their table, spilling a bottle. Shin Hyuk, trying to keep the peace, offers a quick and polite apology with a smile. The man, however, wasn't looking for an apology, scoffing that sorry isn't going to cut it. He gets right in Shin Hyuk's face, roaring about getting soju on his precious shoes. And there it is, a single, tiny drop of liquid on a gaudy loafer. Classic shakedown. Shin Hyuk is completely deadpan. Is this seriously happening? The guy clearly walked into them. Before he can even protest, the thug's crew swarms in, grabbing him and accusing him of causing trouble. They even grab his father, who looks on in pure terror, recognizing the mark on their clothes, the Hongyeon Guild. The other patrons whisper amongst themselves, knowing these men are just brutes who terrorize civilians. The leader leans in with a smug grin, demanding Shin Hyuk get on his knees and beg. But their threats only trigger a memory, a flashback to a time when his friend Shinhwa was cornered by the very same kind of thugs. Shin Hyuk's expression hardens, his patience finally worn thin by these young punks. He remembers the sound of his friend's desperate, terrified cries. He remembers the gang leader's cruel grin as he ordered his men to beat the boy senseless. The memory is a blur of vicious, unanswered blows. He remembers being frozen, forced to watch helplessly as they stomped his friend. But this isn't the past. In the present, shadowy tendrils erupt from the ground, ensnaring the thugs. With a chillingly calm smile, Shin Hyuk turns to his father, asking him to tally up the damages. His father can only stare back, utterly bewildered by this sudden, terrifying shift. Shin Hyuk strolls forward, his eyes locked on the remaining goons, ready to resume their conversation. The thug leader scratches his head, trying to play it off like he just made a simple mistake. But a quick flashback shows the absolute beatdown he and his crew just received. It was a one-sided demolition, with Shin Hyuk's fists landing squarely on all of them. Back in the present, the humiliated leader gets serious, pulling out a weapon to end this. He channels a surge of purple energy into his fist, screaming as he lunges forward. But Shin Hyuk calmly activates steel reinforcement, catching the powerful blow with his bare hand. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the tension, addressing someone in the crowd. The thug leader freezes in pure terror as he recognizes the newcomer, Mok Jinwoo, the SS+ master of his own Hongyan guild. Even Shin Hyuk is taken aback by this sudden arrival, while the thug can only gape in fear. Mok Jinwoo surveys the scene with a chilling smile, pleased to have stumbled upon Mr. Kang Shinhwa. Shin Hyuk, still mistaken for his father, cautiously asks why the guildmaster sought him out. Mok Jinwoo puts on a friendly face, explaining he wants to foster a good relationship and invites him for a chat. But Shin Hyuk isn't buying it, his expression shifting to a menacing grin as he demands an apology from the thug first. The beaten-up thug tries to play the victim, whining to his boss about the disrespect shown to their guild. Mok Jinwoo turns to him with a chillingly indifferent look, asking who he even is, completely deflating the thug's ego. He then orders his subordinate to give a sincere apology to the man he thinks is Kang Shinhwa. The guildmaster's eyes flare with a silent, deadly warning, making it clear this is not a request. Crushed by the pressure, the thug leader bows his head in defeat, forced to mutter an apology. As he watches, Mok Jinwoo's face falls into shadow, revealing a heavily modified, almost robotic arm. The friendly smile returns in an instant, but it's clear this charming demeanor is nothing but a public facade. Shin Hyuk watches the guildmaster leave, a silent and wary expression on his face. This man, he realizes, is a true psychopath whose monstrous nature reveals itself behind closed doors. Mok Jinwoo offers a smooth apology and hands over his business card, a legendary gold ticket for a direct meeting. Shin Hyuk accepts it cautiously, giving a non-committal reply as the man departs. Later, while having a drink with his father, he learns the Hongyan Guild paid for all damages. His father is still buzzing, unable to believe a D+ rank could have such power and a strange body-hardening ability. Shin Hyuk explains that rank is just a measure of mana. Neglecting skills can make anyone weak. His father is left speechless, absorbing this new perspective on the power system. With a smile, Shin Hyuk decides to change the subject, bringing up their earlier conversation. He asks his father directly what it is that he truly wants. His father is stunned by the question Shin Hyuk wants to recruit him for a team. The old man can barely process the words, stammering in disbelief. He quickly dismisses the idea, lamenting that he's just an E-rank, unworthy of being on the same stage as his son. But Shin Hyuk knows the truth. His father's true talent is simply dormant, crushing his confidence. He decides to give him a little push. He offers to show him a small shortcut, a way to unblock whatever is holding him back. Intrigued, his father listens as Shin Hyuk advises him to maintain a constant mana flow instead of boosting it all at once. The revelation hits him like a lightning bolt. How did he know? That's a desperate trick he's been using to compensate for his low mana. Shin Hyuk's mind races with visions of the future, seeing his father as the top-tier debuffer he's destined to become. He gives his father a simple instruction: practice this for a week, and let his mana recover naturally. With a knowing look, he assures him that if he does, he'll feel that it's going to work. And so, Shin Hyuk finds himself at the headquarters of the Korean Awakened Association, the KSA. It's a massive organization with the power to enforce regulations and arrest criminals, but not without its own internal issues. One of those issues, for Shinhwa at least, is the incredibly tedious waiting time. Suddenly, a woman named Yoon Byul rushes in, apologizing profusely for the delay. He complains about the absurd amount of paperwork he had to go through just to get in, and she can only agree that it's a bit excessive. Putting on a professional smile, she offers to guide him, saying they've been waiting. But as they walk, he notices her expression. It's strained, a completely forced smile. He knows she works for the famous Namina, a standout in every way. But Yoon Byul gives off a much different vibe. His train of thought is cut short as he's called by his full alias, Kang Shinhwa, and the man approaching them is none other than Lee Ha-sung, the SSS-Rank director of the KSA. Shin Hyuk recognizes the name immediately, a mysterious figure who rarely showed his face in the past. The director greets him with a surprisingly warm smile, confirming he's here about the license test. He even jokes about the KSA's frustrating bureaucracy, trying to put Shin Hyuk at ease. Our boy plays it cool, calling it a necessary process, but then he catches a subtle glow in the director's eye. A sharp headache suddenly hits him, and he knows instantly, it's a mental intrusion. This guy is trying to scan his mind, to peel back his layers and see his strengths and weaknesses. But Shin Hyuk isn't some rookie. He immediately throws up a thick wall of mana defense, blocking the probe. He then makes a sly comment about the sudden chill, but Lee Ha-sung just calmly agrees, completely unfazed. Poor Yoon Byul is completely out of the loop, genuinely wondering why everyone's talking about the cold. The director gives her a pat on the back for her hard work, his focus shifting back to Shin Hyuk. He offers a handshake, a seemingly polite gesture to end their meeting. But Shin Hyuk isn't falling for it. He channels his mana defense right into his palm as he accepts. Lee Ha-sung feels the impenetrable wall of energy and his smile wavers for just a moment. The probe failed. As he walks away, another agent is waiting, clearly eager for a report on the new prospect. She gets right to it, asking if his famous scan was a complete failure this time. He doesn't deny it, admitting the kid wasn't just strong. He knew exactly how to counter the ability. His colleague is stunned. For someone so young, he's displaying an impossible level of experience. Lee Ha-sung concludes that Kang Shin Hyuk is hiding far more than he lets on, speculating his porter job was just a cover. He takes a long drag from his cigarette, admitting that while his scan failed, he didn't detect any malice. For now, they decide it's better to just watch him. Forcing recruitment is off the table. Their curiosity is piqued. Meanwhile, the stage is set, as Shin Hyuk faces his C-rank opponent in the sparring arena. While his opponent enters the ring, Shin Hyuk appears to be just staring blankly ahead, but he's actually activating his clairvoyance, a smirk playing on his lips as he realizes he's being spied on. His vision pierces through the walls, landing right on Lee Ha-sung and his colleague in their observation room. Back in the prep area, Yoon Byul explains the stakes. Prove his skills here, and he gets his license for dungeon raids. She confirms he understands all the safety rules before sending him into the fight. Shin Hyuk casually stretches, confirming he's ready as his opponent is announced. A towering figure steps into the arena, casting a long shadow over the room. This is Hwang Jun-hyung, and wait a second, he's not C-rank. He's an A-rank awakened, smirking as he gathers his power. But Shin Hyuk is unfazed, his eyes already dissecting the man's posture, a classic long-range type. He knows the game plan instantly. Give this guy an inch, and you'll be buried under a barrage of attacks. This fight will come down to a single question. Who can control the distance? With both fighters squared off, Yoon Byul raises the whistle to her lips. But Shin Hyuk is already a blur, leaping aside as his opponent smirks, thinking this will be an easy win. And with a sharp shriek from the whistle, the test officially begins. Shin Hyuk closes the gap instantly, landing a heavy blow and calmly welcoming his dazed opponent to the match. Watching from the side, Yoon Byul is in disbelief. 2 whole minutes have passed, not the 20 seconds everyone predicted. The A-ranker is getting completely shut down, his pride stinging as he's relentlessly pushed back. He can't understand it. This rookie is predicting his every twitch, sticking to him like a shadow. Finally having enough, Hwang Jun-hyung grits his teeth and leaps back, deciding this isn't working. The sudden change in tactics confuses Yoon Byul. The long-range fighter is abandoning his advantage. Then she sees that he's charging an immense amount of energy, preparing a high-level technique faster than she thought possible. A massive energy wave erupts, but Shin Hyuk dodges cleanly, leaving the proctor speechless at his reflexes. But Hwang just smirks, revealing the attack was just a feint to force his opponent exactly where he wants him. He declares this was his real target all along, having lured Shin Hyuk in. But in a flash, Shin Hyuk is on him, twisting his arm back with a confident smirk. Thrown to the ground, the A-ranker tries to salvage his pride, preparing a wind cutter skill. But nothing happens. He frantically tries to summon his power, wondering why his magic won't activate. Watching from the observation room, Yoon Byul is speechless, but director Lee Ha-sung is already analyzing. He explains that Shin Hyuk didn't just hit him, he used the impact's recoil to strike a precise point on his gear, severing his mana circulation and causing a backflow. Yoon Byul wonders if it was a lucky shot, but the director dismisses the idea it was entirely intentional. He reveals Shin Hyuk targeted the mana lines, the body's energy vessels, to temporarily paralyze his opponent's skills. Director Lee concludes that for a magic type awakened, this kind of paralysis is a death sentence, and Shin Hyuk gives the A-ranker no time to recover, closing the distance in an instant. A brutal kick shatters Hwang Jun-hyung's visor, along with the last of his will to fight. The buzzer sounds, officially ending the match, as Shin Hyuk is declared the winner. Junhyung can only kneel in humiliation, a harsh lesson in his over-reliance on pure power. Yoon Byul approaches with a towel and a smile, congratulating Shin Hyuk on a job well done. Completely drained, he asks if it's finally over and if his license will be approved. She assures him it will be. But her expression turns serious as she watches Junhyung's colleagues help him from the field. She seems to be lost in thought, perhaps seeing her own potential downfall in his defeat. But as she reflects, we get a glimpse into her own past life as the legendary Shadow Witch, the Empress of Assassination. She was an SSS-Rank powerhouse who died in the final battle, having failed to find that one last piece of growth. A tragedy born from a system that stifles true potential. A system not unlike the very KSA she now serves. Back in the present, she tries to move things along, ready to escort Shin Hyuk and finish the paperwork. He casually sheds his armor, the intense fight now completely behind him, as they walk through the facility. Then he suddenly turns to her, remarking that the KSA must be quite different from what she imagined. Completely caught off guard, she can only ask what on earth he's talking about. He explains that while KSA agents have a purpose, they seem to lack the true joy of being an awakened. He gives her a word of warning. For someone seeking real growth, this place is a cage, a truth she pointedly tries to ignore. Back at his base, Shin Hyuk begins crafting a special item he calls Stimulus. It's a powerful combat booster made from a bizarre mix of monster parts, a recipe from 8 years in the future. Alongside it, he's also created a perfect elixir that restores 100% of a user's mana. In a world where hunters bet their lives on single-digit chances, these items are nothing short of chemical doping. He inspects the final product, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The purity is perfect. After a long night of work, a yawn escapes him, and his mind wanders back to the past. He reflects on the year 2020, a chaotic time filled with massive incidents and wars that shook the world. This reminds him of Nicholas Hagen, a fellow genius who always complained about this particular era. Nicholas would rant about how many talented individuals died, setting back his own grand plans for retirement. But the most cutting memory was Nicholas admitting that Shin Hyuk's past self wasn't even on his list of talents worth saving. Nicholas even had the gall to say Shin Hyuk was lucky he got recruited, only because so many better heroes died first. The memory of that damn bastard still grinds his gears as he furiously works on his concoction. But then, a thought strikes him: if his plans succeed, he might not even have to fight in the great catastrophe at all. With renewed purpose, he finishes his work, the magical mixture bubbling with a perfect, vibrant purple hue. He admires his creation, the first time he's made it himself, and the color is flawless. The mixture needs about 2 hours to settle, which is just enough time to order an enhancement suit from Old Man Huang. Stepping out into a dark alley, he knows this won't take long at all. He leaps across the rooftops, a silent blur heading straight for the master craftsman's workshop. Meanwhile, Hwang Seok-cheol mutters to himself about his dwindling supplies when he hears footsteps approaching and calls out a name: Marina? But his greeting is cut short by a blinding flash of energy as his visitor attacks without a word. But the supposed attack dissipates harmlessly in Hwang Seok-cheol's hand as he catches the blast with a bored expression. It seems this wasn't an attack at all, but a memory of a friendly visit from this woman, Marina. She praises his legendary skill, reminding him that her own grandfather believes he's at least SS rank. The old craftsman just grumbles dismissively before asking what business brings her all the way to Korea. She reveals she's here to meet someone, the extraordinary young man, Kang Shin Hyuk. This S+ rank awakened has heard whispers of a new elixir his guild is about to announce. Hwang knowingly clarifies she means the dream potion, the one that restores 100% of a person's mana. But she's not just interested in the product. She's here for the creator, representing the World Society of Awakened. Marina laughs it off, saying talent follows the money, not borders. A clear shot at the local Korean association. The memory ends as footsteps approach in the present, and Hwang calls out to the newcomer Kang Shin Hyuk, who has just arrived, leaving Marina utterly stunned. Marina can't believe her luck, finding the super rookie here of all places. But Shin Hyuk is even more shocked, accidentally calling her by name. She stops cold, her eyes widening. How could this kid possibly know who she is? Shin Hyuk freezes, realizing his massive slip-up. He knows her, of course he does, because in his past life, she was one of his legendary 9-road comrades, a memory that leaves Marina utterly baffled. He quickly backpedals, trying to cover his mistake by claiming he's just interested in overseas. Awakened, but his mind is racing. He wasn't supposed to meet her for years. Shaking off the awkwardness, he turns to Hwang to request another suit, making himself comfortable while the old master gets the details. Without another word, the master craftsman grabs his hammer and gets to work, the clanging of metal filling the workshop. But the silence between Shin Hyuk and Marina is deafening, as she stares at him with a predatory, calculating gaze. She leans in, informing him she plans to attend his guild's elixir meeting tomorrow. That's her official reason, she says with a grin, but she also has a personal one for being here, leaving Shin Hyuk to wonder what she's really after. Done with the games, Marina cuts straight to the point with a predatory smile, offering him a position with the WSA. Shin Hyuk can only offer a nervous smile, taken aback by just how direct she is. He already knows all about them. Of course, a global organization with deep, shady ties to the world's criminal elite. Seeing him weighing his options, she sweetens the deal, suggesting a trial run with a simple guest status, no pressure. He has to admit, she's a skilled negotiator. A guest status that sounds perfect. He agrees with a confident grin. Marina just laughs, saying it's her specialty to never let a good business partner get away. Then she leans in, her voice dropping, adding that she's just as good at holding on to a good man. With her goal accomplished, she bids a cheerful farewell to Grandpa Huang and makes her exit. Shin Hyuk is left behind, a cold sweat breaking out as he tries to process the intensity of her attention. The awkward moment is finally broken when Jung-hoon appears with a couple of drinks, thanking him for his hard work. Jung-hoon loads the precious cargo, explaining it's just for the safe transport of the goods. Shin Hyuk isn't worried in the slightest. He knows a pro like Jung-hoon can handle it. With a quick farewell, Jung-hoon drives off into the night, leaving Shin Hyuk to his thoughts. And what thoughts they are, he checks his phone to see a staggering 8 billion won has been deposited. He daydreams of his retirement island, a future that feels more real than ever after a life of constant struggle. Meanwhile, at a Manhwa Guild seminar, the room is thick with disbelief over an unbelievable announcement. Whispers fill the hall. An elixir that restores mana, developed by some D-rank nobody? It just doesn't make sense. Jin Bomi is stunned, realizing all the top 20 guilds are in attendance, while Seo Yehi looks on, amused. Bomi wonders why they're all complaining, but Yehi just smirks, explaining they're all just green with envy. Even the titans are here. Mok Jin, Wu of Hong, Yan and Xinjiang, Ah of Qiang, Yan, the number 1 and 2 ranked guilds in the country. These two are such bitter rivals. The fact that they're both here speaks volumes about Xinhua's influence. Jin Bomi is a bundle of nerves, but Seo Yehi just laughs, asking if Xinhua is under a lot of pressure. Bomi frets over the possibility of a mistake, but Shin Hyuk just calmly thanks her for the concern, saying not much makes him nervous anymore. But then his eyes scan the crowd, and his confident expression completely vanishes. He sees them faces he never, ever expected to see again so soon. Marina, Buke Woonshin from China, Ayla Blanchett from Australia, members of his old team, 9 Road. He knew they'd eventually appear on the world stage, but this is far too early. A premature meeting could complicate things for Nicholas Hagen, the man who brought them all together in his past life. He decides to stay away for now, quietly turning his back on his former comrades. It's time to focus on his own business as he steps up to the podium, ready to begin. The world's guilds, once skeptical, are now in a complete uproar, scrambling to secure even a single bottle. At the podium, Shin Hyuk is asked the obvious question, how did he create such a miracle? He calmly explains it's a personal talent, not something found or bought, but created from his own power. When pressed for more details, he cheekily tells them to focus on the potion, not the recipe. Before dropping a bombshell, he is the sole creator, and he is the only one who can ever make it. A complete monopoly. Meanwhile, Seo Yehi receives a notification through a highly secure WSA channel, one that's almost never used. The message is staggering. A VVIP has taken a deep interest in Shin Hyuk and has approved securing the entire potion supply. She's in shock. For someone who rarely shows themselves, the VVIP making a move is an unprecedented event. After the press conference, a smug Shin Hyuk is greeted by an ecstatic Jin Bomi. She joyfully reports that all 15 bottles sold out instantly, and she's already fending off the flood of meeting requests. She explains the sale went wild, turning into an impromptu auction on the spot. The final price tag for each bottle soared to 7 billion, putting his total earnings just shy of 100 billion won. For a moment, even Shin Hyuk is completely staggered by the astronomical figure, but he quickly recovers his trademark smirk and asks if the guild can give him an advance on the money. Seo Yehi steps in, confirming it's possible as long as the chairman gives his approval. She flashes a sly grin, however, making it clear that this special treatment will require some cooperation. Shin Hyuk casually agrees and then, in a blink, vanishes in a burst of speed. He leaves the guild staff completely frozen, questioning if they just saw a man move like that. Seo Yehi remarks that he's a true smooth operator, already dreading the recruitment war when his contract expires. And right on cue, a notification pings, confirming the transfer of his newfound fortune. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman named Xinhua makes a call, eager to discuss a certain enhancement potion. On the other end is Shin Hyuk, who quickly agrees to meet at the address she provides. He arrives at her place moments later, pressing the intercom and being told to just come on in. But the second he opens the door, he's greeted by a sight that completely short-circuits his brain. Xinhua, now sporting fox ears and a tail, playfully teases him, leaving our hero a blushing, stuttering mess. After finally getting dressed, she gets down to business, asking with a sly grin if he brought the item. She holds up a glowing blue elixir, marveling at its promise of a rank up with 0 side effects. But Shin Hyuk just smirks, presenting a tiny white pill and telling her to try this if she wants to see real power. Her curiosity piqued, Xinhua inspects the unassuming little pill, deciding to take the risk. The instant she does, an overwhelming energy erupts within her, her combat power more than doubling in a flash. She decides to get serious, revealing her signature move, Silver Thread, controlling a massive automaton. Shin Hyuk just smiles, playfully pointing out the massive gap between her S+ rank and his supposed D+. Xinhua laughs, but her eyes narrow with a dangerous glint, knowing that rank means absolutely nothing to him. She activates a device, explaining it's a generator that can temporarily suppress even S-rank powers. He thinks it's an excellent setup, but adds that if they're going to do this, they might as well go all out, unleashing a torrent of blue energy that shocks her. Her puppet attacks, but Shin Hyuk dodges with impossible speed, leaving her completely stunned. Unfazed, she sends the automaton crashing down again as Shin Hyuk prepares his counter. He meets the assault with a blindingly fast barrage of powerful strikes. Xinhua realizes their intel was wrong. They'd judged him as A+ rank, but this power is beyond anything she imagined. She watches his flawless strikes, realizing his movements are too efficient, too polished. This is real combat experience. He unleashes a powerful technique, then grins, casually comparing her to someone named Marina and warning her that she's about to lose. The taunt lands perfectly, and any trace of a game vanishes as Xinhua erupts with a torrent of raw energy. Done playing nice, she floods her automaton with power, its presence growing dark and overwhelmingly heavy. The puppet slams into him with renewed, crushing force, the sheer impact echoing through the training room. But he weathers the blow, reinforcing his body with steel-like mana, and a realization dawns on him. He knows these attack patterns. He's fought a simulation of this exact style countless times before. So when the puppet swings down with another devastating strike, he doesn't just brace for it. He lets the force launch him high into the air, a ragdoll soaring toward the ceiling. Then, twisting mid-flight, he uses the momentum to bypass the puppet entirely, appearing right before a stunned Xinhua. He closes the distance in an instant, grabbing the shocked Xinhua just as her own puppet swings in for the kill. But the metallic fist halts just inches from his face, stopped by none other than Xinhua herself. She catches her own puppet's wrist, a wry smile playing on her lips as she looks at him, completely unimpressed. He knew she would. Her main body was exposed, a fatal flaw he's exploited in simulations time and time again. She admits he correctly targeted a weakness she's been trying to work on. With a sigh, she dismisses her now tattered A-rank doll, the spar officially over. But then she drops the real reason for this meeting. Today was a test to see if he was qualified to meet a VVIP. Shin Hyuk's mind races, wondering if it's the head of the reclusive WSA or the powerful Elijah group. He recalls their suspicious passivity during the Great Catastrophe, but shrugs it off. A powerful customer is always welcome. With the pleasantries out of the way, Xinhua gets down to business, ready to negotiate for his enhancement potion. Xinhua starts the negotiation, reminding him he promised the WSA priority. He expected as much. Of course, there are conditions. His terms are simple. He wants to raid 2 WSA-owned dungeons of his choice, and she surprisingly agrees. Now for the price of the 100 potions he's secured for them today. He names his price at a cool 500 million won each, reveling in how easy it is to make money. With business concluded, Xinhua's demeanor changes, inviting him for a private drink at 3 a.m. Shin Hyuk freezes for a moment, caught a little off guard by the sudden shift. He smoothly sidesteps, suggesting they get soju at a street food stall some other time. She playfully asks if that's a date proposal, but he clarifies he just isn't a fan of whiskey. With that, he takes his leave, telling her to call when she's ready for his dungeon raid. Left alone, Xinhua can only laugh, thinking to herself that he's quite the iron wall. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk reflects on his past life's ultimate goal, the beautiful Krivia Islands. He slaved away for decades, saving every penny just to buy one of those islands for his retirement. And now, in the present, he's boarding a flight to Jeju Island. It's a small preview of the peaceful life he's fighting to reclaim. With some time before the big raid, he figures a short break is exactly what he needs. Leaning back in his seat, he hums contently, tapping his fingers on the armrest. But his moment of peace is suddenly interrupted by a tap on his shoulder. He turns around to find a very familiar face. It's Yoon Byul from the KSA. He casually asks what she's doing here, but she just stares back, completely dumbfounded. Noticing her pale, tense face, he asks if she's feeling all right. She forces a smile, claiming it's just a coincidence, but her expression immediately sours. His mind races. A KSA agent heading to Jeju looking this grim is a huge red flag. Then his eyes lock onto the device in her hands, a dungeon core energy detector. The implication hits him instantly. Is this a dungeon outbreak? He starts running through the possibilities, wondering if a dungeon's mana is going berserk. Looking closer, he spots the outline of an enhancement suit under her clothes. She's ready for battle. But he quickly shakes his head. This is KSA business, not his problem. He decides to mind his own business and just enjoy the vacation he desperately needs. Yet, as he turns away, he can feel Yoon Byul's silent, heavy gaze fixed on him. But just as he tries to ignore it, the clear sky rips open into a torrential downpour. He shrugs it off as unpredictable weather, hailing the first car he sees. Soon enough, he's arrived at the luxurious hotel arranged for him, washing away his worries in the pool. He decides that whatever is happening, it can wait. This is paradise. Taking a sip, he's impressed by the treatment from the Manhwa Guild, feeling he was born for this life. In his past life, he only saved and never spent, but this time, he's going to enjoy himself 3 times over. But while he relaxes, the situation on Jeju Island is anything but calm. Yoon Byul races across a desolate landscape, noting the situation is only at outbreak stage 1. An outbreak means a surge of dimensional energy, a major incident that can spawn monsters and new dungeons. The thought of a gate opening in the middle of the city sends a chill down her spine. She pushes herself to the limit. She's the best there is for stealth and swift reconnaissance. But back at headquarters, the situation is spiraling out of control. An operator's face drains of color as he confirms the readings. It's not stage 1 anymore, it's jumped straight to stage 4. An outbreak is about to happen. The urgent warning crackles over Yoon Byul's earpiece, and her mind goes blank with shock. She looks around in horror, realizing if these monsters pour out, the entire city is done for. A pink creature suddenly lunges, and her dagger grinds against its unnaturally tough skin. It's not just one in an instant, she's completely surrounded by a screeching horde. With no other choice, she unleashes a desperate ability, scattering purple discs through the air. They slam into the ground, and the monsters, a last-ditch trap against the overwhelming tide. With a click, a support agent activates a contingency, erecting a massive energy barrier at the dungeon entrance. It holds, but Yoon Byul knows it's a stopgap 30 minutes, tops, before this nightmare spills out. Damn it, if only their heavy hitters, Na Mi-na and Lee Ha-sung, were here to handle this. But they aren't. With no other choice, her mind zeroes in on the one person who just might be crazy enough to help. Meanwhile, Kang Shin-hyuk is finally enjoying a day off when his phone buzzes, interrupting his peace. But his annoyance vanishes as Yoon Byul's panicked voice details the situation. A stage 4 outbreak. He lets out a single, weary sigh. So much for a vacation. All he asks is, where is it? Tires screech as a car slams to a halt on a rough, unpaved road. Shin-hyuk hops out, realizing he'll be much faster on foot from here. As he sprints, he remembers this incident was covered up in his past life, which means a rare item, the Flower of Acceleration, is ripe for the taking. He arrives on the scene, boots hitting the dirt with grim purpose. Yoon Byul rushes over, relief and desperation clear in her voice as she calls out his name. Shin-hyuk cuts right to the chase, confirming he got the gist of the monster situation from their call. He tells her they'll figure out the rest inside, already sprinting toward the danger as she wonders if they can possibly be enough. And her fear is justified. As a C rank, she knows they're facing monsters far beyond her level. But there are no other options. He flashes a confident smirk, telling her not to worry, but first, they need to be clear on one very important point. He brings up the emergency law. Any loot obtained by a vigilante in an outbreak belongs to that person, not the state. She's way ahead of him, confirming she already secured permission from the director for exactly that. With the deal sealed, he tells her they'll discuss their approach on the move, giving her just 1 minute to prepare. He quickly explains that all monsters here are enhanced, like the hulking Tok'ra, and that's all they really need to know. He explains their bizarre weakness. Their enhanced muscles make it impossible to defend the nape of their neck, so that's their target. He clarifies their roles. Hell be the damage dealer, but she must deliver the final, critical strike. She's a bit taken aback, the full weight of her responsibility suddenly sinking in. Yet as she watches him, she can't shake the feeling that everything this man says sounds completely trustworthy. Her train of thought is shattered as she points towards the passage they'd blocked earlier. With a guttural roar, an A-rank enhanced Tok'ra smashes its way through the rubble. Shin-hyuk pushes her back, annoyed by these nasty things he remembers from his past, while she freezes in terror. He glances over his shoulder, catching the slight tremor in her hand as she grips her weapon. He realizes something he'd suspected before. Her mental fortitude is shockingly weak compared to her skills. If she could just find her inner calm, he thinks, she would become exponentially more powerful. He pulls out a strange golden artifact, smirking. It's time for this little thing to shine. Mana condenses within it, reaching its absolute peak. This is the perfect moment. As the hulking enhanced Tok'ra charges forward, Shin-hyuk winds up his arm. With a powerful shout, he unleashes the projectile. The golden blur rockets forward, aimed squarely at the monster's chest. The Tok'ra has no time to react as the artifact slams into it, unleashing a torrent of energy. A brilliant blue beam erupts from the point of impact, blasting clean through the A-rank beast. Yoon Byul can only stare, completely speechless at the raw power she just witnessed. The artifact arcs smoothly back into his hand as he calmly notes that more are on the way. He tells her they'll just deal with them in succession, as if it were nothing at all. With a triumphant shout, they leap down from the wall, landing among the fallen Tok'ra. Shin-hyuk immediately activates his skills, stomping down and snapping a monster's leg to create an opening. He yells for her to move, and Yoon Byul is already there, kicking another beast to the ground. She glances back, still a bit amazed, but he just offers a confident smirk. This is exactly what he wanted. Without hesitation, she unleashes a fatal attack, slicing clean through the immobilized monster. Shin-hyuk just laughs, mocking the creatures for having such obvious weak points despite their size. But he quickly alerts Yoon Byul as another, even larger Tok'ra emerges, ready to attack. The monster swings its massive arm, but Shin-hyuk ducks under the blow with ease. Both he and Yoon Byul pivot in perfect sync, using the monster's momentum to their advantage. And Shin-hyuk follows through with a brutal punch, his fist sinking deep into the creature's side. The beast stumbles back as Yoon Byul lands a devastating kick right to its face. She follows up immediately, channeling her energy into a final, lethal blow that tears the monster apart. Breathing heavily, she looks up from the carnage as Shin-hyuk casually gives her a thumbs up. He brushes himself off, barely impressed, muttering to himself about how annoying these things are. Yoon Byul can't help but compare him to Lee Han-yeol, the S+ rank director known for his raw, wild power. But where Han-yeol is a storm of brute force, Shin-hyuk's movements are brutally efficient, with absolutely no waste. The sheer burst damage he just displayed felt like it surpassed even the S+ ranker, and yet he's only D+. Wiping a bit of blood from his nose, Shin-hyuk decides they're done warming up and tells her it's time to head inside. She's completely stunned, asking if he really means to clear the dungeon without waiting for reinforcements. He just laughs it off, saying he cut his vacation short for this, so he's not leaving without collecting all the spoils. She's still reeling from the sight of him casually carving through A+ rank monsters like they were made of paper. Back in the present, Yoon Byul gives her assessment. The dungeon is definitely in an outbreak state. She listens intently to the sounds echoing through the ravine, judging that they're about to meet the horde. Her intel is chillingly precise. She's estimated over 1,000 monsters and confirmed a boss monster's presence. Shin-hyuk is genuinely impressed. To know that, she had to have gone deep inside and made it back without a scratch. With a confident smirk, she tells him that this kind of infiltration is her bread and butter. But her bravado is cut short as her body suddenly gives out, and she stumbles hard. He asks if she's okay, but she waves it off, claiming she just tensed up and will get an aerial view. Before she can even move, Shin-hyuk crouches, and with a thunderous crack, he explodes upwards onto a high pillar. She stares at the crater he left behind, once again completely mesmerized by his unbelievable power. From her perch, Yoon Byul confirms the grim numbers from her detection device. Over 1,000 monsters. Shin-hyuk realizes fighting them head-on is suicide and asks how many dimensional bombs they have left. They only have a few, but he knows it's enough if they use them to block the ravine's entrance. In a blur of motion, he leaps across the canyon, expertly planting the bombs at critical choke points. Yoon Byul is left completely baffled, holding the detonator and wondering what he's possibly planning. He tells her to step back, revealing he's going to channel mana through his arm to set them off himself. Before she can even process that, he tosses her a gleaming potion, simply telling her to drink it. He explains it's a stimulus potion, capable of boosting her power by up to 2.5 times for half an hour. Her professional demeanor shatters as she protests stimulant drugs are illegal and incredibly dangerous, But Shin-hyuk just grins, tempting her with the fact she'll be only the third person in the country to try it. He proudly declares that he developed it himself, leaving Yoon Byul utterly speechless at his audacity. Shin-hyuk casually reassures her that there are no side effects or addiction risks to worry about. It's insulting, he says, to even compare his potion to the cheap, illegal stimulants on the market. Seeing her hesitation, he sighs, telling her to at least keep it on hand for an emergency. And right on cue, that emergency erupts from the ground a swarm of A-rank enhanced Asura. These aren't simple brawlers, they're magic, casters whose power multiplies when they link together. Knowing he has to strike fast, Shin-hyuk activates a new skill, the Flower of Transcendence. His brain goes into overdrive, his enhanced senses calculating a path through the storm of incoming magic. Yoon Byul screams in panic as he charges headfirst into the deadly barrage, a seemingly suicidal move. But he just yells for her to focus on her job, and trusting him, she grips the detonator, ready for his signal. With a predator's grin, Shin-hyuk grabs the first Asura, announcing its turn has come. A golden shockwave erupts, and his counterattack begins. Yoon Byul can only watch in disbelief as he finds impossible openings in the magical onslaught. He moves like a phantom, his fist crashing into monster after monster with brutal efficiency. While she struggles to hold her ground, he's already a blur, yelling that they don't have time for doubt. Outside, the area is already cordoned off, with agents reporting that nothing has escaped the dungeon yet. The Jeju branch director, an A+ ranker named Song Seonggrim, arrives to a terrifying assessment. A level 4 outbreak is imminent. He knows a lone C-rank hunter like Yoon Byul would be instantly overwhelmed by the sheer scale of such an event. But the internal analysis is even worse. The monsters are all A rank or higher, a truly unbelievable threat. Gritting his teeth, Song Seonggrim gives the command for his elite team to prepare for battle. They're going in. But as the elite rescue team breaches the entrance, they're met with a sight that stops them cold. The entire cavern is a slaughterhouse, littered with the shredded remains of countless monsters. One agent quickly realizes this wasn't caused by a bomb, and it's certainly not Yoon Byul's handiwork. With no human casualties, they can only assume a massive support team of 20 or 30 hunters somehow got here first. The branch director is completely baffled. Who in the hell is she clearing this high-level dungeon with? Miles deeper, Shin-hyuk strolls casually through the wreckage, asking Yoon Byul if things are manageable. She just stares, admitting she honestly never thought the two of them alone could pull this off. He just smiles, explaining the monsters weren't organized, making them easy targets to pick off one by one. But she's more focused on his mana, wondering how his fighting like his power is infinite. He explains his stamina is just that high right as a system notification blindsides him. He's reached C rank? He can't help but savor it. A rank up that takes normal people 4 years, he's achieved in a matter of days. Turning to Yoon Byul, he notes that monsters have passed through here recently, wandering aimlessly. She finds this strange. Why would monsters be unfamiliar with their own dungeon's layout? Shin-hyuk explains some monsters are from other worlds, a future catastrophe only he knows about. But their conversation is cut short, as a massive surge of energy puts them both on high alert. Yoon Byul is terrified by the killing intent, but Shin-hyuk's eyes narrow. The master of this dungeon is finally here. He smirks, knowing this boss drops the flower of acceleration, and he's determined to claim it. He tells Yoon Byul to stay back and just watch for any other monsters that might interfere, because it's time for him to face the dungeon boss, the SS-Rank monster known as Exceler. He warns her not to get involved, as getting caught in the crossfire would be deadly. She can only nod in agreement. Shin-hyuk walks forward, steeling himself. Against an SS-Rank boss, a single mistake means instant death. But the creature that appears isn't just a mindless beast. It speaks, noting that it's finally in the right place. Shin-hyuk is taken aback. It's speaking the language of the Naz continent, yet something about it feels alien. For a moment, he even questions if he's in the right dungeon. This is not the boss he expected. As its third eye opens, Exceler repeats its strange claim, leaving Shin-hyuk to wonder what it could possibly mean. Then, his face pales with a sudden, terrifying realization. Before he can even react, the monster is on him, a blur of motion too fast to properly track. He barely twists out of the way, shocked by its raw power and speed. He spots the long, bladed tail and instantly knows its fists were just a feint. Already, he's analyzing its movements. Creatures with explosive mobility are unstable, a weakness he plans to exploit. His theory solidifies. A glass cannon like this could shatter from a single solid hit. Time to put it to the test. Pouring a full 20% of his mana into one fist, he throws a probing punch with everything he has. But the monster effortlessly sways aside, a smug grin spreading across its face as it scoffs at the little rat. Shin-hyuk isn't fazed in the slightest. He fully expected the dodge. And there it is as the creature rebalances. Its tail lags for a split second, confirming the weakness. He knows he can't win a drawn-out battle. He needs a massive burst of power, and he needs it now. The Exler just stares, confused by the human's sudden pause to drink a potion. In an instant, Shin-hyuk's eye flares with a crimson light as he prepares his next move. He flicks a tiny, glowing orb right at the monster's face. The creature plucks it from the air with ease, looking at the pathetic little toy with pure contempt. The orb detonates in a massive explosion, engulfing the monster's hand and face. Before the smoke even clears, Shin-hyuk is already airborne, and the Exler finally sees the pure killing intent in his eyes. This was a trap. The enraged monster whips its powerful tail around, but our boy is a blur, meeting the attack head-on. Watching from the sidelines, Yoon Byul can only let out a shocked gasp. Steel clashes against monstrous flesh, sending a shockwave ripping through the cavern. Shin-hyuk lands flawlessly on one hand, as the severed tip of the Exler's tail clatters to the floor. He smirks, declaring oxtail soup is on the menu tonight, as he dashes in for the kill. His blade flashes, carving a clean path straight through the monster's eye. Sometime later, a KSA team investigates the aftermath, noting that amidst all the carnage, there are only 2 sets of human footprints. The leader can't believe it. To cause this much destruction, he speculates, their target would have to be S+ rank at a minimum. Song Seonggrim breaks into a cold sweat as the unbelievable truth dawns on him. Yoon Byul cleared this place with a single unknown person. He bellows at his squad to move at combat signatures, mean the 2 are still alive. The KSA rescue team touches down, bracing for the worst. Meanwhile, in the past, we see Shin-hyuk honing a devastating new skill, the explosive fist. A powerful monster scoffs at his attempt, shrieking that its exoskeleton is absolutely unbreakable. But Shin-hyuk is just a blur, his fist slamming forward with incredible force. The resulting crunch echoes as the monster can only gasp out in disbelief. Its entire face is caved in, its confidence and its skull completely shattered. As Shin-hyuk holds the dying beast, it whispers a final, ominous threat about their flag being planted by a certain Lord Lechero. The name hits Shin-hyuk like a truck. Lechero? He knows that name, and the memories are not good ones. The Dark Mage Lechero, a name from a dark past, the very villain who colluded with Earth's criminals. And here, one of his subordinates is cackling manically, promising Shin-hyuk eternal suffering. Our boy has heard enough, smashing his fist down to shut the monster's mouth for good. From its defeated form, a shimmering golden plant emerges, the flower of acceleration. He consumes it instantly, and the system confirms a perfect 100% compatibility with his body. A confident smirk spreads across his face. Transcendent acceleration, this power is finally his. As if on cue, a massive chunk of rock falls, and he vanishes in a flash, shattering it to pieces. He reappears amidst the dust and debris, his body steaming from the sheer speed of the movement. He can feel it, the constant pressure is remodeling his bones, forging them into something stronger. With the boss monster handled, he calls out to his partner, Byul, telling her it's time to check their progress. He calls out her name, expecting a triumphant response. But a sudden cold dread washes over him when he gets no reply. He finds Yoon Byul collapsed on the ground, her back a bloody mess as she gasps out an apology. She's in agony, explaining the outbreak has reverted and her injury is far more severe than it looks. He kneels, trying to keep her focused, reassuring her that yes, they got the boss. She manages a weak, pained smile, calling him a monster for his strength before she finally passes out. He catches her just as she goes limp, her consciousness fading completely. Without a moment's hesitation, he scoops her into his arms and starts running. A silent rage builds within him. This mission was suicide for her, and he blames the incompetent Jeju branch. But as he sprints through the rocky terrain, the newly arrived KSA rescue team spots him, shouting for him to stop. But Shin-hyuk has no time for their questions, coldly confirming they're from the Jeju branch. The team's leader is confused, but Shin-hyuk just tells them to clean up the mess. Clean up what mess? The agent has no idea what he's talking about. Shin-hyuk explodes, roaring that they need to clean up the catastrophe they caused. With a thunderous crack, he leaps into the air, leaving a crater and the stunned agents behind. He's gone in a flash, a streak of blue energy disappearing into the distance. The agents stare in disbelief, finally recognizing him. That's Kang Shin-hyuk, the Yanghwa rookie. And wasn't that team leader Yoon Byul in his arms? Just then, a report crackles and the boss is dead. The branch chief can't process it. A D+ rank rookie and Yoon Byul took down the boss? Impossible. Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk has found a safe place, laying Yoon Byul down to begin the surgery himself. A regular hospital is out of the question. Her wounds are far more complex than they appear. She's been pierced by defective dimensional stone shards, which are now reacting violently with her mana. He carefully extracts each volatile fragment, the delicate procedure requiring immense concentration. With the emergency treatment done, Shin Hyuk takes a breath. But he knows the real problem lies deeper. A look at her energy reveals the truth. Her mana lines are a complete and utter disaster. Her body is a tapestry of scars, clear evidence of a life spent in brutal training and constant battle. He realizes this internal damage is what's been holding her back, capping her potential at SSS rank. But he knows her destiny. Yoon Byul is a pivotal figure in the future he's trying to save. So, channeling his own power, he decides to do more than just heal her, he's going to fix her. As his energy flows into her system, her eyelids begin to twitch, a faint sign of life returning. And as his work finishes, Shin Hyuk can only hope his efforts pay off in the future. But in her unconscious state, Yoon Byul relives the battle, the pure, exhilarating thrill of it all. For the first time in ages, she felt like a true awakened, her skills pushed to their absolute limit. Fighting alongside Shin Hyuk felt seamless, like he instinctively knew her every move. Her heart pounded with an excitement she hadn't felt since she first held a dagger, and it was all because of him. His name escapes her lips as her eyes flutter open, and Shin Hyuk immediately notices. She wakes up to find his face just inches from hers, a blush creeping across her cheeks in shock. Startled, she asks where she is, and he casually explains she's at his vacation home. He gives a cheerful smile, telling her not to worry since he got his own rewards from the ordeal. But as she processes everything, Yoon Byul notices a peculiar new addition, a pair of cat ears twitching on her head. He reflects on his good fortune. Consuming one legendary flower guarantees success, but he's had 3. But Yoon Byul's first concern is her injuries, asking if he was the one who treated them. Shin Hyuk cheerfully confirms, admitting he had to tear her clothes to get to the wounds. She laughs it off, incredibly grateful and realizing how dire her situation would have been without him. But then, her expression sobers as a strange new sensation washes over her. Suddenly, a brilliant blue aura erupts from her body, and she realizes something is fundamentally different. Her mana circulation is flowing faster and smoother than ever before, clearing blockages that have plagued her for years. With a smug grin, Shin Hyuk explains that he opened those paths for her, listing every single sensitive spot he had to work on. Her mind short-circuits. How could he possibly know her body's specific weak points? He just shrugs, boasting that he's probably the only person alive who could pull off such a feat. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Even the most powerful figures she knew couldn't fix this chronic issue. Overwhelmed with emotion, she thanks Shin Hyuk from the bottom of her heart. She's practically beaming, amazed that he not only treated her injuries but cured her condition. He cuts her off, saying if she's truly grateful, she'll see the KSA is too small for her dreams. Yoon Byul is left speechless, completely blindsided by his sudden, serious proposition. He tells her not to chain her potential, to truly embrace the joy of being an awakened. Shin Hyuk watches her process his heavy words for a moment, then casually pivots, asking with a smile if she's hungry. Her stomach rumbles in response, and he cheerfully promises a special mana-boosting meal. And just like that, he's serving a steaming pot of food, leaving a stunned Yoon Byul at the table. She can't help but think that even though he's younger, he feels like a reliable older brother. Shin Hyuk watches her take the first bite, a smug look on his face as he asks for her verdict. Her eyes widen in shock. The flavor is unbelievable, and she immediately asks if it's some kind of high-grade beef. He just grins, casually revealing that she's actually eating young Medillo meat. With a playful wink, he explains it's all about the secret recipe, adding that it will slightly boost her mana. She happily digs in, admitting it's delicious, while he boasts about his 30-plus years of cooking experience. And with that satisfying meal, Shin Hyuk's brief but intense vacation finally comes to a close. He's back home, lounging on the couch, when his own name on the news suddenly snaps him to attention. He sits up, utterly confused. What could he have possibly done to end up on television? The broadcast provides a clue. The anchor is giving an update on the recent outbreak incident in Jeju. The KSA HQ chief, Lee Ha-sung, appears on screen, offering his gratitude to one person. He names the hero who prevented the Jeju outbreak, Kang Shin Hyuk. Just then, his doorbell rings. He's shocked to find the SS-Rank awakened, Nami Na, at his door. She tells him not to worry about the late hour. She saw the news, and it's the official stance of the KSA. As a token of their immense gratitude, they've prepared a few reward options for him. He tries to play it cool, saying he was just doing his job, but she's not having it. She reminds him with a laugh that fighting an SS-rank boss one-on-one is far from just a job. She has questions, but business comes first. She slams a folder down on his table. With a confident smirk, she tells him to start by selecting his compensation. The options are incredible: cash, powerful artifacts, or a dungeon license reward. Shin Hyuk calmly considers his options, dismissing the cash reward. A one-time payout is chump change for his ambitions. The artifacts are tempting, but he knows he can acquire powerful gear on his own. He pushes that option aside too. His hand lands decisively on the final choice, a confident smirk spreading across his face. This is the real deal. The dungeon license reward, a spark of recognition, lights up his eyes as he realizes the full potential. Namina seems to have expected this, explaining it means unconditional KSA cooperation for any raid he picks. He immediately begins scrolling through the list of dungeons, a holographic menu of opportunities at his fingertips. But his finger stops on one particular entry, a dungeon flagged as unknown, catching his full attention. He strokes his chin, feigning simple curiosity as he asks if it's a newly discovered gate. She confirms it is, but warns him that new dungeons are always a gamble, with high risks and uncertain rewards. But Shin Hyuk isn't gambling. He knows exactly what this is. His memory serves him well. This is where he gets a new flower. Just as he's about to make his move, his doorbell rings, announcing an unexpected guest. But Shin Hyuk recognizes the name instantly. Ju Young, Song of the Five-Star Society. He opens the door to a round, smiling man in a pristine white suit. The man gives a surprisingly nimble bow, formally introducing himself with a wide grin. He casually mentions their notorious reputation as one of China's 3 evils. Of course, he dismisses this with a laugh, blaming it on the jealousy of less capable guilds. Shin Hyuk isn't playing games, bluntly asking what an executive like him could possibly want. The man's flattery begins, explaining how the emergence of a super rookie has turned many heads. He heaps on the praise, calling Shin Hyuk a heaven-sent awakened for creating items like the elixir. But Shin Hyuk just stares back, deadpan, and thanks him for the obviously insincere compliments. Internally cringing at the sweet talk, Shin Hyuk cuts him off, demanding he get to the real reason he's here. The portly executive just chuckles, unbothered by the bluntness, and reveals he has 2 proposals. The first offer is a stunner. Sell the elixir to them for 20 billion won, triple the auction price. The second involves their vice chairman, Lee Ja-woong, who is suffering from the exact same mysterious illness as the Manhwa group's victim. Shin Hyuk immediately dismisses the first idea. It's like selling weapons to a terrorist organization, and he has no desire to become a wanted man. For the cure, the man dangles a reward of at least 100 billion won, a sum so vast it confirms they treat money like a toy. But our hero knows the future. Lee Ja-woong is destined to become a notorious villain, a monster who slaughters countless awakened. So, looking the executive straight in the eye, Shin Hyuk flatly declines both offers. The man's smile doesn't even twitch. He accepts the rejection with an unnerving calm, wishing him well until they meet again. As they part ways, Shin Hyuk notes that while the man is an A+ awakened, his truly fearsome weapon is his silver tongue. And that silver tongue isn't his only weapon. It's his poison hand, an insidious ability passed through touch. While an ally like Lee Ha-sung might scan mana lines, Ju Young-sang infiltrates them, turning his targets into puppets. This is a special ability user, one who can ignore ranks and turn the tables with a single handshake. Suddenly, the man erupts in laughter as Shin Hyuk clutches his arm, gloating that the real negotiation has just begun. Shin Hyuk cries out, his right arm thrashing wildly against his will. The executive is absolutely delighted, mocking him for not listening from the start. But then Shin Hyuk's pained expression melts away into a calm, almost bored smile as he asks, "Should I have though?" Ju Young-sang's triumphant sneer freezes on his face, replaced by pure confusion. Our boy calmly notes that the poison is struggling because his cardiac output is a bit higher than normal. If a standard awakened is a 10, and he's over 20, well, his modified heart is on a whole other level. Shin Hyuk casually holds up a hand, correcting the man's wild guess. Not 50, not even close. He grins, explaining that his output is 5 times the standard, making it 100. The executive's face shatters in disbelief. With his heart thumping powerfully, Shin Hyuk reveals he deliberately let the poison in when they shook hands. He then poses a simple, terrifying question. What happens if he pushes back with 5 times the force? The answer comes in a violent surge of power that ripples through Shin Hyuk's entire body. The executive can only scream as his own mana is torn from him, realizing he has to get it back or die. But his desperate counterattack meets an immovable object. It's like trying to push over a concrete wall. A final, overwhelming shockwave erupts from Shin Hyuk's touch. The once smug executive is sent flying backwards, tumbling helplessly through the air. As the man lies defeated, Shin-hyuk calmly calls the KSA to report a criminal who's clearly not supposed to be here. The executive's face is a mask of pure terror, his mind completely shattered by the overwhelming power difference. And with that, we leave the criminal to his fate and cut to a quiet, sunlit room where another story is unfolding. A young man lies on the floor, drenched in sweat but feeling more alive than ever after his awakening. This is Choi Ji-hyuk, and he's relentlessly practicing, pushing his newfound abilities to their absolute limit. He remembers the private lesson he received from Shin-hyuk, whose advice helped triple his talent's uptime. His training is interrupted when a man in priest robes enters, stunned by the incredible progress he's witnessing. A smug grin spreads across Ji-hyuk's face as he feels a familiar surge. His rank has just leveled up. He flexes, a new status window confirming it. Choi Ji-hyuk is now officially a D-rank awakened. The priest, Peter, reminds him that Shin-hyuk, now a famous hero, actually invited him to join his team. But Ji-hyuk just gives a sly, almost unsettling smile, wondering if a hero would really want someone like him. Ji-hyuk laughs awkwardly, asking if anything is bothering Peter, perhaps his own supposed lack of talent. But the priest offers only encouragement, assuring him that every creature has its use in the world. A chilling, knowing smirk crosses Ji-hyuk's face. Oh, if only you knew how useful I could be. His thoughts are cut short by a sudden phone call, and the name on the screen sends a jolt through him. Kang Shin-hyuk. He scrambles to answer, completely flustered to be hearing from the national hero himself. On the other end, Shin-hyuk is perfectly calm, asking if he has a moment to talk. Ji-hyuk can only stare in disbelief. A moment? He means right now? Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk is already walking through the city streets, his mind racing through his future schedule. He's driven by an obsessive need to seize every single opportunity his regression has laid out for him. It's the regressor's anxiety, a desperate feeling that if he doesn't grab what's his, someone else will snatch it away. And what's driving him? A simple, almost childish dream, securing that sweet, sweet early retirement. He arrives at his destination, the high-end Manhwa building, ready to set his next plan in motion. But before he can even take a breath, an ecstatic Choi Ji-hyuk is rushing toward him with open arms. Ji-hyuk can hardly contain himself, rambling about how he heard Shin-hyuk was at the legendary Yewa training hall. He geeks out, explaining this place is a dream, allowing for analytical training far beyond normal experience. The sheer gratitude is overwhelming, and Ji-hyuk is practically moved to tears by this incredible kindness. Shin-hyuk, ever the pragmatist, has had enough of the waterworks and puts a hand on his shoulder to stop him. A bit embarrassed, Ji-hyuk quickly collects himself with a cough, regaining his composure. Shin-hyuk deflects the praise, saying the guild helped, and introduces a new face standing beside him. Ji-hyuk's mind reels has not just meeting anyone, but the famous bodyguard of Jin Bomi. Completely starstruck, Ji-hyuk shakes the bodyguard's hand, stammering that it's an honor to meet him. Ji-hyuk recalls the man's reputation of friendly yes-man who could put anyone at ease with his warm demeanor. But beneath that friendly exterior lies a terrifying side, a rumored rampage mode that no one wants to witness. Back in the present, the bodyguard respectfully asks Shin-hyuk if he might observe today's session. Hez not just being polite. As a fellow CQC specialist, Hez genuinely eager to learn from Shin-hyuk's methods. The bodyguard's intensity is clear. He wants to analyze every single move, not missing a single detail. Amused, Shin-hyuk activates the training room, and dozens of billion-1 training drones fill the air, shocking everyone. With a few swift taps on the control panel, Shin-hyuk expertly sets up the complex simulation. Jin Bomi's bodyguard is taken aback by his skill, asking if he's used this advanced facility before. Shin-hyuk just grins, admitting he has, but as a laborer on the engineering team who built the place. The training simulation activates, filling the air with a foreboding purple glow. Shin-hyuk turns to Choi Ji-hyuk, asking if he's ready, who responds with unwavering confidence. Suddenly, the ceiling cracks open, revealing a dark void as chains rattle from above. A monstrous enhanced troll king drops into the room, and Ji-hyuk's face twists in horror. It's an A-rank beast. Shin-hyuk watches with a calm, analytical smirk, knowing his father-in-law has never faced a threat of this caliber. But Ji-hyuk doesn't hesitate for a second, immediately preparing to cast a skill. He takes a deep, focused breath, channeling his newfound power. With eyes glowing red, he unleashes his signature ability, Swamp of Despair. The curse immediately takes hold, sending the enraged Troll King smashing into the wall as the shockwave blasts them both backward. But before Ji-hyuk can even catch his breath, Shin-hyuk is already on the move. He closes the distance in an instant, slamming a brutal fist into the staggered Troll King. The beast roars, not just in pain, but in sheer confusion at this new attacker. It stumbles heavily, blood pouring from the new wound, completely stunned by the boy's power. Shin-hyuk smirks, noting that he's familiar with debuff skills, and decides it's time to add a little twist. He unleashes his own technique, Fist of Destruction, Chapter 1 Swamp. A massive shockwave of energy erupts from his strike, dwarfing Ji-hyuk's original spell. Ji-hyuk watches in horror as the curse zone expands, realizing he's about to be caught in it too. Panicked, he has no choice but to activate his spatial movement skill just to escape the blast radius. Shin-hyuk's fist slams into the monster's face with a sickening crunch. He flows through the battlefield, a whirlwind of precise, devastating strikes. Ji-hyuk can only watch in awe. This kid is younger than him but moves like a hardened veteran. Suddenly, a monster's eyes glow with chaos sight, forcing Ji-hyuk to scream a warning to his father. He desperately rolls to safety, narrowly avoiding the chaotic energy blast. But Shin-hyuk is unfazed, already moving on to the next target with a confident grin. Observing from a distance, another hunter is stunned by their perfect synergy. He correctly identifies Ji-hyuk as a rare debuffer, powerful, but with notoriously low survivability. A talent that even their guild's prized support, Bomi, only gained through massive investment and tutoring. His admiration turns to suspicion. It's as if Shin-hyuk knows exactly how to best utilize this outsider's potential. A sudden thought strikes the observer. Is Shin-hyuk preparing to form his own team? If so, their guild would lose its star player. He immediately calls the master to report this development. Meanwhile, Ji-hyuk's debuffs were absolutely crippling the monsters in the simulation. Their defenses were stripped, movement slowed to a crawl, and vision thrown into chaos. Against such a perfectly executed triple threat, the creatures never stood a chance. The last of them crumbles into dust as a system message declares the training complete. With a confident smile, Shin-hyuk pulls up the results on a nearby console. He bluntly informs Ji-hyuk that his father would have died 3 times, which is actually impressive given the circumstances. A sly grin spreads across his face as he asks Ji-hyuk about that rank difference. Ji-hyuk hesitates before guessing maybe around C rank. Aside from the first boss, he's about to be very, very wrong. Shin-hyuk grins, dropping the bomb that the monsters they fought were, on average, A rank, sending Ji-hyuk into a tailspin. He smugly agrees that it sounds unbelievable, chalking it all up to their incredible synergy. As proof, he shows him the results screen, where a massive letter A confirms their overall performance. Ji-hyuk can only stare at the tablet, his mind breaking as a crazed, disbelieving laugh escapes him. Shin-hyuk even recalls the final boss, an A+ rank crystal boar that was a genuinely tough fight. Speaking of which, he's now acquired some of that very same monster as his prize. A system window prompts him. To test compatibility with the crystal boar meat, he has to eat 10 whole units. He's been eyeing this material for its magic boosting effects, but 10 kilograms is a daunting amount to consume. Just as he hesitates, he shakes his head, remembering some crucial advice from his old mentor. The memory of Mook Cheol's stern face flashes in his mind, reminding him that life itself is a battle. His mentor's words echoed in his mind. Even eating is a form of battle, a challenge to be conquered. Fired up by the memory, Shin-hyuk gives a silent salute to his master and prepares to face the challenge. Without another moment's hesitation, he begins to devour the 10 kilograms of crystal boar meat. The system notification chimes as the final piece goes down, confirming he's met the required amount. He collapses onto the floor, completely stuffed but victorious. Mission accomplished. As he recovers, he reflects on the past few days, including a curious request from a woman named Marina. She had contacted him about a mysterious VVIP, who was extremely pleased with his product. This VVIP was a complete unknown, an enigma that even the all-knowing Nicholas from his past life couldn't identify. But that's a problem for later. Right now, a new window details his reward, 98% compatibility, and a new skill, Fountain of Mana. He clenches his fist, feeling the surge of power. His rank jumped to B-. From F to B in just 2 weeks, it was an insane, unbelievable level of growth. Even his past self, the legendary Anvil, would find this growth rate completely absurd. But there's no time to get complacent. He rises, determined to move forward. It's time to push his body and test the limits of his next transformation. With his training session complete, he surveys the area before heading out. Finding a suitably tall building, he smirks. This height should be perfect. He calmly steps to the ledge, peering down at the city below without an ounce of fear. Meanwhile, some poor, unsuspecting soul is just trying to enjoy a morning yawn on his balcony. That peace is shattered as a human missile suddenly plummets past his window. The man is blown backward, screaming in disbelief as he realizes a person just fell from the sky. And with a ground-shattering impact, Kang Shin-hyuk makes a picture-perfect landing, completely unfazed. The ground around his feet cracks and splinters from the force of his landing. He smirks, feeling his skeletal transformation holding strong, much to the horror of nearby onlookers. But his self-assessment is cut short by a call from an unexpected name, Biol. On the other end, she gets right to business, asking if he still thinks the KSA is the right path for him. She had a feeling he was destined for something more, somewhere else. Shin Hyuk wasn't surprised she brought it up, casually telling her he has no interest in those polished guilds. He smoothly turns the tables, suggesting that if she were with him, they could build something incredible. Biol is stunned, silent. Is he actually trying to recruit her right now? He confidently reminds her of their flawless synergy back in the Jeju Island dungeon. A flash of memory hits her. Their battle together was an experience she'd never forget. Shin Hyuk decides this conversation is better had in person, suggesting they meet for a drink, and a stunned Biol agrees. They meet up, and she casually mentions she has a midnight raid scheduled at a small E-rank dungeon she owns. Wasting no time, Shin Hyuk cuts straight to the real reason he called her here. He's forming a team, a small guild with him at the center, and he needs her skills for it. Her? The idea catches her completely off guard. Hez, self-aware enough to admit his own flaws, has a whirlwind in chaotic battles but lacks the finesse for the cleanup. Biol immediately understands, realizing her own specialty is the perfect counterpart to his brute force style. He confirms that's exactly why he needs her, but she's still hesitant, wondering why he'd pick her over other assassins. His answer is simple and powerful: potential. He's only scouting people he believes can one day surpass EX rank. She asks if he truly believes she has that in her, and he answers with unwavering confidence. If she masters her talent, absolutely. The weight of his words hits her. Her, an EX rank? The very concept seems impossible. Shin Hyuk admits he's terrible at sales pitches, finding the whole process a bit tedious. He boils it down to one simple concept. He's a jack of all trades, and she's a specialist. He immediately tries to walk it back, calling it a joke, but she can tell he's being at least half serious. With perfect timing, he suggests they raid a dungeon together so she can meet a future colleague. The words hang in the air, leaving Biol completely baffled. A future colleague? They arrive at the dungeon gate, and she realizes this is a very convenient way for him to test her skills. Still, his words echo in her mind. How could he be so certain about her EX rank potential? It feels impossible, and yet, somehow, she knows he isn't just spouting empty praise. As they walk, he reveals his ultimate life goal: retiring early on a private island in the South Pacific. She'd expected him to build an empire, but this supposed future legend just wants to surf. Biol can't help but let out a little laugh. His grand ambition sounds like a child's innocent dream. Still, as they stand geared up, she finds herself believing his far-fetched plan to build a team for the future. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk's face lights up as he spots their third member arriving. The man, a cheerful fellow with white hair, announces himself as Father Choi, proud of his punctuality. Shin Hyuk lays out the plan. Today's raid will just be the three of them, and it's time for introductions. The newcomer cheerfully introduces himself as Choi Ji-hyuk, a 3-4-year-old D ranker with a talent for debuffs. Biol follows, stating she's a 2-5-year-old C rank, specializing in stealth and assassination. Shin Hyuk internally smirks, sizing up his new crew: the energetic debuffer, the cool-headed assassin, and himself, the regressor who knows their true potential. He can't wait to see what this odd trio can do. But Biol has a question, her brow furrowed with professional concern. Isn't an E-rank dungeon a bit too easy for them? Choi Ji-hyuk awkwardly agrees, noting that while it's a challenge for him, it's definitely beneath them. Shin Hyuk just grins, telling them not to worry. He's about to perform a little magic to upgrade the dungeon from E to A rank. His new teammates stare blankly, their faces screaming with disbelief as Biol asks if he's completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, back at the Manhwa Guild strategy room, alarms blare as an operator notices a sudden change in the dungeon's waveform. Technicians scramble in a panic, confirming the impossible. The dungeon just surged from E rank all the way to A rank. Someone compares it to the unstable Jeju incident, but the lead technician immediately shuts that down. The readings are perfectly stable. They check the entrant logs and their blood runs cold. Kang Shin-hyuk is already inside, and his timing is far too perfect to be a coincidence. A technician bursts into the chairman's office, interrupting a meeting with an urgent report. He breathlessly asks if the chairman remembers that low-rank dungeon they sold to Kang Shin-hyuk. The chairman calmly confirms the dungeon's ID code, completely unaware of the bombshell his subordinate is about to drop. The technician drops the bomb. The dungeon's rank has changed to A rank due to a break, leaving the chairman and his assistant speechless. He continues his report, noting that Kang Shin-hyuk and 2 others entered just after midnight, as if it were all perfectly planned. The chairman can hardly believe it. Dungeon outbreaks are supposed to be rare anomalies, not predictable events. With a nervous smile, his assistant asks just who these other two people with him are. The technician reveals one is Choi Ji-hyuk, a recent trainee, and the other is Yoon Taeho's younger sister. The assistant's composure shatters completely at the news. Bayal is with him? Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the rank up becomes official as the system confirms the A-rank shift. Choi Ji-hyuk is at a complete loss for words, unable to process the insane situation he's walked into. But Biol stares at their leader, a chilling thought crossing her mind. Did he somehow foresee all of this? Shin-hyuk simply gives a sly wink, his smug grin saying everything he won't, leaving Biol laughing in disbelief. With his new team in tow, Shin-hyuk leads them into the A-rank dungeon, remarking on the rarity of such a find. Almost immediately, they're greeted by the roar of their first opponent, an A-rank death ogre. While Biol and Choi Ji-hyuk are visibly tense, Shin-hyuk just wears a confident grin. He tells them it's natural to feel intimidated. This is a life, or death battle, after all. Activating strength enhancement, he tells them he'll need their support, causing Biol to smirk at the irony. She recalls her training, how she was forced to memorize the entire monster encyclopedia, and she knows the standard approach for a death ogre is to wear it down with ranged attacks, never engaging up close. So naturally, Shin-hyuk completely ignores that strategy and rushes in for a direct confrontation. His fist slams into the ogre's face, the raw power staggering the A-rank beast. Pinning the monster in place, he grins and calls out to his hidden support, yelling, "Father, now!" Shin-hyuk's punch was just the opening act, holding the beast in place for the real show. From the sidelines, Choi Ji-hyuk screams out his spell, unleashing the swamp of despair. A crimson mire erupts from the ground, ensnaring the death ogre and crippling its movements. Bayal watches in awe. He timed it perfectly, waiting for the debuff to fully weaken its defenses. And with that opening, Shin-hyuk delivers a savage kick, aimed to shatter its spine in one fatal attack. As the battle seems to conclude, a small, ridiculously cute squirrel suddenly appears. The ever-serious Bayal is completely disarmed, her heart melting at the adorable sight. Shin-hyuk glances over, utterly baffled by her sudden squealing, as she tries to regain her composure. But her hunter's intuition was right. The creature's cute facade shatters, revealing a B-rank devil squirrel monster. It lunges with terrifying speed, catching Biol completely off guard as she fumbles for her weapon. But before its claws can connect, Shin-hyuk is there, moving like a blur to intercept the attack. With a single, decisive strike, he dispatches the creature, dryly noting that he thought Biol was supposed to be reliable. He wastes no time, explaining that these monsters transform quickly and they need to push forward now. Shin-hyuk and Biol take the lead, with Choi Ji-hyuk and his father following close behind. With a sly grin, he mentions that the devil squirrel's fluids are a top-tier enhancer for vampiric awakeners. Choi Ji-hyuk balks at the idea, protesting that he has a rather strong aversion to blood. But Shin-hyuk offers it as a gift, and the vampire reluctantly drinks, feeling a surge of energy restore his body. Just then, another grotesque skeletal monster lurches out from the darkness, catching them by surprise. This time, however, Choi Ji-hyuk steps up, unleashing his own spell, the Curse of the Dead. The monster's head pops clean off its shoulders, and Shin-hyuk can't help but crack a satisfied smile. As they fight, Choi Ji-hyuk realizes something. He can finally read Shin-hyuk's movements. Biol notices it too, a smirk playing on her lips as she sees Ji-hyuk's skill accuracy skyrocketing. She knows a good debuffer has to anticipate their party's every move to be effective, and thanks to Ji-hyuk's friendly nature, the synergy between the three of them is already off the charts. They fall into a rhythm, launching a relentless assault that tears through the monster ranks. Shin-hyuk knows he needs this. His own combat style burns mana too fast for him to go it alone. He smashes another monster, thinking this is the biggest takeaway he's figured out how to best use his new team. Biol dashes past, impressed by his raw, practical combat style that shames her textbook KSA training. A rush of adrenaline hits her. It's been far too long since she's truly enjoyed the thrill of being an awakened. Standing over the carnage, Ji-hyuk can only stare in disbelief that they actually broke through such a massive horde. Ji-hyuk sighs, admitting that facing so many powerful enemies back-to-back is just plain exhausting. But Biol smirks. Their strategy is just too efficient. Shin-hyuk proudly credits his 3 years of experience as a porter. The other two are floored. Just 3 years? They can't help but wonder if Hez secretly some kind of academic genius. With his confidence radiating, Shin-hyuk announces it's time to head straight for the boss room. He tells them to focus on chugging mana potions, but Ji-hyuk wonders what he's going to do. A brilliant blue aura flares to life around Shin-hyuk as he activates a skill, grinning that this is all he'll need. Ji-hyuk and Biol are completely stunned, unable to process what they're seeing. He just calls it one of his talents. With his team rested and ready, Shin-hyuk turns to brief them on the final challenge ahead. They step into the boss chamber, a space thick with a menacing, dark, purple aura. And from the shadows emerges their target, a vicious, multi-eyed wolf, snarling and ready to fight. But elsewhere, a far more sinister presence makes itself known, an S-rank monster named Lavanus. The colossal beast lets out a horrifying roar, towering over the helpless hunters in its domain. Meanwhile, on a different battlefield, a grotesque little creature scurries across the broken ground, only to be unceremoniously crushed under Biol's boot. So, she thinks, they've finally shown up. As she takes a moment to breathe, she notices dozens of glowing yellow eyes materializing in the darkness. A swarm of small monsters emerges from the outskirts, and she realizes with a shock this is exactly what Shin-hyuk predicted. Well, no time to dwell on it. She steels herself, ready to face the horde. But a young blue-haired hunter steps forward, vowing to take care of them himself. He charges up his fist, pouring energy into a strength enhancement skill. But his body gives out, and just as he stumbles, Shin-hyuk appears from nowhere to catch him. With no time to talk, Shin-hyuk shoves the hunter aside as a massive wolf monster lunges. The young man tumbles to the ground, his spiked mace clattering uselessly beside him. Biol watches in horror, realizing that would have been an instant kill, but Shin-hyuk just laughs it off. The beast's jaws clamp down, shattering the hunter's abandoned weapon with a sickening crunch. It towers over them, a true predator, its many eyes glowing with pure malice. But Shin-hyuk doesn't even flinch, meeting the monster's charge with a lightning-fast barrage of his own. The sheer intensity of the combat leaves Biol stunned. She knows she can't just stand here and watch. Shin-hyuk closes the distance, slamming a reinforced fist directly into the creature's jaw. A shockwave of pure energy erupts from the point of impact, and a wild, almost unhinged grin spreads across his face. This is exactly the kind of fight he's been waiting for. The wolf's spiky attack slams into the back of his head with a deafening crash. But he just grins, his steel reinforcement making him completely immune to its decent power. Now it's his turn, channeling energy through his attack-specialized skeletal enhancement. He unleashes the first form of his explosive fist, a direct blast to its face. The wolf recoils with a pained howl as the sheer force of the impact shatters the ground. Shin-hyuk smirks, asking if the beast got a little too cocky with its steel-like body. It seems it was so focused on him, it completely missed the swamp of despair beneath its feet. Trapped and sinking, the creature lets out a desperate, guttural roar of frustration. He doesn't waste the opening, activating tooth enhancement and lunging in for a vicious bite. Yet even now, his mind is already on the real boss, Lavanus, knowing its true strength is resilience. From the sidelines, Choi Ji-hyu can't believe his eyes. Did Shin-hyuk actually just bite the monster? His teeth tear through the beast's tough hide, a feat even a blade would struggle with. The wolf recoils, its many eyes glowing with rage as it prepares a counterattack. A flash of terror crosses Ji-hyuk's face. He recognizes the prelude to a deadly skill. He immediately yells a warning to his father to cover his mouth and retreat. The ground shakes as the wolf unleashes its power. A cloud of thick, suffocating smoke instantly floods the battlefield, a poison that rots the lungs. Ji-hyuk grimly recalls how many overconfident hunters fell to this exact tactic. But inside the toxic haze, Shin-hyuk is grinning, realizing this is the perfect moment to test his lung modification. While Ji-hyuk panics, Shin-hyuk stares down the beast, his vision perfectly clear and ready for the next move. While Shin-hyuk faces the main threat, Ji-hyuk finds himself overwhelmed by a swarm of lesser minions. But suddenly, Biol's sharp voice cuts through the chaos, yelling at him to focus on the small fries. Snapped out of his panic, Ji-hyuk roars, readying himself to clear the field. He unleashes a flurry of attacks, tearing through the green mobs amidst the toxic smoke. With one final swing, he crushes the last of them, thinking the immediate danger is over. But a massive shadow with glowing yellow eyes erupts from the haze, lunging straight for them. Ji-hyuk and Biol are frozen in shock. How could Lavanus possibly see them in this fog? Shin-hyuk, however, expected this all along. The beast simply uses its heightened senses to hunt in the dark. But he had a countermeasure, recalling the moment he bit the wolf and injected a tracking sting into its body. Now, with flesh modification and clairvoyance active, the fog means nothing. He can see its every move. With his flesh modification sword ready, a vision of the future flashes in his mind, an equal footing where they can finally kill each other. The reason for this confidence? The legendary item dropped by the boss, the resurrection flower. He consumes it without a second thought, and the system confirms it. He's gained the full resurrection skill. There's no immediate change to his body, but he knows this flower's value is beyond measure. He remembers the game's final boss, Lechero, who had 2 of these, making him an absolute nightmare to fight. By taking one now, he's effectively crippled the final boss before the real fight even begins. While he's busy planning for the endgame, Ji-hyuk suddenly gasps, realizing he's just leveled up to D rank. He's ecstatic, feeling his body become lighter and his mana surge as Byul congratulates him. In his excitement, Ji-hyuk generously offers some of the spoils to Byul, but all she sees is a handful of disgusting gallstones, and she wants to know what they're even worth. Byul grimaces at the slimy monster part, admitting she's never even heard of an item like this. But Shin-hyuk just grins, explaining that while it looks bad, it's packed with special mana. He tells her to let her dagger absorb it, and as the mana flows, the weapon begins to radiate an intense light. A powerful shockwave of energy bursts from the blade, sending her stumbling back in surprise. She stares in disbelief. The weapon's artifact grade just went up an entire level. Whipping around, she demands to know how he could possibly have known that would happen. Shin-hyuk just smiles mysteriously as the sheer insanity of their situation becomes clear. A party of B, C, and D rankers clearing an A-rank dungeon, this guy is operating on a whole other level. It's the classic online game strategy. A high-level player power-leveling a newbie in an endgame zone. Ji-hyuk can't stop grinning, realizing their growth rate has been massively boosted, and it feels absolutely unbelievable. Everyone is utterly drained from the raid, but it's the satisfying kind of exhaustion that comes with victory. Shin-hyuk, however, is already looking ahead, his mind calculating the massive 40 billion won they just earned. As he bounds across the city, he knows this is a one-time score. The loot quality will plummet after the dungeon resets. But his plans for growth have hit a wall. He's running low on the Kartara powder he needs for stimulus. So lost in thought, our brilliant strategist completely eats it, tripping and smashing face first into the pavement. He pulls himself out of the crater, grumbling about whether he should just go back and punch some monsters. But his thoughts are interrupted by a late-night call about the special item he commissioned from Manhwa Construction. The next day, he's surprised to find Bomi waiting for him, who cheerfully explains she came since everyone else was busy. With a huge smile, she announces that their project is finally complete and excitedly pulls him along. They arrive not at a workshop, but at a massive, state-of-the-art secure house, a fortress built just for them. Bomi proudly asks for his opinion on their brand-new, modern safe house. Shin-hyuk is beaming. It's clean, luxurious, and most importantly, it looks incredibly solid, a fact that pleases him immensely. She whips out a remote, boasting that it's an SS-rank security construction capable of withstanding any standard S-rank attack. SS-rank, he muses, a small smirk playing on his lips. That's a pretty bold claim. So, of course, he immediately has to test it, powering up as Bomi stares in disbelief. He wonders aloud if a punch like this would be enough, gathering crackling energy into his fist. Or maybe, he grins maniacally, he needs to hit it with this much power, as Bomi shrieks in terror. He unleashes a devastating punch right into the shimmering blue barrier. A loud thud echoes as the wall behind the barrier cracks, and Bomi panics about scratching their just-completed home. But Bomi can only stare in horror, stammering about the scratch on their new wall. Kang Shin-hyuk just smirks, patting her on the head and declaring the inspection officially over. The scene shifts to a quiet farm, where a man named Russell wipes his brow as the rain begins to fall. An elderly couple approaches, thanking the young man for helping them with their difficult farm work. He humbly brushes it off, saying neighbors should help each other and that he's on vacation anyway. Delighted, they invite him for dinner the next day, an offer he gladly accepts, promising to bring some wine. But that night, the idyllic peace is broken by a tall, menacing silhouette standing in his open doorway. His dog lets out a sudden, cheerful bark. Russell turns from the fridge, his guard instantly up as he sees the uninvited guest. But something is horribly wrong. He grips a knife as his own dog barks viciously at him. Russell's face twists with a chilling madness as he orders his own dog to get lost. The loyal animal can only whimper, utterly confused by its master's terrifying change. But elsewhere, another man is completely fixated on a different target entirely. He's studying Kang Shin-hwa, a man who made an unconventional splash on the world stage. An enigma who followed an equally unpredictable trajectory, leaving everyone guessing. Before a web of photos, the observer is consumed by one question. Just who is this man? A call comes in from his associate, a confident smirk already on her face. She happily reports that Kang Shin-hwa has accepted the guest strategy request from the WGA. The man on the other end is pleased. Their target has just walked right into the trap. His associate hangs up, ready to put their plan into motion. He gives the order, Grant their target whatever he asks for, because he's an important asset. She smirks, thinking she'd love to devour Kang Xinhua now, but letting him grow might yield a greater prize. With their VIP's interest piqued, she shoots off a message, ready to spring the trap. Xinhua takes the call, a little surprised at how quickly his strategy approval came through. She playfully asks if she can join the raid, even promising to give up all the loot. But Xinhua isn't naive. A thoughtful glint in his eye shows he senses something is off. He calls her bluff, asking if this is all just a test of his skills, and her smug grin is all the answer he needs. The information comes through. It's the US 93 dungeon, an S-ranked beast under WSA control. Xinhua calculates his options. With his usual backup unavailable, he figures he can still clear it fast. Elsewhere, Kang Xinhyuk is also planning a high-level dungeon run, but a sudden realization hits him they need a healer. And of course, every S-rank strategy needs a healer to maximize efficiency. Only one person comes to mind, Han Somi. He quickly drafts a message to her. Shin Hyuk smirks, knowing from the future exactly how she'll react cautiously, taking ages to research him. A quick search reveals her reputation as absolute garbage. She's an outcast hated by the community. But that doesn't faze him in the slightest. His mind is already on the mountains of loot he's about to collect. A message pops up with a ridiculously specific meeting plan, a clear sign of her paranoid personality. He can't help but grin. Yep, that sounds exactly like the Han Somi he remembers. Meanwhile, at the 5-star tower, the imposing Jin Gyukmyong demands to hear the autopsy results. A nervous scientist steps forward to deliver the unsettling report. The cause of death: the victim's own venom energy reversed, turning on him in what the Seven Blades can only call a suicide. Jin Gyukmyong finds the explanation utterly absurd. A high-ranking executive committing suicide? The trembling scientist insists the data leaves no other conclusion, but his excuses fall on deaf ears. Before he can say another word, one of the Seven Blades silences him permanently for his incompetence. Unconvinced, Jin Gyukmyong orders his top expert to examine the body directly. The executive's corpse lies on the table, a silent testament to a bizarre encounter. Placing a hand on the body, the examiner begins his analysis, feeling the twisted energy within. His verdict is clear. This wasn't self-inflicted. The man's entire system was forcibly turned against him. So, Jin Gyukmyong muses. This Kang Xinhua somehow managed to reflect the man's own venom back at him. The expert confirms it, adding that the power needed to obliterate mana pathways so cleanly is immense. A grim realization dawns on Jin Gyukmyong. His new target is no ordinary fighter. Jin Gyukmyong has to admit, as much as it galls him, this kid's mana emission is exceptional. He explains to his council that Ju Young-song was merely a messenger, their most peaceful approach to recruitment. But that dove of peace was utterly and violently shattered by their target. With the soft approach in ruins, there's only one path left for the Seven Blades. Meanwhile, Kang Xinhua is meeting with his own potential recruit, a girl named Han Somi. She takes a sip of her drink, having reviewed the mission details he'd provided. She admits the offer is tempting. A WSA-owned dungeon raid, with a top-tier Japanese team. He confirms they're set to depart in just 15 hours, needing her answer soon. Somi smirks, telling him she's a picky healer, and she has a few requirements first. Unfazed, Kang Xinhua calmly presents a top-of-the-line, K-brand oxygen mask for her. To his surprise, Somi reveals she already went shopping for herself. But her confidence wavers when he pulls out a bottle of premium P-brand hand sanitizer. She's completely stunned to hear it's made with rare interdimensional water from dungeons. And that's not all, he's also brought 3 entire boxes of E-brand mineral water from France. He even has a fresh pair of N-brand shoes, ready for every single day of the raid. He's thought of UV protection goggles, latex gloves, and even her favorite brand of coffee candy. Overwhelmed by the sheer mountain of high-end supplies, she can only ask what is happening. Kang Xinhua just grins, explaining he wasn't sure what she'd like, so he simply bought everything. With the deal sealed, they arrive at the airport, only to be greeted by a new face. A woman cheerfully calls out to him, much to the annoyance of Somi, who seems to have been waiting a while. She happily leads the way, with Kang Xinhua right beside her, and a very tired Somi dragging her feet behind them. He thought things were normal until he saw the private jet waiting for them on the tarmac. As they cruise through the sky, he takes in the view while his new teammate works, and poor Somi is already passed out. They touch down in Guam, a vibrant, tropical location that immediately feels different from home. Kang Xinhua is genuinely impressed, realizing the effort it must have taken to build such a luxurious facility here. The woman explains that the WSA's VVIPs spare no expense. Even on an island crawling with dungeons, the investment is worth it. Looking out at the grand cityscape, he can't help but dream of his own future project, Shinhwa Land. His thoughts are interrupted by another team of hunters, all lined up and getting hyped for a raid. Their leader screams at them to drink their enhancement potions, and Kang Shinhwa recognizes the vial instantly. The hunters' eyes glow red as they feel the power, praising the rumored potion, clueless that its creator is watching them. Their leader boasts that if he ever caught the potion maker, he'd enslave him, and with that, the powered-up hunters march off. Their guide gives the team a charming wink before departing. She informs them this is where they part ways. She has a meeting, and their supplies are waiting in their rooms. With the raid set for dawn, Kang Shin-hyuk and Somi have time to enjoy the island. But as he wanders the beach, he spots a small, white cat with striking, mismatched eyes. A sudden, chilling memory hits him. That appearance he recognizes this cat. It's Shami. Information from his past life floods his mind. Shami was once a human, cursed into a feline form by the demon Lechero. He remembers her fate. She's a walking catalyst. When the curse's seal breaks, it triggers a catastrophic energy surge. Pure panic grips him. He unleashes a strength enhancement spell, lunging towards the cat with blinding speed. Snatching the creature, he rockets straight into the sky, trying to get the ticking time bomb away from civilization. But the cat, Shami, isn't going quietly, clawing and hissing with all her might. She's shocked he knows her name, her mind instantly jumping to the worst conclusion. He's an assassin sent by Lechero. Realizing force won't work, Shin-hyuk quickly changes his approach, raising his hands to show he means no harm. But Shami isn't convinced, her tiny body trembling as she warns him to stay back. So he lays all his cards on the table, revealing her entire tragic history as the cursed princess of a fallen kingdom. With a calm expression, he extends a hand, promising that he knows someone who can truly help her break the curse. The little cat is stunned into silence, staring at the unexpected offer of salvation. For a moment, she hesitates, weighing the words of this complete stranger against her long-held fear. Finally, she places a paw on his finger, cautiously asking his intentions, and he promises her simple safety and food. With that, he playfully tosses her onto his head, teasing that the alternative is scrounging for scraps on the beach. Shami lets out a pathetic little meow, the thought of scrounging for tuna cans a bit too real. But soon enough, she's gorging herself on the proper meal Shin-hyuk provided, leaving the cans licked clean. With a full belly, she confirms his suspicions. On top of being a cat, she's carrying a second curse. Shin-hyuk knew it. This curse will activate automatically, but he coolly assures her she's lucky, because he knows how to handle it. Finally able to relax, the little princess drifts off into a deep, peaceful sleep. As night falls over the city, Shin-hyuk and his teammates enjoy a moment of quiet calm before their next big move. The scene changes, their team now gathered at the entrance to the US 93 gate as their briefing concludes. Their leader admits this raid won't be easy with so few people, but Shin-hyuk just grins, focused on the enormous rewards. Han Somi, their healer, warns their leader to be worthy of her healing, since their techniques require perfect synchronization. But as she pops a snack into her mouth, she silently admits to herself that worthy just means someone who makes her heart race. And for her, a partner who makes her heart race is the only kind she'll accept. Shin-hyuk is left completely baffled by her sudden, intense declaration. Their brown-haired teammate overhears and thinks it's absolutely adorable, teasing the flustered healer who insists that's not what she meant. Han Somi clarifies her real point. She despises hunters who treat healers like disposable potions. She remembers past raids, incompetent fools screaming at her to hold her position while getting swarmed. Her teammate understands this is why she needs her awakening ability to evolve to the next level. But Han Somi stands her ground, and just as she reaffirms her standards, the earth begins to shake violently. An S-rank monster, Calicule, erupts from below, snatching Shin-hyuk right out from under them. While the others panic, the brown-haired woman just licks her lips, feeling like she isn't quite ready yet. The beast lets out a deafening roar, its crushing jaws closing in on Shin-hyuk as the raid begins in utter chaos. But instead of being crushed, Shin-hyuk is slammed hard into the ground. Hez instantly back on his feet, shocked by the potent healing magic coursing through him. So this is an S-rank's power. The Calicule lets out a deafening roar, its colossal frame blotting out the sky. Watching from a distance, Han Somi frantically pours out her healing energy, thinking he's insane to fight it head-on. She braces herself, sure he's about to start dribbling the monster around, a nightmare for support classes. A wave of regret hits her. This is exactly the kind of reckless party she wanted to avoid. But he doesn't run. He stands his ground, taking the monster's charge directly, shocking both her and the beast. With her continuous healing and his own muscle enhancement, He brings the S-rank behemoth to a dead stop. A wild grin spreads across his face as blue lightning crackles around his fist, and he roars out a name, Marina! And in response, the brown-haired teammate throws her head back, letting out a peal of absolutely maniacal laughter. With a surge of power, Marina seizes control of the stunned Calikill, her eyes gleaming with delight. He smirks, revealing he intentionally kept its body intact, a perfect new puppet for his necromancer teammate. Hansomi can only manage a strained, awkward laugh, completely baffled by this turn of events. He just offers a confident grin, promising that while this raid might be tough, it will be anything but boring. Suddenly, a distant boom echoes through the desolate, rocky landscape, drawing their attention forward. Peeking around the corner, he finds the source, a massive horde of Calikills, the entire sector's population. But his triumphant expression quickly morphs into one of genuine shock. They've run straight into a dead end, completely cornered by the swarming monsters. Just as the horde closes in, their new S-rank puppet lets out a deafening, challenging roar. It smashes into the front lines under Marina's enhanced puppetry. And he grins, the timing was perfect after all. Kang Xinhua vaults off his monstrous steed, launching himself directly towards the enemy horde. He glances back, telling Marina to handle any stragglers that break away from the main group. Pulling out a golden magic bomb, he begins channeling every last bit of his mana into it. The device crackles with overwhelming energy, glowing brighter and brighter as he pushes it to its limit. With a final, desperate heave, he hurls the supercharged bomb deep into the heart of the swarm. The world erupts in a colossal explosion, a blinding flash of destructive power that vaporizes everything. Han, Somi, and Marina are thrown back by the shockwave, completely stunned by the insane scale of the attack. But a horrifying thought strikes Marina. Wasn't Xinhua caught in the middle of that blast, too? Hansomi just scoffs, sarcastically suggesting he blew himself up the ultimate Darwin Award for Awakeners. Just then, a hand clamps down hard on Marina's shoulder from the smoke, and Hansomi's sneer freezes. And emerging from the smoke isn't a charred corpse, but an unbreakable figure of gleaming steel. Marina and Hansomi are speechless. Full-body steel transformation? A talent so absurd shouldn't even be possible. Xinhua casually powers down with a smirk, reminding them Zone A was just a simple firepower contest. But his gaze turns serious, a sharp glint in his eye. He explains that beyond this area, something far worse is waiting for them. The poisonous pansy hagweed, and to be honest, he admits, it's a dangerous opponent even for him. The girls freeze. If he thinks it's dangerous, what hope could they possibly have? Their faces pale, realizing just how deep in trouble they really are. But Xinhua just laughs, reassuring them he's not the type to make a reckless gamble. He winks slyly, clarifying that it's not a gamble, it just comes with a considerable amount of risk. The two girls exchange a look, completely baffled by his definition of risk. Hansomi flashes a nervous smile, suggesting maybe they could just walk around the nesting zone. Marina quickly agrees, recalling her own experience. You'd need a fire type with a powerful AoE skill to handle them. Ahead of them lies the very nesting ground they're talking about, a dark, ominous pit in the earth. But Xinhua immediately shuts that idea down, explaining the detour leads to a genocider, a walking weapon with 0 loot drops. He stamps his foot, reminding them they came here to make money, and a pointless fight is a total loss. Striding forward, he lays out the cold, hard math, a 100-meter shortcut versus a 5-kilometer detour. The girls can only watch, thinking he's absolutely obsessed with efficiency and profit. As if on cue, the ground begins to churn, and one of the monstrous hagweeds emerges with a chittering sound. It then lets out a terrifying scream as its maw opens wide, revealing a hunter already caught within its jaws. Before he can even react, the Calikill monster is swarmed, torn to shreds by the chittering hagweeds. The entire party is instantly overwhelmed, vines and snapping mouths lashing out from every direction. For a brief moment, Somi thinks this might actually be easier than she expected, but Marina is quick to correct her, reminding her to stay on guard. This is exactly why you need fire AoE. And just as she says it, the shredded plants begin to regenerate, their numbers swelling around them. They're too deep in enemy territory now, with no easy way back, and fighting one by one is a guaranteed loss. Somi wonders if Xinhua can just use his reinforced steel charge to brute force a path through, but Marina explains that's not an option. Full body reinforcement burns through mana at an insane rate. With that much weight, his mobility would tank, and running out of mana here would be a death sentence. Somi is out of ideas, but Marina can only resign herself to the situation, saying they just have to trust Xinhua. And just when it seems hopeless, Hansomi takes a slow, deliberate breath. A smirk spreads across her face. This is the kind of thrill she's been looking for. Deciding it's time to get serious, She gathers a shimmering green energy in her hands. Out on the field, Xinhua pants, clearly running on fumes as the monsters close in. Just then, a glowing green vial comes hurtling through the air like a bullet. It strikes him directly in the back, a surprising jolt of energy. He's shocked a high-tier heal from that distance. He realizes Somi is no ordinary supporter. As the other monsters swarm a fallen ally, ready to tear him apart, Xinhua, now fully rejuvenated, cracks a confident grin. All right then, he thinks. Let me show you. He slams his fist into the ground, unleashing the Thunder Fist, and an explosion of lightning vaporizes the entire field. But the Thunder Fist's true purpose wasn't just damage. It was to soften up every target in the area. With their defenses shattered, Xinhua lunges forward and grabs the nearest reptilian beast. He effortlessly hoists the massive creature over his head, a wild plan clicking into place. It's a move he calls the death roll, and it's about to get incredibly messy. Using the monster's own body as a living flail, he begins to spin with terrifying force. The makeshift weapon becomes a whirlwind of pure destruction, shredding the plant monsters to bits. Watching from the sidelines, Marina can't help but laugh at his completely reckless strategy. Somi, however, is horrified, realizing that even with her heals, he's still enduring all that pain. This kind of resilience is unheard of. It's the toughness of a seasoned, battle-hardened veteran. And as the carnage settles, Xinhua just flashes a cocky thumbs up, as if to say, "See? Told you it would work." Somi watches him, a new thought solidifying in her mind. This guy is completely different. In fact, his sheer unpredictability is starting to make her own heart race with excitement. But her moment of awe is shattered when Xinhua lets out a blood-curdling scream. Hess not in danger, Hess pointing frantically at her feet, yelling about what she's stepping on. Marina looks over, utterly confused, wondering why he's freaking out over a simple poison herb. She scoffs, dismissing them as useless weeds you can't even eat or use for medicine. Xinhua just grins like a madman, telling them they're not weeds, they're money. He then dashes around the clearing, snatching up the herbs like he's just discovered gold. Watching him, Somi can only manage a strained laugh, admitting to herself that he's a little peculiar. And moments later, the frantic scavenger is gone, replaced by a whirlwind of kicks against a new wave of reptilian monsters. Marina tears into the beasts with a wild grin, while Somi follows up with precise, calculated strikes. But the endless fighting and running has taken its toll, leaving the entire party gasping for breath. It's Xinhua who finally calls it, pointing to a clearing and suggesting they set up camp for the night. The proposal is met with sighs of pure, unadulterated relief from the completely drained girls. After getting their tents pitched, Xinhua looks around the campfire and realizes Somi is missing. A quick peek into one of the tents reveals their quietest member, already dead to the world. Amused by her efficiency, he and Marina agree it's time for them to get some rest as well. But just a short while later, Xinhua's eyes snap wide open in the darkness. He sits up with a frustrated sigh, realizing he'd only managed to steal about 2 hours of sleep. Stretching in his tent, he reflects on how his modified body simply doesn't feel fatigue. Stepping outside, he finds he's not the only one awake. An old swordsman is already tending the fire. The old man yawns, grumbling that his age keeps him from sleeping soundly. He figures Xinhua must be exhausted too, but Xinhua just smiles and offers him some coffee. He admits the truth. He's only up because his body recovered, and it felt awkward being the only energetic one, since everyone else is still sound asleep, like Somi, who is completely dead to the world, and Marina, just as deeply unconscious. He figures he might as well go for a little walk while he waits. With a single bound, he takes off, leaping through the dark canyon alone. As he explores, his sharp eyes catch something unexpected, a hidden side path. He crouches down, thrilled to find a treasure trove of rare herbs just sitting there for the taking. But while he's celebrating his luck, a group of cloaked figures emerges from the chasm below. One of the masked invaders scoffs at how quiet this world is, mocking its people for their inability to even detect dimensional gates. They plan to use this weakness, forcing a gate open with a strange artifact to prepare for the arrival of their Lord Lashero. A chilling laugh echoes through the canyon as they fantasize about the slaughter to come, eager to kill to their heart's content. They dream of connecting their continent to this world to butcher every last human. But the local wildlife has other plans. One of the invaders is silenced mid-rant, caught in the grip of a vicious man-eating plant. And just like that, Xinhyok's peaceful morning is shattered by a sudden, chilling spike of dark energy. He senses the commotion, wondering just who these bastards are that dare invade his world. The remaining invaders watch their comrade get choked out, sneering at the insolent plant to know its place. The leader scoffs, dismissing the native monsters as nothing more than low-intelligence pests. With a wave of his hand, he orders his men to speed things up and get on with the mission. 3 shadowy figures leap down into the canyon, descending to carry out their dark purpose. One of them lands gracefully, completely unaware that he's being watched. But before he can even take a breath, a flash of brilliant blue energy slices through the air. The attack is instantaneous, cleaving through 2 of the invaders before they can even react. And there he is, Shin Hyuk, landing coolly after delivering a devastating opening blow. With his body transformed into a weapon, Shin Hyuk glares down at the survivors, demanding to know who they are. The remaining invaders react, not with fear, but with a surge of dark, purple magic. They quickly link hands, forming a powerful combined spell circle, a technique unique to dark mages. And as Shin Hyuk sees the symbol on their cloaks, a terrible memory flashes in his mind. Hess on one in an instant, recognizing them from his past life. They're from Lecher's Reknath order. The invader is completely stunned. How could this boy possibly know their native language? Taking advantage of the shock, he unleashes a powerful blast of dark energy, forcing Shin Hyuk to dodge back. But it's too late. The pieces are all falling into place. This invasion, he remembers it was supposed to happen 5 years from now. He finally understands the horrifying truth. The Dark Mage's invasion didn't start early. It had been happening in the shadows all along. The invaders' tone turns cold. Their cover is blown, which means Shin Hyuk has to die. With a surge of dark energy, one of the mages lunges forward to start the execution. But Shin Hyuk moves like a phantom, weaving through their synchronized attacks. They finally manage to pin him, 2 mages grabbing his arms to hold him fast. As a giant magical hand forms above, spikes of energy erupt from the ground, trapping him completely. For a moment, it looks like he's done for until he unleashes his own power. He slams his fists into the ground, erupting in a shockwave that shatters their spell. The 2 mages holding him are instantly crushed, and he mentally ticks them off the list. Grabbing a survivor by the collar, he grins menacingly, promising he has plenty of questions. With the interrogation complete, Kang Shin Hyuk drops the now lifeless body of the invader. He rips the mask from its face, a final act of dominance. Standing amidst the smoke and ruins, he takes a moment to process the grim new intel. He's learned that Earth, with its rich, recently awakened mana, is seen as a priceless resource. An organization called Lechero has been secretly infiltrating the planet, planting dark mages everywhere. From the leader, he'd also taken a ring bearing the emblem of the Reknath order. It's a clever tool, designed to resonate with other members, letting them identify each other silently in a crowd. But beyond the ring, there was one more item he'd recovered from the bodies, a piece of paper, and as he reads its contents, his expression hardens. He turns to his allies from Xinhua, asking if they've recovered, and they confirm they're ready. With a confident smirk, Shin Hyuk warns them the next monster is tricky, and they'll need some doping. The 2 women from Xinhua look on, ready for whatever comes next. He pulls out a vial, explaining that they can forget the cheap store-bought stuff for this fight. It's a custom-made doping potion, he says. A small dose that packs a much bigger punch. Hansomi eyes the tiny vial with pure skepticism, clearly unimpressed by his claims. She says Shed normally never ingests something so suspicious, but since it's him, she'll give it a try. The effect is immediate, and Marina feels an explosion of mana and strength coursing through her veins. Hansomi is completely overwhelmed, crackling with a manic energy she's never felt before. Feeling invincible, she starts playfully jabbing at Shin Hyuk, convinced she could even beat him now. With the team now supercharged, he gives the signal, and they prepare to enter the glowing dungeon entrance. A cloud of dust erupts as the supercharged team steps through the gate. Shin Hyuk lands first, the very ground cracking under the force of his arrival. Before them sits the master of this dungeon, perched upon a ruined throne. The creature slowly rises, its crimson carapace gleaming in the dim light. It's a Catabella, an SS-Rank monster, and its only greeting is a promise to tear them limb from limb. Marina shouts a warning as her massive Calikill summon roars to life to intercept. But the Catabella moves like a flash, a blur of red death closing the distance in an instant. Its bladed arms slice deep into the summon's neck, a vicious and immediate strike. Marina is frozen for a split second, stunned by its impossible speed. Then comes the horrifying realization. It ignored the big target and is gunning straight for Shin Hyuk. But instead of being torn apart, Shin Hyuk meets the bladed limb with a solid block. His party members can only stare, mouths agape at the impossible sight. Wiping a bit of blood from his lip, Shin Hyuk just smirks, so it's serious from the get-go. The Catabella roars, unleashing a storm of attacks from all 6 of its limbs. But Shin Hyuk's eyes see it all, his transcendent prediction mapping out every single strike. He becomes a phantom, weaving and sliding through the barrage of lethal blades without a scratch. Marina can't believe it, he dodged everything. Those errant attacks you can just react to. That relentless assault is exactly why teams need multiple tanks to even attempt this fight. But Shin-hyuk knows his prediction isn't perfect yet. His goal is to evade and minimize damage. The monster cackles, unleashing its signature move, the unpredictable, relentless fist of chaos. Shin-hyuk gets tossed around like a rag doll while Marina panics, wondering how he can possibly endure this onslaught. But he knows his enemy's limit. Even a boss has to run out of steam eventually, and he's just waiting for it to overheat. Then he sees it a flicker, the briefest of pauses. That's his signal. Suddenly, the Calikill lunges from the shadows, sinking its fangs deep into the Catabella's arm. The boss roars in fury, utterly insulted that this lesser creature dares to interrupt its rampage. From the sidelines, Marina grins, her silver threads already weaving through the air with practiced ease. She binds the monster's wounded limb, locking it in place right where the Calikill struck. With the opening secured, Shin-hyuk closes the distance in an instant, his fist crackling with power. Her threads inject into the wound, causing the monster's muscles to seize and stiffen against its will. The Catabella thinks it's nothing, but Shin-hyuk is already airborne, declaring that this is more than enough. He descends with a flurry of strikes, but the monster's scythe-like arms move in a blur to parry his assault. Shin-hyuk lands confidently amidst the dust, declaring that it's time for a reversal. With a cocky grin, he mocks its many limbs, saying his 2 arms are more than enough to handle this. He unleashes the third form of his explosive fist, a chaotic storm of pure power called madness. The relentless barrage overwhelms the creature, sending its insectoid body hurtling through the air. But just as victory seems his, a massive counterblast erupts from the monster, catching him completely off guard. The other hunters watch in disbelief as the unexpected attack tears through the battlefield. Wounded but furious, the Catabella roars, having perfectly timed its vicious counter. It sees Shin-hyuk trying to retreat and immediately lunges, cutting off any chance of escape. With a triumphant cackle, the monster closes in, believing the fight is finally won. Shin-hyuk is sent ragdolling through the air, crashing hard into the dirt. The monster unleashes a final, devastating blast, aiming to finish him off for good. But as its scythes descend for the kill, a blur of blue energy Shami intercepts the attack. The lethal blade stops just inches from his face, held back at the very last second. Shin-hyuk lets out a sigh of relief, realizing just how close he came to the end. The real savior appears. Marina, who grins as her threat of decapitation takes hold. He can only watch as his own reinforced arm shows cracks from the initial impact. The monster is now completely trapped, wrapped in razor-sharp threads that slice into its body. They tighten with incredible force, digging deep into the creature's neck. And with a clean slice, the Catabella's head is severed, its massive body slumping to the ground. But even as he lands, Shin-hyuk knows deep down that it isn't over yet. He's left himself airborne, the most vulnerable position for any attacker. And just as he predicted, a vicious counterattack erupts from the monster's supposedly dead body. A crimson beam, an instant death strike, lunges straight for him. The Catabella monster reveals itself, having faked its demise, sensing his mana to lock on. Its final, desperate attack pierces its target, but the monster feels something is wrong. Because the real Shin-hyuk is right behind it, having baited the attack with a simple mana clone. With its guard completely down, he unleashes his own technique. Explosive Fist. He stands victorious in the smoke, casually holding the monster's core, the precious boss loot. Marina can only watch, a wry smile on her face, admitting this is the first time she's ever felt like a bystander. Marina turns to their healer, Han Somi, saying that while she has no claim on the loot, she has a question for her. The healer just smirks, fully aware of her reputation as a greedy and rude support. But she looks straight at Shin-hyuk, admitting he's the first real deal she's ever met. As her payment, she reaches into the dead monster's mouth and snaps off a single sharp tooth. Tossing it in the air, she declares this is more than enough for her, leaving the others stunned. The scene shifts to a quiet room later that night, as rain and lightning crackle outside a window. A sleepy white cat lets out a massive yawn, finally waking from a deep slumber. It's Shami, looking completely dazed after having slept all the way into the evening. Her eyes then spot wet footprints and discarded clothes, realizing Shin-hyuk is home. Annoyance quickly replaces her sleepiness as she dashes off to demand her long-overdue cat food. She tries to reach the food herself, but the counter is just a bit too high. Suddenly, a monstrous silhouette appears, holding the dismembered head of some beast. Shami lets out a terrified shriek, her fur standing on end. But this is just a memory flashing through Shin-hyuk's mind the moment he used Instant Death Strike, a devastating move that consumes nearly all his health and mana to unleash an overwhelming attack. He reflects on this double-edged sword, the sure kill technique that won him the dungeon, when a sound snaps him back. It's Shami, standing there with an accusatory look, demanding to know what's going on. Shin Hyuk laughs it off, finally realizing his pet is just hungry and promising to get her some food. But it's far too late for promises. Shami's patience has completely run out. She erupts into a furious hissing fit, launching herself at him in pure, unadulterated hangry rage. After that little incident, Shin Hyuk is left bewildered as Shami remains extremely cautious around him for a while. Elsewhere, a phone call connects two very influential people. The person on the other end mockingly asks if the great Marina Hara really got led around a dungeon instead of leading it herself. But Marina isn't laughing. She insists that person knew the dungeon's layout even better than she did. Her superior acknowledges the target is a rapidly growing B rank, but admits his progress doesn't quite add up. Still, they're impressed that a team of 3 made it so far, and they ask for her final assessment. Marina doesn't hesitate, declaring that someone like Kang Shin-hyuk is absolutely necessary for the WSA. The executive muses that while the emergence of powerful Awakened isn't new, Shin-hyuk is a special case. It's not just his power, but his deep knowledge, his crafted items, and the chaos he's causing that they find so appealing. A smile spreads across Marina's face as she gets the answer she wanted, promising the VVIP shall take that as a yes. With the dungeon cleared, Kang Shin-hyuk and Han Somi board a private jet. Their whirlwind mission in America is finally over, and they're heading home. On the flight, Shin-hyuk watches over his strange new companion, the little white cat. But as he arrives at his modern home, he hears a voice calling out an unfamiliar name, Wilson. He steps inside, completely baffled, just as his cat leaps from its bag to greet another one. The peculiar creature deftly catches a golden trinket tossed into the air. It then proudly holds up the object, as if declaring this to be its new name. The reason flashes through Shin-hyuk's mind: the cat had seen a movie about a lonely man and his ball, Wilson. A soft smile spreads across his face as he understands the oddly touching logic behind it. And with that, his newly christened pet, Wilson, happily bounces off to explore. While exploring, Wilson suddenly drops a strange, multifaceted red gem onto the floor. Shin-hyuk picks it up, asking his companion if it recognizes the peculiar object. The cat, Shami, flinches. It remembers wearing a gem just like this one when it crossed dimensions. But when Shin-hyuk reveals the invader's mask, Shami lets out a shriek of pure terror. It recognizes the pattern immediately, identifying it as the mark of the dark mages from the Naz continent. Shin-hyuk's blood runs cold as Shami confirms it. Those were the very people who sent it here. So his theory was right. They were Lechero's advance party on Earth, but something still feels off. His mind races back to his past life. Why didn't this powerful group make a move during the Great Catastrophe? He recalls that even his comrade Nicholas had no memory of the events after the final battle. And as Shin-hyuk grapples with this historical paradox, Shami is hit with a wave of grief for its lost family. Seeing the little creature tremble, Shin-hyuk gently places a hand on its head. He strokes Shami's fur, letting it calm down in his lap. Once the tears subside, he gets serious, stating their first priority is removing the curse seed. Shami looks up, shocked, asking if he could possibly do something so difficult. With a confident smirk, Shin-hyuk promises he'll find a way, hinting that he knows far more than he lets on. He lets out a laugh, teasing that his knowledge is something far more amazing than just being smart. The cat can only tilt its head, utterly bewildered by its new master's strange confidence. The scene shifts, and we see a train slicing through a sprawling, rebuilt metropolis. After the Great Upheaval, humanity had adapted, creating a new society with both a bright side and a dark one. And as the train announces its arrival, a new stage of the story is about to begin. The train rattles onward, almost empty now, as Kang Shin-hyuk travels alone into the city's depths. He's headed for the Black Zone, a lawless wasteland where even the Awakened Association fears to tread. His goal is to find a master craftsman named Jang Dong-sik, a genius with known ties to the underworld. Shin-hyuk reviews the rare materials he's gathered, his mind set on scaling up his potion production. Hess realized his homebrewing operation has reached its limit. It's time to bring in a professional. But just as he's finalizing his plans, a sudden notification flashes across his phone screen. It's a shocking news alert. A KSA branch director has been brazenly kidnapped by a terrorist organization. Shin-hyuk's eyes widen. He knows with chilling certainty that this event never happened in his past life. On the news, a furious KSA official makes it clear that this aggression will not stand. He issues a public ultimatum: release the director in 24 hours, or their organizations will be wiped from the face of the earth. Coincidentally, the terrorist base is in the same place he's heading, the Black Zone of Daejeon. This is serious, he thinks. An all-out war between the KSA and the underworld could be catastrophic. But he quickly dismisses it. He has his own retirement to plan for and a craftsman to meet. As he steps into the zone, the air itself seems to warp, a severe visual distortion clouding his sight. Every black zone has its own unique, deadly characteristic, and this one messes with perception. For a normal person, IID be a nightmare, but for Shin Hyuk, it's a minor inconvenience. With a simple eye enhancement, the distorted world snaps into sharp, brutal focus. He can see everything clearly now, including the skeletal remains of those who weren't so lucky. Bodies are strewn everywhere, a clear sign that a fierce battle just took place here. And right in the middle of it all is a fortress of traps, the unmistakable home of Jang Dong-sik. He muses on the craftsman's survival skills when a strange vibration suddenly alerts him. The ring on his finger is glowing, reacting to something or someone. It's a dimensional energy resonance. Is another one of Lechero's teams nearby? But before he can investigate, an ominous tick sounds from beneath his foot. Damn it. In a flash, a mana-infused landmine detonates, engulfing him in a violent explosion. He hardens his body with steel transformation, absorbing the blast, but his jacket is shredded. The traps aren't finished yet. A massive swinging hammer slams into his back without mercy. Staggering forward, he grunts in pain as the gauntlet continues its brutal assault. Finally, the attacks stop. He realizes the ring's vibration is gone, and fears he's lost his target. At least he knows the ring works, but as he collects himself, he notices something unexpected. A man in a lab coat emerges from the rubble, surprised that Shin Hyuk isn't some kind of assassin. He squints, then his eyes widen in recognition. It's the famous super rookie, Kang Shin Hyuk. With a disturbingly wide grin, he welcomes him, knowing full well he was the target. He then casually points out another trap right by Shin Hyuk's left foot. Shin Hyuk freezes, his face a perfect mask of pure, unadulterated annoyance. The scientist leans in close, his eyes gleaming with academic curiosity at that steel-hardening ability. He even pulls out a notebook, thanking Shin Hyuk for being a good sample to improve his traps. Snapping out of his obsessive analysis, he finally asks what business brought the rookie here. With a confident smirk, Shin Hyuk gets straight to the point. He needs access to a private workshop. Facilities for private manufacturing. The scientist's mind begins to churn, weighing the possibilities. The scientist admits that a request for a private manufacturing workshop is highly unusual, but seeing that Shin Hyuk is no ordinary kid, he invites him inside to hear him out. Once inside, the genius craftsman immediately grasps the complex blueprints, even suggesting improvements on the fly. This man is Jang Dong-sik, a master of machines, a name whispered among the awakened alongside the master of suits. Shin Hyuk agrees to pay in full, but their negotiation is suddenly interrupted by a tiny voice calling for daddy. A little girl comes running and hugs the scientist's leg. He proudly introduces her as his daughter. So, caught completely off guard by this wholesome turn of events, Shin Hyuk offers a slightly awkward hello. The girl decides that this new mister needs to see something important. With a triumphant cry, she reveals her prized possession, a terrifyingly modified teddy bear. Her father beams with pride at her artistic sense, while Shin Hyuk silently thinks her creativity is from another dimension. Then, the little girl looks up at him with wide, innocent eyes, and asks if he's a good person. Or is he a bad mister who hurts people? Shin Hyuk grins, proudly declaring he's the kind who beats up bad guys. Her father gently pats her head, casually mentioning they get a lot of flies buzzing around their hideout. Shin Hyuk watches them, understanding the hidden meaning. Why would a genius choose to live in such a dangerous black zone? The man seems calm, but our boy knows he has to deal with criminal organizations to survive out here. His fortress of a home is proof of his success, and the reason why assassins are constantly drawn to him. Just then, his phone buzzes, pulling him from his thoughts. The caller ID reads, "Miss Bo, me." The message is grim. The KSA needs the Yanghua Guild's help on an urgent kidnapping case. On the other end, Bomi cheerfully explains their destination, the northern black zone of Daejeon. She asks if he can join them, and Shin Hyuk can only manage a strained, awkward smile. What a day. Shin Hyuk tries to reason with her, pointing out the immense danger of a black zone operation. But Bomi just winks, confidently telling him they have plenty of advantages on their side. She reminds him of the northern Daejeon black zone's unique properties, a chaotic wasteland of dust and interference. But not to worry, their guild has an internal map and communication devices that cut right through the static. Then she lays out the real prize. The zone is crawling with high-profile criminals, masters of the Black Cross. These aren't just any thugs, they're men with massive bounties, and the KSA is offering a once-in-a-lifetime deal. His eyes widen in shock. The guild gets to keep all the loot from the operation, and Shin Hyuk's mind immediately flashes to the unique artifacts these villains possess. items he coveted in his past life. He weighs the extreme conditions against the incredible reward. This is an offer too good to pass up. Bomi cheers, getting the dice she wanted, but Shin-hyuk adds a condition. Hell go, but he's moving alone. Bomi frantically tries to warn him, stressing the deadly interference and countless dangers waiting inside. But for Shin-hyuk, this isn't new information. His mind drifts back to a different time, to a harsh training regimen. He remembers his old for it, Nicholas, drilling into them the need to memorize every single building and every sniper's nest. The training was so brutal he thought it was even worse than his college entrance exams. A smirk plays on his lips. That knowledge was indeed useful in his past life, and he tells her not to worry, he's already familiar with it. Bomi is completely floored. How could anyone possibly be familiar with a death trap like the Black Zone? He just grins, brushing off her concern and telling her he'll see her there as she offers to send a map. With that settled, she confirms Shell notify the KSA that he's entering the zone solo. And just like that, Shin-hyuk makes his grand entrance, landing hard in the middle of a desolate ruined street. He's already on the move when his eyes catch a strange, dilapidated sign. A safe zone? He has his doubts. He scoffs internally. Only a complete fool would fall for such an obvious trap. This desolate landscape is the occupied territory of the Moonlight Guild. But as he scans the ruins, he spots movement down below. It's a squad of KSA agents, moving cautiously through the rubble. They're deploying high-tech countermeasures, sweeping the area for snipers. But Shin-hyuk knows that in a place this fortified, their gear won't be enough. And just as he predicts, a cloaked figure takes aim from a darkened window. The sniper has the agents dead to rights, ready to take the shot. But before a finger can squeeze the trigger, Shin-hyuk drops from above like a phantom. Down on the street, chaos erupts as the agents take fire and scramble for cover. The sniper roars in fury, his perfect ambush completely shattered. But before he can even react, a powerful kick sends him flying off his perch. Shin-hyuk watches him fall, a blue trail of energy marking his swift attack. He lands silently on the rooftop below, gliding across the concrete with unnatural grace. Crouching low, his eyes are already scanning, calculating his next move against the remaining hostiles. The sniper, knowing he's outclassed, makes a break for it, running straight toward his allies for backup. But he freezes mid-stride, sensing a terrifying spike of mana swelling up from an unknown location. Suddenly, a massive beam of purple energy erupts from the shadows, engulfing him completely. He doesn't even have time to scream before he's utterly vaporized into a cloud of dust. With one threat eliminated, Shin-hyuk's eyes flare with power as he unleashes his own attack on the others. A massive explosion tears through the terrorists' rooftop position, but another attacker, a wild-eyed gunner, unleashes a powerful blast of his own. He lets out a manic laugh, absolutely certain he's landed a fatal blow, and it looks like he has. Shin-hyuk is down, a massive hole blown through his torso. The gunner stands, basking in the glory of his supposed victory. He even has time to mock his fallen comrade, calling him disposable bait. But then, a boot stomps down, and Shin-hyuk's fingers twitch back to life. The gunner's smug grin vanishes, replaced with pure shock. How could he possibly be alive? Shin-hyuk, however, just casually plucks a piece of shrapnel from his ear, completely unfazed. Recovering, the gunner aims again, his voice laced with venom as he calls the situation tragic. Standing over his fallen comrade, the gunner finally puts a name to the face. Kang Shin-hyuk, the rookie making waves. He realizes he's stumbled upon a walking payday, already imagining the reward for turning him in. Then, a dark thought crosses his mind. With a wicked grin, he raises his weapon, deciding they don't actually need the body intact. He unleashes another massive blast, fully expecting to vaporize his target this time. But his jaw drops in utter disbelief as the smoke clears. Shin-hyuk just smirks, asking if he's curious about how he's still alive. He looms over the gunman, taunting that a true sniper would have seen it coming. Rage fills the assassin's eyes as he tries to lift his weapon, only to find it pinned by Shin-hyuk's foot. Then, with a single stomp, Shin-hyuk unleashes the Moonlight's second command, shattering the rifle to pieces. Shin-hyuk smirks, revealing he summoned the shell of a gray Modillo from an alternate space to tank the hit. He casually mentions it's a technique inspired by his past life, which only makes the gunman angrier. The assassin seethes, his mind reeling at such an absurd and frankly ridiculous method of defense. But his rage quickly turns to focus. He knows his opponent's specialty is high-density mana condensation. And when it comes to ranged fighters, mana condensation is everything the basics of maximizing power. A master can compress their energy into a sphere the size of a baseball, a feat of incredible control. Those who can shrink it to a ping-pong ball are considered geniuses, scouted by the world's top guilds. But this guy, he's on another level entirely, condensing his mana into razor-sharp bullets. He slots the condensed ammo into a new weapon on his arm, scoffing at Shin Hyuk's little trick. Admitting he was surprised for a moment, he takes aim, confident this next shot will pierce anything. He grins, lining up the perfect shot. At this distance, there's no way he can miss. But when he goes to pull the trigger, his hand clamps down on nothing but empty air. A voice cuts through his shock, and there's Shin Hyuk, casually holding the assassin's prized weapon. Turns out, all it takes is a single touch to engrave an item, yanking it into his alternate space storage. The assassin can only stare, completely dumbfounded, as his opponent stands across the crater with his gun. With a wicked smile, Shin Hyuk admits he'd been interested in getting his hands on this particular model for a while. The gunner's face contorts in pure, unadulterated rage, his pride utterly shattered. Before he can even scream, the ground erupts in jagged ice, ending his miserable life in an instant. And just like that, the fight is over. Elsewhere, a team of hunters pushes forward, declaring the area clear. Bomi confirms their guild's map didn't show the ambush, but she smiles, noting the other teams are also advancing smoothly. Bomi can hardly believe it. The mission is going almost too well. Her team leader is equally astounded, marveling at the sheer number of traps they've managed to sidestep. She credits it all to Shin Hyuk's mysterious intel, reporting that their casualties are less than 30% of the estimate. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit den, the villainous leader Park Hyung-san notes with annoyance that one of his men is late. He lounges on the couch, completely unconcerned, figuring the little hunt should be over by now. His underlings, however, are starting to sweat, whispering nervously about who their comrade could have run into. Suddenly, the mood shatters. As panic erupts, communications are down, and the battle situation is turning grim. Before one of the men can even finish his panicked plea, a silent attack pierces right through his head. Park Hyung-san glares at the chaos he just quelled, coldly telling the remaining vermin to shut their mouths. He rises, commanding his men to find their missing operative while the rest guard the hostages. Park Hyung-san vanishes in a blur, intent on finding his missing subordinate himself. He moves with incredible speed, leaping across the ruined cityscape to the last known location. All he finds at first is a trail of fresh blood leading across the desolate ground. But as he looks up, the horrifying truth is revealed. Shin Hyuk, holding the lifeless body of his gunner. Park Hyung-san freezes, his mind reeling in disbelief. How could this possibly have happened? A wicked grin spreads across Shin Hyuk's face. He declares today a very good day indeed. His remaining men can only scream in terror, calling out their fallen comrade's name. With a casual flick of his wrist, Shin Hyuk drops the corpse to the ground like a sack of trash. Enraged, one of the sub-bosses lunges forward, swinging a chained blade right at his head. But Shin Hyuk sidesteps with ease, and buries a devastating punch right into the man's face. The chain user is sent flying, crashing into the ground with a thunderous thud. But Shin Hyuk is already on the next target, driving his fist into another sub-boss, Seo Manchun. This one, however, roars in defiance, flexing the heavy chains wrapped around his powerful arms. A furious exchange of blows erupts, Seo Manchun desperately trying to land a decisive hit. But Shin Hyuk finds his opening, sending him reeling back even as he absorbs the impact himself. Through it all, the leader, Park Hyung-san, watches silently from under his crimson hood. Shin Hyuk finally turns to him, a sharp gaze locking onto the man in charge. He mocks him, wondering aloud if he's much of a challenge now that his marksman is gone. Park Hyung-san can only laugh, offended at being compared to his underling. His expression darkens. Sure, Shin Hyuk got cocky killing a few bugs, but he's still going to die. But in the blink of an eye, the leader is right in his face, a smug grin plastered across it. A flash of light from a ring on his finger is the only warning Shin Hyuk gets. Before he can even react, an explosive force sends him hurtling through the air. Park Hyung-san watches him fly, relishing the look of pure shock on his face. Shin Hyuk hits the ground hard, coughing up glowing embers as a strange energy courses through him. He realizes with a jolt that was the blink ring, the same artifact the sniper used. The leader boasts that this ring, combined with his tricky mana sphere, is what makes him the boss. Wiping blood from his nose, Shin Hyuk has to admit this opponent is on another level. Park Hyung-san laughs, impressed by his toughness but utterly confident in his own superiority. He guarantees it, taunting that Shin Hyuk won't even be able to get close to him again. Shin Hyuk realizes his opponent is just as skilled at mana condensation as the last guy. The difference is, that tiny sphere he's using has dozens of times more destructive power. But Hes not intimidated. Hes an irregular who has survived countless battles with his body alone. Park Hyung-san smirks, noticing the switch to a defensive stance, a classic move for a close-range fighter. A useless strategy, he thinks, against an opponent who can teleport at will. Tormenting his prey is his specialty. Shin Hyuk steels himself, his body coiled tight and ready for the inevitable onslaught. The villain begins his twisted game, blinking around and unleashing fiery blasts, planning to break Shin Hyuk's will. He teleports behind him for a vicious kick, relentlessly hammering away at our hero. This is just too much fun for him, laughing manically at his own overwhelming power. But after the smoke clears from his latest barrage, he pauses. Something's wrong. Where did he go? The villain scoffs, mocking Shin Hyuk's prized steel transformation. Yet a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Why is he so calm? He continues toying with him, teleporting and launching fireballs, but his frustration grows with every unanswered attack. Suddenly, a grin spreads across Shin Hyuk's face. The villain realizes with a jolt that something is terribly wrong. Instead of hardening further, Shin Hyuk does the unthinkable. He releases his steel transformation entirely. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes, reappearing as a blur of motion that shatters the villain's perception of speed. Before Park Hyung-san can even react, a powerful blow sends him reeling, caught completely off guard by the sudden reversal. He can't believe it. Shin Hyuk shouldn't have the mana reserves for this kind of relentless assault. Caught mid-air, he watches in horror as a blue crystal forms on Shin Hyuk's arm, who then bites into it, absorbing its power. In a panic, the villain throws up an energy barrier, but Shin Hyuk had already predicted this defensive, last-ditch move. He pours every last ounce of his strength into one final technique: transcendent acceleration, rocketing forward to end this. Shin Hyuk's fist smashes into the desperate energy shield with overwhelming force. The barrier holds for a split second before cracks spiderweb across its surface. It completely shatters, the shockwave blasting Park Hyung-san off his feet. Standing over the fallen villain, Shin Hyuk coolly observes that his nice suit is all that saved his bones. Pinned and powerless, Park Hyung-san can only grit his teeth in a mixture of pain and humiliation. But Shin Hyuk's eyes widen as he spots a faint spark near the villain's hand. With a subtle click, the downed man activates a hidden device, unleashing a surge of energy. Shin Hyuk is stunned, realizing with a gulp that the villain had been attaching spirits to himself the entire time. As his own skin begins to crackle and break, the villain gloats about a special item from the 5-Star Association. He unleashes a 5-star awakening drug, his body twisting and transforming into a monstrous new threat. A guttural growl rips from Park Hyung-san's throat as his transformation completes. Shin Hyuk's eyes narrow in grim recognition. This power boost came from a drug. The villain lunges with a psychotic laugh, his speed suddenly off the charts. Shin Hyuk is helpless as a brutal blow sends him hurtling into the air. Park Hyung-san becomes a phantom, mocking our hero for being too slow to even see him. A relentless storm of fists pummels Shin Hyuk from every angle. He can only grunt in agony, completely overwhelmed by the drug-fueled assault. This is the effect of the 5-star awakening drug, sinking the user's brain and body for insane reaction speeds. But even as he's beaten down, Shin Hyuk recalls this substance from his past life, estimating its power at a 3x boost. A spark of calculation flickers in his eyes. If that's all it is, then he might just have a chance. Another brutal fist connects, the villain laughing maniacally, mocking him for just standing there. Shin Hyuk is slammed into the ground, the impact rattling his bones. His attacker looms over him, sneering that any pathetic strategy he's formulating is completely useless. Park Hyung-san is practically giddy, feeling his neural pathways fire at light speed, convinced he's untouchable. But as he revels in his power, Shin Hyuk pushes himself back up, his eyes now burning with a cold, focused light. The drug-fueled monster unleashes another relentless flurry, each blow meant to kill, but our hero somehow endures. He throws another punch, but for a split second, something feels wrong. His fist met nothing but air, because in that instant, Shin Hyuk has ducked under his guard and unleashed a vicious counter of his own. A bone-shattering uppercut connects perfectly, snapping the villain's head back. Park Hyung-san is sent flying, his mind reeling in shock and disbelief as blood sprays from his mouth. This, right here, is what you call the Awakening's dilemma. Shin Hyuk explains that his opponent's speed is pure instinct, not a calculated weapon. And if he can think just 3 steps ahead, that speed becomes a fatal weakness to exploit. Park Hyung-san can't process it. He's not faster, so how is this happening? The horrifying realization dawns on him. Shin Hyuk is reading him completely. Another brutal kick sends him flying, his drug-fueled confidence shattering. Shin Hyuk simply smirks, chalking it all up to a vast difference in experience. Humiliated and furious, the villain glares back with pure hatred in his eyes. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he can barely contain his rage. He activates a last resort defense barrier, screaming that he's going to kill him. But Park Hyung-san has one last trick up his sleeve, activating a mana explosion system. He smirks, knowing that in just a few seconds, the suit will detonate with unimaginable force. Shin Hyuk is horrified, a self-destruct mana bomb while hiding in a barrier? The coward. The villain's laughter echoes, screaming that there's no escape from an explosion this massive. And yet, through the smoke, he sees something impossible. That's right, no normal method would have worked. But Shin Hyuk had a trump card too, an instant death strike that pierces straight through his defenses. The villain's eyes go wide as his entire body is violently torn apart from the inside out. Shin Hyuk stands over the shattered remains, the battle finally over. Not a single recognizable piece of his opponent is left on the ruined ground. But the cost was immense. The skill used all his mana and 97% of his health, and he finally understands what it means to be on the brink of death. Having spent everything he had, Shin Hyuk finally collapses onto the cratered ground beside his defeated foe. But his solo battle was just one part of a much larger operation, and elsewhere, other teams are declaring victory. The cheerful hunter Bomi calls out to her comrades, Yehee and Jung-hoon, as they celebrate clearing their sector. With the grunts all dealt with, the hunter troops regroup. Now, only Moonlight's executives are left. 2 squad members can't believe their luck. An operation this large with almost 0 casualties is unheard of. They praise their leader's flawless predictions. But she corrects them. The plan wasn't hers at all. It came from a collaborator named Kang Shin Hwa. The hunters are stunned by the unfamiliar name, and even Yehee admits she's amazed by the quality of his unbelievable intel. Their team leader, Jung-hoon, breaks into a cold sweat, nervously joking about whether this guy can see the future. Bomi laughs, admitting that after a performance like this, she might actually believe it. But Jung-hoon's expression turns deadly serious. He wasn't joking. He knows someone who can see the future because they remember their past life. Meanwhile, another squad bickers, with Yehee telling her teammate Taeho to get serious during an operation. Bomi ignores them, pulling out her phone to report their progress to Shinhwa and get the hostage locations. But just as she's about to call, a voice from above tells her there's no need, because Shin Hyuk is already here. The team reels from his sudden appearance, questioning what he's carrying, and he grins, calling it loot. He flashes a new piece of gear on his finger, an A-grade blink ring, a spatial artifact for instant movement. But that's not all. He casually drops the bodies of 2 high-ranking terrorists at their feet. The hunters' faces drain of color as they recognize the S+ rank Manic Gunner and the SS rank Park Young-san. Bomi just gives a weak, knowing smile. She's starting to get used to Shinhwa's brand of impossible. With the executives handled, Shin Hyuk tells them to move out. He already has a rough idea where the hostages are. He leads them to the North Daejeon 7th Black Tower, a monstrous structure born from illegal expansion. Inside, the team leader Jung-hoon carves a path through the remaining forces with a manic grin. Bomi calls out that the rear is secure, getting an annoyed "I know" from the overeager Jung-hoon. Yehee reminds them to stay sharp. Just because they took out the executives doesn't mean it's safe. They reach a fork in the path, and Shin Hyuk immediately decides they need to split up. With the hostages' lives on the line, the entire team understands they can't waste another second. Deep in the 5th basement floor, Bomi and Taeho land in a desolate corridor. Suddenly, Taeho yanks Bomi back by the shoulder and unleashes a devastating kick that shatters the wall right where she was standing. But both of them are left staring in disbelief at the empty space beyond. Taeho grinds his teeth in frustration, demanding to know where the boss and guards he was expecting went. And there they are, 2 new executives, casually standing over a fallen hunter. The defeated hunter cries out for his master, but the villains just mock him for his weakness. The female executive wonders aloud if she's hearing things. Did he just call for his boss? Bomi flashes a chilling smile, asking what they'd do if she told them they already took care of him. The air goes still. The villain's playful demeanor shatters instantly. Her face contorts into pure rage as she screams, demanding to know what they did to her boss. Suddenly, she recognizes Bomi, the very same girl who made them whimper back at Yagshud. Vowing to send her to her sickbed, she lunges forward, her partner promising to send them to hell. But Taeho moves like lightning, shielding Bomi and taking the full force of the blow. With an opening created, Bomi unleashes a torrent of fire, roaring out her flower-style frightening flame. The green-haired villain conjures a mist sword, mockingly questioning their tactics as his partner dodges Bomi's opening attack. But the flames were just a distraction, and the real blast erupts, engulfing the purple-haired woman in a fiery explosion. Before she can even scream, Taeho is on her, landing a heavy kick and calmly telling her she won't be dying today. Her partner moves to intercept, but he's met with a solid block from the team leader, Jung-hoon, who holds the line. The sheer force of the impact tells them everything, Bomi realizes with a shock that they're both at least A rank. A system window confirms her fears and then some. The green-haired man is A+, but his partner is a terrifying S-rank executive. Unleashing her true power, the S-rank villain becomes a crimson blur, laughing maniacally as she tears into Bomi with a flurry of strikes. Her final blow slams down with enough force to shatter the ground beneath them. Jung-hoon manages to catch the battered Bomi as she falls, both of them reeling from the overwhelming assault. But even wounded, they share a look of grim resolve, acknowledging not only the insane power of their foes, but their own rapid growth. Their eyes meet, a silent agreement passing between them. It's time to go all out. As fellow awakened, Bomi feels her blood boil, a thrill she's never known before. With a primal scream, she unleashes her own technique, the flower style. The S-rank executive's smug expression shatters into pure disbelief. A massive wave of superheated fire erupts, engulfing her completely. Watching his partner get blasted, the green-haired villain roars her name in absolute fury. Bomi gives the signal, and Jung-hoon is on him in an instant, his fists blazing with burning fire. He drives a flaming punch straight into the villain's gut, but he can't help but think these guys are nothing compared to Kang Shin-hyuk. Together, they unleash a fire combination, a coordinated assault that rocks the entire area. As the smoke clears, two new figures arrive, checking on the battered KSA director, Han Sung-tak, who can only stare in shock. With the battle over, KSA agents report in. The hostages are safe, and Moonlight's forces are being systematically arrested. But back with the others, Yahi looks around, a sudden question on her lips, where is Shin-hyuk? Jung-hoon explains that he just vanished, saying he had somewhere to be now that the mission was done. Bomi, however, isn't surprised at all. She knows has always been a quick one to disappear. Meanwhile, our hero has already arrived at his true destination. A vast, forgotten garbage dump deep underground. The place reeks of decay, but Shin-hyuk is certain there's a treasure hidden here that no one else knows about. He takes a step forward, causing a small ripple in the stagnant filth at his feet. Without warning, a monstrous sewer beast erupts from the muck, sending him flying backwards. Yet even as he's thrown through the air, a memory from his past life clicks into place. He twists his body and spots at a shimmering tear in space, the hidden dimensional gate he was searching for. He crashes to the ground, spitting out the foul sewer water he must have swallowed. But pain is temporary. With a grin, he recognizes his prize, the dummy dungeon. The moment he steps inside, shadowy monsters lunge from the darkness, but he's unimpressed. He simply carves a path straight through the weaklings, not even breaking his stride. This place is much smaller than he expected. He's already at the boss room. A strange, almost digital energy washes over his mind as he enters the final chamber. And there it is, a bizarre, lanky creature with an old television for a head. The screen crackles to life, showing a distorted image that leaves him utterly confused. Letters flash and glitch across the screen, a jumbled mess of static and symbols. Finally, the image stabilizes, displaying a single, crisp letter. F. He squares up against the bizarre monster, the single letter on its screen still baffling him. What is this, some kind of joke? A debuff to make him F rank? He decides he's done overthinking it. The first strike is all that matters. With a roar, he rushes forward, slamming his fist into the creature with full force. The boss doesn't even flinch, it simply shatters into a cloud of dust. Shin-hyuk stares, completely dumbfounded. There's no way that was the actual boss. But from the crumbling remains, a brilliant green light begins to pulse. A wide grin spreads across his face as he picks up the reward, a supreme-grade dimensional stone. His celebration is cut short, however, as he senses another item forming nearby. From the dust, a second, even more legendary prize materializes, the divine flower. He can't believe his luck, the divine flower, a legendary material, right here in his hands. His mind races with possibilities. The dimensional stone is valuable, sure, but he's not just going to sell it. Investing in better equipment is the long-term play, and this flower has endless applications. But as he leaves, a figure descends the stairs, and Shin-hyuk's instincts immediately flare up. In a flash, the stranger whirls around, bringing a powerful fist crashing down on him without warning. Shin-hyuk barely manages to block, shocked by the blistering speed of the ambush. The assassin just grins, recognizing him as an enemy of Jang Seong-young, and finding this whole encounter hilarious. Without another word, he fires a projectile from his wrist, the blast just grazing Shin-hyuk's cheek. The impact sends him flying back as the man smirks, revealing a deadly blade hidden in his sleeve. But this fight is far from over. A faint blue light begins to pulse from the ring on Shin-hyuk's finger. In a flash of blue light, Shin-hyuk teleports directly behind him, leaving the assassin stunned. He predicted the blink. Before the man can react, A fist crashes into his jaw. Shin-hyuk smirks. He knows all about that little item. He knows all the assassin's abilities, too. But a sharp pain shoots through his side. The projectile actually pierced his steel reinforcement. The assassin just laughs, pulling the arrowhead from his coat and identifying it as a special Keldia stone. He boasts about having more tricks, but is suddenly struck in the gut by an unseen projectile. Shin-hyuk closes the distance in an instant, unleashing the first chapter of his explosive fist technique. The blow sends the assassin staggering back, barely able to keep his footing. Impressive, Shin-hyuk thinks, that he withstood that. But just as he prepares to press his advantage, a shout rings out, "Boss!" 2 more figures suddenly appear, flanking their leader. This ambush just got more complicated. His subordinates urge him to retreat, warning that the KSA is on its way, and the trio vanishes into the night. As they escape, the lead assassin seethes, his face contorted with rage as he spits out Kang Shin-hyuk's name. Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk finally allows himself to feel the exhaustion, clutching his chest and breathing heavily. But a crazed, triumphant grin spreads across his face as he pulls the nearly invisible wire from his body, the real attack that struck the assassin. In the days that follow, news of the Black Zone incident explodes, with Kang Shin-hyuk hailed as the key hero of the operation. He's thrust into the spotlight at a press conference, immediately bombarded by reporters. They're dying to know how he, alone awakened, single-handedly defeated the leader of the Moonlight Criminal Guild. He plays it cool, offering a humble smile as he tells them he's just an ordinary awakened who trained hard. Another reporter chimes in, noting how his righteous actions, like on Jeju Island, are inspiring others. Shin-hyuk just smiles to himself, thinking about the phrase righteous actions, because what he truly wants, deep down, is a luxurious, peaceful retirement, a secret he definitely can't say out loud. Clearing his throat, he decides to borrow a favorite line from his old friend Nicholas. He leans into the mic, asking the crowd if their hearts are burning, declaring that they are all the heroes of this era. The reporters are absolutely stunned, cameras flashing as his words hang in the air. He tells them that a hero's story begins with the great challenges faced by ordinary people. After a dramatic pause, the room erupts in a deafening cheer. A perfect execution of Nicholas's beauty of silence technique. But his true goal is to inspire others, to raise an army of strong awakened, to face the coming catastrophe. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Shami twists and turns, trapped in a nightmare. With a sudden jolt, the cat springs awake, crying out into the silent, moonlit night. It pants heavily, another scary dream shaking it to its core. These nightmares have been recurring ever since that day, and it still can't get used to them. Working late, Shin-hyuk is startled to find Shami awake after its nightmare. The cat's attention is immediately drawn to the large, unfamiliar machine humming in the corner. Shin-hyuk grins, explaining it's a gift from the legendary craftsman Jang Dong-sik, a device to make him rich. And speaking of which, he proudly presents his very first creation, a small, glowing necklace. He places the necklace of divinity around Shami's neck, who is instantly flooded with a strange, refreshing energy. But the sensation quickly turns to a sharp, painful jolt, making the poor cat cry out. He realizes it's reacting to the curse, but Shami pushes through, insisting the evil inside is what's truly in pain. The next morning, a bright sun rises, and Shin-hyuk is jolted awake by a very excited cat. For the first time in ages, Shami slept without a single nightmare, feeling lighter and full of energy. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the cat thanks him profusely, giving Shin-hyuk the perfect opening to ask for a favor. And that big favor? He just wants to touch her adorable little paw pads. Shami, however, is having none of it, unleashing a furious, defensive meow. Elsewhere, 3 familiar faces arrive at the high-tech safe house Shin-hyuk prepared for them. He greets Byul, Ji-hyuk, and Somi at the door, brushing off questions about his scratched-up face. Their attention is immediately stolen by the prim and proper cat sitting on the counter. Shin-hyuk introduces Shami, but not without a cheeky warning about her difficult personality. She proves his point with a swift smack to his head, just as Somi excitedly mentions she has a cat named Tong. He jokingly suggests a playdate, and the sheer horror on Shami's face is priceless. A real cat? Her? But after the laughter dies down, Shin-hyuk's expression turns serious. It's time to talk business. He looks them dead in the eye and drops the bomb. He wants to form his own team. His 3 friends are left utterly speechless, staring back at him in stunned silence. Byul is the first to break it, warning him it won't be easy. But Shin-hyuk was never expecting it to be. Somi worries it might get annoying, yet he just winks, having already anticipated every little problem. Even Ji-hyuk frets about his own growth holding them back. But Shin-hyuk's confidence is absolute. They are the ones he chose. He can't help but wonder if this is exactly how Nicholas felt all those years ago. The memory comes flooding back. Nicholas, admitting the power gap between them was massive, but promising a future so rich they could buy their own island if they wanted. Now, Shin Hyuk echoes those words, declaring that he will be the center of this new team. With his hand outstretched, he offers them the chance to become its glorious first members. He guarantees they'll make an absurd amount of money enough to buy an entire island. But more importantly, he has absolutely no intention of taking this team lightly. He lays out their profiles: a stifled assassin, a late-blooming debuffer, and a quirky healer. And him? An F-rank attacker with no talent who clawed his way to the top through pure combat. It's a fun mix of misfits, he muses, and he's the one bringing them all together. His mind flashes back to a similar promise once made to him that he would reach EX rank. He can still see Ayla Blanchet's unwavering gaze as she vowed to make it happen. Now, he makes that very same promise to them, vowing they will all reach the pinnacle. With a confident smirk, he declares the birth of their new legend, Team Mythic, Xinhua.